Li Zhan looked at Sia Huanhuan for a long time without moving, and he didn't even blink. Sia Huanhuan couldn't help but feel a little worried, and subconsciously wanted to hold his hand. It must have taken him a long time to accept that he was fostered in the Li family by his biological parents. They said they would come to pick him up, but they had never shown up for more than 10 or 20 years. However, even if he accepted this, he would still feel hurt. In this world, is there any child who is willing to be abandoned by his parents? Li Zhan, Aunt Shen, and the others also have their own difficulties. Listen to me. But Li Zhan dodged before she touched him, and then he barely bent the corners of his lips, revealing a somewhat helpless smile, interrupting her and whispering, Huan, I'll go to the mountain first, and we'll talk when I come back. After that, without waiting for Sia Huanhuan's consent, he went out of the door with the bamboo basket on his back, without looking back. Sia Huanhuan wanted to shout, but she didn't say anything in the end. Li Zhan is not the kind of impulsive person. But for such a big thing, he should be given some time to digest it. Lin Yuru cooked the glutinous rice, and saw that Li Zhan went out without eating. She was also puzzled and asked, Wanner, where is Li Zhan going? The glutinous rice are just cooked, and he hasn't eaten breakfast yet. Sia Huanhuan smiled and said, Mom, it's okay. Let's eat first. He said he was going to the mountains to hunt. The wild animals in the mountains are still groggy in the morning and are easier to catch. Sia Huanhuan did not tell Lin Yuru that Shenwan Xue was Li Zhan's biological mother. It's not that she didn't trust Lin Yuru, but the fewer people who knew about Shenwan Xue's current situation, the better. Lin Yuru had to give up after hearing this, and said with a smile, This is a good deal for these kids. Aren't you afraid that their teeth will be damaged so you don't let them eat more sweets? They just ate it last night, and they can eat it again early this morning. When Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei heard this, their eyes lit up and they immediately ran over excitedly and asked, Grandma, are there also glutinous rice to eat this morning? When Yan, Ye, and Yao Yao saw that their brothers and sisters had run over, they also ran over clumsily with their short legs and said in a baby voice, Eat glutinous rice. Eat glutinous rice. Sia Huanhuan and Lin Yuru both laughed. Sia Huanhuan smiled and said, Okay. However, Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei can eat 3 each, and Yan, Ye, and Yao Yao can only eat 1 each. Xiaowu was very disappointed. Ah? Only 3? Beibei sighed exaggeratedly, like a little adult. Sia Huanhuan couldn't help pinching her little face and said with a smile, You're already sighing at such a young age? If you eat too much candy, your teeth will be eaten by worms. Beibei covered his mouth with his hands and stared at Sia Huanhuan in horror. I don't want worms to eat my teeth. Sia Huanhuan blinked and said with a smile, That's why you can only eat 3. If you eat too much, worms will eat your teeth. Also, you must brush your teeth well every morning and evening. Beibei nodded vigorously when she heard it. Xiaowen is older and has started to change his teeth. The teacher at school has also talked about this. Of course, he knows that Sia Huanhuan is just bluffing and patted his head helplessly. These days, it's really hard to be a child without any education. However, he didn't dare to tell the truth. After scaring the little guys, Sia Huanhuan turned back to Lin Yuru and said, Mom, after breakfast, let's make some stuffing to make dumplings. We still have some pork from the pork we bought 2 days ago. Oh, and stew those pig's trotters with soybeans. When Li Zhan comes back, it can be eaten right away. Lin Yuru agreed after hearing this. Okay, I'll make it after breakfast. The breakfast was also ordinary: sweet potato millet porridge, sweet potato flour and white flour steamed buns, a plate of pickled radish, a plate of spicy cabbage, boiled eggs, cut some bacon and stir-fried with winter bamboo shoots. The triplets were also steamed with egg custard, which was mixed with fish paste and chopped spinach. The sweet potatoes in the millet porridge were crushed, and the boiled eggs were crushed, which they could also eat. In addition, there were sesame-filled glutinous rice dumplings. Children like to eat sweet things, and the 6 little guys looked at the white and plump dumplings and were eager to see them. After breakfast, Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei took the triplets out to play with the children in the village. Sia Fong Fong and Lin Yuru began to prepare the dumplings and stew the pig's trotters. It was still the first month of the lunar year, and the fresh pork and pig's trotters were hung outside, which would not go bad for a few days. First, the pig's trotters were taken down, and the coal stove was moved outside, and some firewood was put in. Then the remaining hair on the pig's trotters was burned off with fire, and then they were washed with clean water and put in the pot. Various seasonings were added to stew. After stewing for a while, they were taken out and placed in a casserole, which was transferred from the stove to the coal stove. The washed soybeans were added and continued to simmer over low heat. From time to time, check whether the water has been dried up and don't pay too much attention to anything else. The dumpling filling is pork and radish. The two were busy for most of the morning, and they had wrapped enough dumplings for the whole family. Sia Fong Fong was still a little worried about Li Zhan, but it was not a good idea to use space teleportation to the mountain to take a look. Otherwise, if Li Zhan found out, she would have no way to explain. She could only wait patiently. It was almost noon when Li Zhan came down from the mountain. Passing by the river at the head of the village, he saw from a distance Shen Wanxue using a shoulder pole to hit the river surface to break ice, to fetch water for the cows in the cow sheet. Li Zhan hesitated for a moment, but immediately walked over quickly and took the shoulder pole from Shen Wanxue's hand. Shen Wanxue was startled and turned around to see who it was. When she saw that it was Li Zhan, she was stunned. She just stared at him blankly, her lips trembling, but she couldn't say a word. Li Zhan glanced at him, then said softly, "Let me do it." If it were in the past, Li Zhan would call her Aunt Shen without hesitation, but now, after knowing the relationship between them, he couldn't call her that no matter what. Shen Wanxue finally reacted, and tears welled up in her eyes, but she was afraid that Li Zhan didn't know that she was his mother, so she didn't dare to show it too much. She quickly wiped her tears, raised her hand to grab the carrying pole in Li Zhan's hand, and said in a trembling voice, "Let me. I'll do it myself. You go back quickly." Whether Li Zhan knew it or not, she was afraid that the villagers would see Li Zhan helping her, which would have a bad influence on Li Zhan. However, Li Zhan emphasized his tone and insisted, "I'll do it." Shen Wanxue had to step aside somewhat at a loss. Li Zhan chiseled the ice open in a few strokes, put 2 buckets into the river to fill them with water, and then carried the water towards the cow sheet. Shen Wanxue had to follow somewhat at a loss. Li Zhan ran back and forth 2 or 3 times, filled the 2 troughs, enough for 2 or 3 days, and then went back. From beginning to end, he did not say anything else to Shen Wanxue. When other people saw this, they were actually a little puzzled. After all, although the villagers did not blame or bully them, they basically would not get too close to them. Helping to carry water, such physical work, was done by themselves. Li Zhan was kind-hearted, and he would help carry a bucket when he met him. But it was quite unusual for him to directly help fill the 2 large troughs. Although Yang Qiushi did not know that Shen Wanxue was Li Zhan's mother, considering their relationship with Sia Fong Fong, it was normal for Li Zhan to help in this way, so he said to others, "Li Zhan is a soldier. Isn't it normal for him to be warm-hearted and help? Let's all go away." Others who were narrow-minded, such as Old Li, who refused to pay when throwing away fodder in the past and was later isolated by others, said sarcastically, "Warm-hearted? Why didn't I meet warm-hearted people when I was on duty to fetch water? Also, it seems that Li Zhan's wife is also taking special care of you and the girl from the Shen family, right? She sends you all the delicious food. I say, you don't have any special relationship with their family, do you?" Yang Qiushi got angry when he heard it. "Li Fujin, you are also literate. Why are you so narrow-minded? Are they only taking care of us? Didn't you eat the fine grains, meat and eggs that they sent you from time to time? What? Now you are here to make sarcastic remarks. What's the matter? What do you want to do?" Old Zhang, who had also received favors from Yang Qiushi, Shen Wanxue, and Sia Fong Fong for throwing away fodder in the past, also said, "That's right. We all benefited from this matter. Don't you have any idea what to say and what not to say? Old Li, if you dare to be sarcastic again, you'd better have some backbone in the future and don't eat the food, meat and eggs sent by others. The others also echoed and condemned old Li. After all, they have really benefited a lot in the past 2 years. Although they didn't get as much care as Yang Qiushi and Xin Wanxue, they really got a lot of white flour, rice, eggs, and even pork, chicken, duck, and game. Compared with the lives of people in the same situation as them in other places, it is much better. It is more than the help given by their relatives in the city. If they are still so heartless and make sarcastic stories about Sia Fong Fong and Li Zhan behind their backs, they are worse than pigs and dogs. Old Li was attacked by everyone and felt guilty. Wasn't he jealous of Yang Qiushi and Xin Wanxue? They were the same beneficiaries, so why did they get more care than the others? I was just talking casually. Is it not okay if I don't mention it again in the future? Old Li said submissively. Xin Wanxue didn't care about these things. She waited for Li Zhan to leave, then returned to her room and sat there in a daze. Did that child know it? Or didn't he know yet? Why didn't he say a word to her? In his heart, he must still be blaming her, right? Although she wanted to go to Sia Fong Fong to ask immediately, it was broad daylight, and Li Zhan had just helped to carry a few more buckets of water, and some people thought it was strange. She couldn't be too impulsive. If she hurt Li Zhan, it would be bad. Yang Qiushi saw that she looked different, so he came over to ask. Xin Wanxue quickly forced a smile and said it's okay. It's just, I got a headache after being caught in the wind. I'll be fine after lying down for a while. Li Zhan helped to fetch water, then came back in a daze. Sia Fong Fong breathed a sigh of relief, and then she saw that there was nothing in the basket he was carrying except a little rabbit. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. With Li Zhan's skills and experience in surviving in the wild, he only shot a little wild rabbit, but it was too little. He was probably in a bad mood and absent-minded. However, she didn't say anything and smiled. You're back at the right time. The pig's trotters are also stewed. I'll go get you too. Li Zhan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Okay. Speaking of which, he hasn't eaten since he came back last night. I went to the mountains early in the morning. I had just picked up several buckets of water, but now my stomach was really hungry. Sia Fong Fong also thought of this and gave him 2 servings and half a bowl of soybeans with soup and water. In addition, he also got him 2 white flour steamed buns. Li Zhan looked at it, startled for a moment, then raised his head and hesitated to speak. Seeing this, Sia Fong Fong smiled and said, If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you hesitating? Li Zhan scratched his head, looked away, and said, There must be a lot in the pot. There are more on her side. Uncle Yang, please give me some as well. Sia Fong Fong was stunned for a moment, and then realized that the her Li Zhan was referring to was Xin Wanxue. Li Zhan used to be called Auntie just like her, but now that he knows her identity, it is naturally inappropriate to call her Auntie again. But it is indeed a bit difficult to ask him to call Mom directly. However, the fact that he still remembered to give pig trotters to Xin Wanxue meant that he probably didn't blame Xin Wanxue in his heart. Sia Fong Fong smiled and said, Don't worry. There is plenty left in the pot. It's inconvenient during the day, so I'll ask Xiaowen and the others to send it over at night. Then he said tentatively, or, let Aunt Xin come over secretly at night. You guys want to meet and have a chat? Li Zhan was silent for a moment, and then nodded softly, yeah. Sia Fong Fong said with a smile. Well, I'll make more dumplings this afternoon. Let's have another meal in the evening. As he said this, he mentioned that Li Zhan's eldest sister, Li Zhaodi, married her a few years ago, and then her husband died, and he remarried and moved away, and now he told Li Zhan that he had 7 children in the family. After a moment, he said softly, Actually, your parents haven't come to see you for so many years. It's just God's will. You also know that she has been looking for her children all these years. As he said that, he explained the matter. The ins and outs were briefly explained. After hearing this, Li Zhan sighed and said, Oh, I don't blame them. It's just, I feel a little awkward. Sia Fong Fong walked over, hugged him tenderly, and said softly, Yeah, I know. Anyway, no matter what, I will always be by your side. After hearing this, Li Zhan reached out and hugged Sia Fong Fong tightly, saying softly, Daughter-in-law, You are so kind. He is not at home all year round. Help him take care of his eldest brother's children, help him give birth to children, and also help him secretly take care of his biological mother, although he didn't know it before. Sia Fong Fong laughed. Of course I am good. So, you have to dare to like other women. I must be angry. Li Zhan laughed. Which of you are the dry vinegar you eat? I like other women, but there are none around me. Sia Fong Fong thought of Fu Qingye and the older one named Fong Yanru. Although they are probably dead, it doesn't mean that other women won't rush to join her.
No.
Don't even think about it, Sia Fong Fong said jealously.
Li Zhan smilat funli. Okay.
I just said the wrong thing. I have never thought about it and will never think about it in the future, okay? Sia Fong Fong rolled her eyes at him and said with a smile, That's okay. Pretty much. For lunch, we have stewed pig's trotters and some dumplings. In the afternoon, Li Zhan rode his bicycle to the county seat, asked his retired comrades to help him get a bag of cement, and carried it back directly on his bicycle. I asked other people in the village for some broken cans and bottles, and then started working, making a circle of glass pieces on the top of the courtyard wall. Sia Fong Fong and Lin Yuru just kept making dumplings. After the bags were wrapped, Sia Fong Fong asked Lin Yuru to send some to Xia Shuangshan. Lin Yuru guessed that maybe it was Li Zhan's rare return. What did the couple think? It was inconvenient for her to live in the house over there, so they asked her to go home and stay for 2 nights on the pretext of delivering dumplings. Then he smiled and said, That's okay. Your dad is alone at home, and he is really lonely. I will take Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei with me, and let them go into the mountains to catch rabbits with their grandfather. You just go with me, Li Zhan. Please talk to me carefully. Now that the triplets are getting older, we will try to get pregnant with another one this year. After hearing this, Sia Fong Fong's face immediately turned red. Mom, what are you talking about? There are already 3, plus Xiaowen, and the others, there are 6. Isn't that enough? Lin Yuru said with a smile, 6 are not many. Your mother is not in good health, otherwise it would be too bad. It's not like I just gave birth to your brother, and...
Well,
I gave birth to your brother. After saying this, Lin Yuru felt a little stuck when she remembered that Sia Fong Fong was not her biological child. Sia Fong Fong took her hand and said with a smile, Mom, there is still me. Am I not your biological daughter anymore? Lin Yuru said with a smile, Yes. Yes. In short, having many children and grandchildren is a blessing. Otherwise ask Li Zhan if he thinks it's too much. Li Zhan chuckled and said, Mom, I'm not in a hurry. We'll wait until Yan Yan and the others are older. In this era, especially in rural areas, the more children, especially sons, you have, the more powerful you will be when you grow up. Therefore, the old concept is that having more children is a blessing. Li Zhan actually has similar ideas. After all, he still wants a daughter as beautiful as his wife. However, he was away from home all year round, and Sia Fong Fong had to bear the burden of another child. He couldn't stand and talk without back pain. When he settles down and can stay with her for a long time, it won't be too late to do it again. After Lin Yuru left with Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei, Sia Fong Fong sneaked over at night and asked Shen Wanxue to come over. On Yang Qiushi's side, Sia Fong Fong gave him a pig's trotter and some dumplings, but he was not invited tonight. There was no one else at home. When Yan Yanye and Yao Yao saw Shen Wanxue coming, they all happily went up and hugged her legs, raised their heads, and shouted happily, Grandma! Grandma! Shen Wanxue's heart melted. Responded in a flurry of voices. Hey! You be good. Sia Fong Fong pulled the 3 little troublemakers aside and whispered, Be good, come and drink with Grandma. Grandma and Dad have business. The cub ran over, each holding a small bottle, and drank milk. Shen Wanxue and Li Zhan met again. Both of them were still a little nervous and reserved. Li Zhan is embarrassed and awkward, while Shen Wanxue is uneasy and guilty. Sia Fong Fong came over and pulled Shen Wanxue and said softly, Auntie, I'm sorry. I have briefly told Li Zhan about the matter. Don't blame me. Shen Wanxue's body trembled, and his eyes filled up again. She shed tears, patted Sia Huan's hand gently, and said, Huan, it's too late for Aunt to thank you. How could I blame you? Her eyes looked at Li Zhan for a moment, as if to express her gratitude to you. It seems like he has seen enough for decades before he is willing to give up. Li Zhan was a little at a loss when she saw him, so he said, I'm going to serve the dumplings. Sia Huan came over to hold him and whispered, I'm going to serve them. You and Aunt Shin can talk for a while. Sia Huan is now also called Aunt Shin Wanxue. She wasn't sure what Li Zhan's attitude would be before, but she didn't recognize it without Li Zhan, so she yelled first. And I'm used to it. Now, even though she knew that Li Zhan was inseparable, she would probably recognize her as her biological mother. But if she really wanted to change her mind, it wouldn't be much better if she didn't need Li Zhan. I always feel a little awkward and embarrassed. When serving the dumplings, Sia Huan deliberately slowed down and took a while to bring them over. She saw that Shen Wanxue was taking out the new cotton-padded clothes made this winter for Li Zhan to try on. Shen Wanxue looked Li Zhan up and down with tearful eyes and said with a smile, Oh, it's a little too big, and the wind will probably get in. You take it off and I'll change it when I go back. Li Zhan said softly, Goodbye. I think it's fine.
It fits.
When Sia Huan saw this, he knew that nothing major would happen. There is no overnight feud between mother and son. Besides, in this day and age, families cannot afford to raise many children, and many of them are given away to be raised by other families, such as her biological parents. Shen Wanxue and her husband were helpless in their situation back then. Besides, the two of them have not had other children for so many years out of guilt for their first child. This alone is enough to be forgiven. Sia Huan also smiled and said, I think this is good too. If you are bigger, put a close-fitting sweater underneath. It will be just right. I see you. Just wear it to bed tonight, don't take it off. It will definitely be warm. Li Zhan glanced at Sia Huan and said nothing. But I disagreed in my heart. Warmth is warmth. Wouldn't it mean that you can't hug your wife if you wear it? After hearing this, Shen Wanxue breathed a sigh of relief and said, Alas. Except for the past 2 years, I can't wear anything I made before. She would make one every year, but then her situation changed and the rest of the family she didn't take anything with her, just the clothes she made for her son. No matter how cumbersome they were, she always kept them with her. Sia Huan smiled and said, Don't be afraid of this. Yan and the others are only over a year old. Their father gives them clothes that they can't wear. It's not wasted. Shen Wanxue also laughed, but just 1-3 of them don't have enough clothes. Come on, I'll make 2 more. After hearing this, Sia Huan quickly stopped and said, Auntie, what's the matter? It's like I'm asking you in disguise.
Something like that.
If there is a county seat, let them take turns wearing it. Your eyes are not very good to begin with, but don't do sewing in the middle of the night. It will tire your eyes. With that said, everyone ate dumplings and pig's trotters together. Then, Sia Huan pulled the triplets into the house and said he wanted to coax them to sleep, leaving Shen Wanxue and Li Zhan to continue talking outside. Li Zhan was more or less still. It was a bit awkward, but in the current situation, if he didn't speak, Shen Wanxue would definitely think that he was still blaming them, and it would be impossible to let go. Therefore, he glanced at Shen Wanxue and said softly, Huan has already told me.
I
don't blame you for your difficulties. Shen Wanxue looked at Li Zhan blankly, raised her hand to wipe her tears, and then said softly, Alas. Zhan, you have suffered. In these years, your father and I have been searching for a long time, but we can't find him. Fortunately, God has mercy on you. You are still alive. Li Zhan also felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he had known that he was not a biological child of the Li family for more than 10 years. Well, it would be a lie to say that I have never thought about my biological parents. Now, the truth is revealed. They have not abandoned him, but have been looking for him for many years, but they can't find him, so they feel pity for them. He couldn't help but sigh and said, You should have a few more children later. What will you do with the rest of your life if you can't find me? Shen Wanxue said quickly. Oh, This is all a hurdle that I can't get over. Your father. He couldn't defeat me either, so he became like this. After Shen Wanshua said that, she glanced at Li Zhan. Up to now, Li Zhan had never called her mom, so she didn't dare to call her mom and dad rashly. Li Zhan looked away with some embarrassment and asked softly, "My dad. Where are you now?" Facing Shen Wanshua himself, Li Zhan was a little unable to scream, but it was easier to shout to his father who was not here. After hearing this, Shen Wanshua's tears fell again. He called Zhenbong daddy, naturally. That means I recognize her as my mother.
Hey.
Your father is in the West now. I just sent him a letter telling him that I have found you. He listened and found out that his son is married and has given birth to triplets. He will definitely be happy. Crazy. The contents of the letters between them were usually checked, so she did not dare to write this matter explicitly in the letter. However, she still wrote a small secret code that only the two of them knew. Zhenbong was sure when he saw the letter. I understand. Li Zhan nodded and said softly, "Yeah.
I
will look for an opportunity to inquire and see if I can move him to the same place as you." After hearing this, Shen Wanshua said quickly, "Zhaner, please stay out of our business. From now on, apart from us and Huan, let's keep our relationship a secret for now. If this leaks out, I'm afraid your future will be affected. Your father and I are completely different from each other, so it's okay. As long as we know that you are still alive, no matter it is me or him, we can hold on until the day when our family can be reunited." Li Zhan also knew this, but he really couldn't do it if he wanted to treat his biological parents as ordinary people as before. It was Shen Wanshua who insisted again and again that Li Zhan agreed. He added he asked some personal questions, such as how Li Zhan grew up over the years. Did he ever feel hungry or cold? Did his adoptive parents treat him well? When did he join the army? Have he ever been injured? Li Zhan answered one by one, noting the good news or the bad news. It was almost midnight, and the mother and son seemed to have nothing to say. Fortunately, Sia Fong Fong had moved the coal stove that was originally placed in Lin Yuru's room in the middle of the night. The temperature was low, but Shen Wanshua's body couldn't bear it. Even so, Shen Wanshua was shivering from the cold. Seeing that it was getting late, Shen Wanshua stood up and said reluctantly, "Alas. It's so late. I have to go back. It would be bad if someone finds out I'm not here." Li Zhan wanted to let her sleep here, but he opened his mouth but still didn't say it. What Shen Wanshua said was the truth. But as a son, he could only watch his biological mother suffer, but he could not take her back. When I went in my room to perform my filial piety, my throat felt like something was stuffed, and it was so congested. You should go to bed quickly. Shen Wanshua waved to Li Zhan and told him to go back. But Li Zhan followed him out and said softly, "Mom, it's okay. It's just a few steps away. I'll take you to the room over there, and I'll come back." When Shen Wanshua heard the name Mom, her body froze suddenly, and then her nose became sore, and tears came out of her eyes. She quickly turned her head away, covered it up with the night, and said softly, "Oh, that's okay. The moon on the 15th day is 16 round. Today happens to be the 16th day of the first lunar month. A bright silver disk hangs in the dark blue sky, casting a silvery glow on the earth." The two of them quietly walked through the remote road at the back door. The trail reached Shen Wanshua's hut. Shen Wanshua turned back and said with a smile, "Go back. Don't freeze." Li Zhan nodded and said softly, "You go in first. I'll go back again." Shen Wanshua couldn't resist, so she had to go into the house first, and Li Zhan turned back. Sia Fong Fong put the triplets to sleep, but she couldn't sleep because she was worried about Li Zhan and Shen Wanshua. When she heard about Li Zhan and Shen Wanshua went out together and was stunned for a while. Li Zhan took off the cotton clothes made by Shen Wanshua and quietly lifted up the quilt and got into bed. The cold wind and the cold air on Li Zhan woke up Sia Fong Fong. Coming over, she turned around and asked softly, "Have you finished talking to Mrs. Shen?" Li Zhan hugged Sia Fong Fong from behind and said softly, "Yes." Sia Fong Fong smiled and said, "Then from now on, I will follow you and call her mom, right? Li Zhan hugged her tighter and whispered again, yeah.
But
If anyone is here, let's call her Aunt Shen. Sia Fong Fong understands what Li Zhan means. This was what she and Shen Wanxue had discussed before. For Li Zhan, they can only recognize each other in private, but on the surface, they still have to pretend that they have nothing to do with each other. Sia Fong Fong points out he nodded and said softly, yeah, I know. He couldn't help but ask, then, what are your plans for Liu Lan and Li Chang, as well as the third brother Li Jie and your eldest sister Li Zhaodi? Li Zhan thought for a moment before speaking. Third brother. Of course we are still brothers, no different from before. We finally have news from the eldest sister. As long as she is still willing to be relatives with us, she will still be the eldest sister. As for Liu Lan and Li Chang is just fine on the surface. As for Liu Lan, I want to discuss it with third brother to see how to do it. In the past, I thought that although she was not my biological mother, she was the biological mother of the third brother and the eldest brother and eldest sister, and she was the mistress of the Li family. Since she had raised me, it was right for me to provide for her and my father in their old age. But now, there are so many reasons behind this. It can't be that we and the third brother are just the ones taking advantage of each other and giving us money and work points every month. Instead, her biological son is indifferent to her. Sia Fong Fong nodded after hearing this and said, well, that's fine too.
And
Sia Fong Fong continued, after the third brother knew that you were not a child of the Li family, he mentioned it to me and said that he wanted to bring Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Bebe back to raise him. Son, I told him at that time that I couldn't decide and would wait until you come back. You have an idea in your mind that he might mention it when the time comes. Li Zhan listened and was silent for a while, then said softly, well, Huan, what do you mean? Sia Huan sighed and said, what I mean is that we have raised these three brothers and sisters for so long, and there is no shortage of food for them in the family. If possible, we still want to stay at our house and continue.
Raised.
The third brother and third sister-in-law's family had just given birth to their fourth child 2 years ago, and the family was struggling to survive. They relied on Li Jie, a strong laborer, to earn work points. If Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Bebe were given to them, their lives would definitely be difficult. Life is even more difficult. Also, Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Bebe, the three brothers and sisters, are sensitive because their father died and their mother no longer wants them. If we don't raise them anymore because they are not related to us by blood, then they will feel sad. If you go astray again. But after all, they are your eldest brother's flesh and blood. If Li Jie wants to keep the Li family's flesh and blood in the Li family, then our position is really difficult to refuse. Li Zhan was moved when he heard that Sia Fong knew the truth, but was still willing to raise the three Xiaowen brothers. He rubbed his chin into Sia Fong's neck and said with a smile, Huan, with your words, I feel relieved. I also thought it would be business, as usual. We are not severing ties with the Li family. There is no reason for it to be like this. Don't worry, I'll go talk to third brother. The two of them talked about other things. After experiencing such a big thing this day, they were all tired and had nothing to say all night. The next day, Sia Fong woke up and found that Li Zhan had already gotten up. There was no panic, and Li Zhan probably went hunting in the mountains. He went into the mountains with a lot of worries yesterday and ended up hunting a hare, which made Li Zhan feel very embarrassed. So he probably went hunting wild boars today. Sia Fong wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to hunt. Firstly, it was because Li Zhan had already perfect hunting skills. On the other hand, she had just released some wild animals into the mountains, and sure enough, Li Zhan caught them in less than a while. After returning to the village, Secretary Zhao and the village cadres were asked to find a few strong laborers to go into the mountains to carry the wild boar. This was a wild boar weighing 300 kilograms. Naturally, the village happily divided the wild boar meat, and every family could share it. It weighed 7 or 8 pounds. The wild boar was hunted by Li Zhan, so this time, all the pig meat and 4 pig trotters were given to Li Zhan's family. Others also thought it was reasonable. They did nothing and still had wild boar meat to eat. Where could they get it?
What are you dissatisfied with?
Sia Fong Fong brined the pig offal that she brought back with brine and made a delicious pot of it. She sent some to Shen Wanxue and Yang Qiushi in the evening. This time, when no one was around, Sia Fong Fong secretly shouted, "Aunt Shen, I have discussed it with Li Zhan. From now on, when there are no other people around, I will secretly ask you to call me Mom. Do you think so?" After hearing this, Shen Wanxue couldn't help but said, "Why not? In my heart, Huan has already become my daughter." Sia Huan smiled softly. Called Mom. After coming back from there, Li Jia and Zhou Qiuhe happened to come over to talk about the recent events. Sia Huan also secretly sent a message to Lin Yuru about this matter, because she was afraid that Xiao Wen and the others would be sad after hearing it, so she asked Lin Yuru to stay one more night in Xiajia village before coming back. Li Jia was a little cautious. After all, Li Zhan is no longer his biological brother. Moreover, the Li family has actually done so many immoral things. Liu Lan actually refused to give the jade to others and concealed Li Zhan's life experience. Moreover, the jade is now, after selling it and still not being able to get it back, he was really embarrassed to face a serious battle. Li Zhan smiled and said, "Third brother, you're thinking too much. After all, the Li family raised me and we grew up together. Unless you don't recognize me as your younger brother, you will always be my third brother." Li Jia was greatly moved after hearing this, but he still said guiltily, "But I haven't found the piece of jade where your parents can be found." Li Zhan had already listened to Sia Huan's words, and he also smiled. "Third brother is here, don't worry about this. My comrades in arms in Beijing are helping to find them. I heard from them that they already have some clues. Don't feel guilty about this anymore." Xiao Wen, Xiao Wu, and Beibei regarding the matter. Li Zhan also insisted on raising him by himself. For the same reason, as long as the Li family stayed away from outsiders, he would always be the fourth son of the Li family. Moreover, he also promised that even if he found his biological parents and changed their surnames in the future, Xiao Wen, Xiao Wu, and Beibei would still have the surname Li and would not change. They will always be the children of eldest brother Li Jun. Li Jia also knew that his family's conditions were not as good as those of his fourth brother, so when Li Zhan said this, he had no choice but to give up. The last thing I want to talk about is Liu Lan's pension issue. In the past, Li Jia was given 100 work points per month, and Li Zhan was given 5 yuan per month. However, Li Chang, his biological son, said nothing and took advantage of Liu Lan. Li Jia was the most angry. "Humph. I didn't know before that I would be partial just because I thought she was partial. Who would think it was his own mother? The pension points she deserves are not missing even 1 cent. Now I know she is a stepmother. Why should we support her if we don't give her our own son? I've already told her that I don't plan to give her the 100 work points every month. Li Zhan, look at her. What kind of thing did her son do? That jade pendant was a token of your return to your parents, and she did it without conscience. It was so bad. I have already gone to Secretary Zhao to declare this. The secretary and the whole commune have nothing to say. You don't have to worry about her going to the commune to sue you, let alone the commune. Even if she sues to the county, she won't win. This matter is settled like this." Li Zhan's feelings for Liu Lan began more than 10 years ago when he heard Liu Lan suggest that he, who is not yet old enough, be sent to the army in exchange for the 20 yuan. There was not much left. In the past 10 years or so, all the allowances have been sent back in order to repay the kindness of raising me. Now, these things happened again. If Sia Huan hadn't found you back, then he might not be able to find his biological parents in this life. Is he crazy enough to give 5 yuan a month to such a person for retirement? The two brothers finally reached a consensus and broke up. They did not go out of their way to notify Liu Lan and Li Chang. Li Zhan's heart suddenly moved, and he was a little confused. How did Sia Huan get the jade back? Li Chang said that he had sold it to the Beijing market, although Sia Huan had explained that she had listened to what the children said and secretly followed Li Chang to the Beijing market to buy the jade.
But
I always feel a little strange. If you want to go to Beijing, you must have a letter of introduction to buy tickets. But for what reason did his wife go to Beijing? Li Zhan thought for a while, then went to see Secretary Zhao, and first told Secretary Zhao about Liu Lan. Secretary Zhao also felt that Liu Lan's affair with Yume was too immoral, and he didn't do much to dissuade Li Zhan from stopping Liu Lan's pension. Li Zhan smiled again and said, "Also, Secretary Zhao, my wife went to Beijing to visit relatives 2 years ago. Thank you for your letter of introduction." Secretary Zhao was stunned for a moment and asked in a daze, "Years ago? Your daughter-in-law? Didn't I send you the letter of introduction to the capital? Did you remember the time wrong?" Li Zhan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Oh, I guess I got the time wrong. Can you please stop mentioning it to my wife? If she even gets it wrong about when she went to Beijing to visit my wife, she will definitely be angry with me." Secretary Zhao said with a smile, "You two have a good time every day. What is it like to quarrel?" Li Zhan said, "Fighting at the end of the bed. There are always bumps in the life of the couple." Secretary Zhao nodded. "That's right. If you run away from a good wife like Huan, you won't be able to find her even if you hold a lantern in the future." Secretary Zhao asked again, "By the way, do you have any clues about your biological parents?"
Sigh.
"If Neiyu is still here, we can ask." Now, all the clues are gone. Liu Lan and her son are really indifferent. After coming out, he couldn't help but frown. If his wife had never been to the capital city a few years ago, how did she get that piece of dragon pendant? Could it be that she asked the Fu family for help but was too embarrassed to say it? Li Zhan decided to ask Brother Fu again after returning to the team this time. Somehow, he had felt from before that his wife seemed to be hiding a lot of secrets. But he is her husband. What kind of secret should she not tell herself? Thinking of this, Li Zhan felt a little disappointed for no reason. He was debating whether to ask Sia Fong Fong directly. However, before he had time to worry about it, the postman from the county telegraph office rode his bicycle into the village and gave Li Zhan an urgent telegram. After receiving the telegram, Li Zhan only had time to hurry home and said to Sia Fong Fong, "Just set off," and left. Sia Fong Fong didn't even have time to prepare some dry food for him on the road. As soon as she gritted her teeth, she took out a few large white steamed buns and meat buns from the space and brought them to him. Li Zhan looked at the steamed buns in his hands and didn't say anything. He just hugged Sia Fong Fong tightly before leaving. He should leave the doubts in his mind until he comes back to ask questions. The two will be separated for a while again. If they say it now, it will only become a thorn in Sia Fong Fong's heart. Because he cannot explain it in time, it will become a thorn in the couple's heart.
He doesn't want this.
No matter what his wife hid from him, she was always helping him. As for you, if she hadn't found him, how many years would it have taken for him to find his biological parents? No matter what kind of secret, don't even think about destroying the relationship between him and his wife. Sia Fong Fong is not aware of Li Zhan's suspicion yet. After Li Zhan left, Lin Yuru came back with Xiao Wen and the others and said with regret, "Alas." Li Zhan came back in a hurry this time and left in a hurry. The time was really too short. Sia Fong Fong, I felt quite uncomfortable. I never came back and I didn't really think so, but once I came back and left again within a few days, I felt really sad. Alas. He is also required by the mission. There is nothing we can do, Sia Fong Fong said, and began to seriously consider the matter of joining the army that Li Zhan mentioned before. However, this matter has to wait. Still, water from far away cannot quench the thirst for nearness, so I can only bear the longing forcibly. Time flies so fast. A month passes in the blink of an eye, and it's the end of February. The postman came to deliver the letter, and someone from the village came to tell Sia Fong Fong to come and get the letter and remittance order. The letter and remittance order were naturally sent by Li Zhan. The remittance order was 55 yuan, 5 yuan more than usual. Sia Fong Fong was stunned for a moment. Li Zhan's current allowance is 65 yuan per month. She asked Li Zhan to leave 10 yuan of pocket money every month if something else happens, such as giving gifts to the brothers below, then leave more sum. Don't worry, they don't have enough to spend at home. After subtracting the 5 yuan he sent to Liu Lan every month, the amount he sent to her every month was 50 yuan. This month there is an extra 5 yuan. Just when I was wondering, I heard Liu Lan, who came next, ask, "Comrade, do you have my remittance slip?" The postman checked for a long time and said, "Liu Lan, right?"
No.
Liu Lan was anxious. "How come there isn't?" "Please check again." "My son should have given me the old money for foster care a few days ago, 5 yuan a month. Did you lose it?" The postman, who was suspected of his professional ethics, the comrade, was very angry. "What are you talking about? I've checked it twice for you. If it's not there, it's not there." "What do you mean I lost it? How many years have I been a postman? I have never lost a letter or a remittance. It's the order. If you have nothing to do, just let it go. Don't delay others." After hearing this, Sia Fong Fong realized that Li Zhan had added the 5 yuan originally sent to Liu Lan to what was sent to her. Liu Lan also saw Sia Fong Fong looking towards her and couldn't help but glared at Sia Fong Fong fiercely. If she hadn't married into the family, how could she have been so unlucky that everyone was deserting her now? The other people who came to pick up the letter saw Liu Lan not giving up and laughed sarcastically. "Liu Lan, you are so shameless. It's about Li Zhan's life. If you say you are ignorant, you are ignorant. Now, the scandal has happened. You still have the nerve to ask Li Zhan to send you the allowance? That's right. If I were to send it to you, you would have to spit it out even if I didn't send it to you before." Humph. What the Hades is that? The keepsake left by the biological parents was sold to Beijing by the mother and son. Li Zhan is so unlucky. If he can't find the keepsake, he is afraid that he will never recognize his biological parents again in his life. After hearing these words, Liu Lan's face turned black. She was regretting it so much now. If she had known that it would be stolen by Li Chang and Wang Guixiang, she should have sold it long ago. Now, not only did she not get a penny, but she was also exposed by Li Zhaodi on the spot. Now Li Zhan and Li Jie knew about it, and they didn't give her any money or work points. Rely on Li Chang again? He is an ungrateful person. What sin did she commit in her previous life to give birth to such a beast? Now that she knows that Li Zhan and Li Jie don't care about her, and she can't get any money from her, they just treat her like air, just like their own wife. Not to mention money, they just act as if they don't see her when they see her. It's a pity that she thought that none of the other 3 sons of the Li family could be relied on in the future, and she would have to rely on her own son when she was old. Therefore, her heart has been leaning towards Li Chang over the years. When there was good meat and eggs at home, she hid them and secretly fed them to Li Chang. She made cotton-padded clothes for other children, while Li Chang always wore new cotton-padded clothes. Even when Li Zhan sent his allowance back to help the Li family's sons find wives, she first found a wife for Li Chang before it was the turn of Li Jun, the eldest son of the Li family. In the end, partiality led to hatred. Liu Lan was really mad to death. Her own son Li Chang was unreliable, so she went to find Li Jie again, but was scolded by Li Jie. She placed her hope on Li Zhan again. After all, Li Zhan had been sending his allowance home for more than 10 years, so he should be easier to fool. Besides, it was true that she wanted to embezzle the jade, but she didn't sell it this time. If she pretended to be pitiful, Li Zhan should be able to provide for her in her old age. The letter pretending to be pitiful was sent more than half a month ago, and Li Zhan should have seen it. So, she came here with hope to see if Li Zhan had remitted money to her. Unfortunately, her wish came to nothing. Liu Lan didn't look for the reason in herself, but hated Sia Fong Fong even more. Li Zhan was such an honest and kind child. He must have been instigated by his wife to ignore her. Liu Lan glared at Sia Fong Fong with hatred, turned around and left. Just wait. She will soon make Sia Fong Fong regret going against her. By then, Li Zhan will definitely divorce Sia Fong Fong. Sia Fong Fong frowned and looked at Liu Lan, feeling a little uncomfortable for some reason. Was this old woman planning some dirty tricks in her mind? When she returned home, she whispered to Lin Yuru, asking her to be more careful when she went out these days, especially when she saw Liu Lan. Try not to pay attention to her. Lin Yuru listened and agreed. Now everyone in the village knows about the bad things she has done. Who will pay attention to her? I will not pay her any more. Sia Fong Fong nodded and said, I have to go to the town to buy some things tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. When the time comes, you should be at home and keep an eye on the little guys and don't let them run around crazy. She was going to Beijing. Luo Chung had brought her a letter before, saying that Dahe had found a nice courtyard house in Beijing, but she had not had time to go and see it. In the past 2 days, she received another letter from Beijing, saying that the owner of the courtyard house was waiting for money urgently, and if she didn't go to see it, she would have to find another buyer. So, she would go there in the next 2 days. Lin Yuru didn't doubt him and said with a smile, "Go ahead. I'm at home." The next day, Sia Fong went to Beijing through space. This courtyard is close to Shikahai. It is not far from Hohai Lake, and it is not far from Yandexi Street and Nanlua Guxiang. Sia Fong naturally knew that in another 20 or 30 years, this place would be a place where every inch of land in Beijing would be worth a lot of money. By then, even if you have money, you may not be able to buy a courtyard house nearby. Of course, even in this era, this location is one of the most prosperous locations in Beijing. The owner of the house is the same as Cui Xiaodong, who sold the rosewood couch to Sia Fong before. They are all ancestral property. He planned to sell the courtyard house, exchange it for gold, and wanted to sneak to the south. Therefore, he was in a hurry to sell it, and the way he found it was also wild, otherwise he would not be able to find Dahe. However, his asking price was too high, so after selling it for more than half a year, no one was interested, otherwise he would not have waited for Sia Fong for so long. Sia Fong asked Dahe softly, "How much does he want?" Dahe gestured 60,000?
Sia Fong asked.
Dahe nodded. "I thought he was making fun of me at first. Who can come up with 60,000 yuan these days? And, from what he said, he wants gold bars. 60,000 yuan, 10 yuan apiece, how high will it be?"
And
people in the south won't recognize it. However, if there are really no gold bars, then money will do. He can go to the south and find a way to exchange it for gold. Sia Fong understood after hearing this. He was probably planning to steal. What does it mean to go to Hong Kong City? This courtyard house must be worth 60,000 yuan, and it is valuable because the yard itself is empty. It has not been allocated to other citizens and turned into a slum. At that time, there is no need to haggle with these residents, and the property rights are clear. But 60,000 yuan is not enough for Sia Fong. Since the beginning of the year, her business with Luo Chung has become a little more frequent. In addition to ginseng, she has also started to supply other Chinese medicinal materials. Luo Chung once asked her if she had any Western medicine, and she only sold Western medicine a few times later. However, the Western medicine she stockpiled in her space is limited, so she only supplies it in small quantities. Scarcity makes things valuable. Besides, if Western medicine becomes popular, if she sells grains indiscriminately, it will be too ostentatious. She has also traded grains several times. However, grains are now subject to unified purchase and sale, and the price cannot be raised. The profit is actually average, so it is better to sell medicinal materials. With the income from this period, plus the money she saved before, she only has 40,000 yuan in her hand now, and she still needs 20,000 yuan. Following Dahe to the courtyard, Sia Fong looked around. This is a courtyard with 2 entrances, and the place is not small. Sia Fong is quite satisfied. In 30 or 40 years, the prices in this area will be sky high. Now it is only 60,000, which is really not expensive. However, she is short of money, and it is impossible for her to not bargain at all and be a sucker. After asking the price, Sia Fong asked lightly, "Can you bargain?" The owner looked arrogant and said in a hoarse voice, "Do you know the goods? This is the ancestral property of the royal family. Bargain. Turn left when you go out. No one will see you off." Sia Fong listened and was about to go out without saying a word. Dahe quickly grabbed her. "Sister, don't go. Let's discuss it. I see you like this courtyard quite a bit." Sia Fong deliberately showed a lack of interest and said, "The courtyard is good. But 60,000 yuan is too expensive. At this price, I can buy 2 houses in other places. No matter how good the location is, it's not worth it." Dahe walked up to the owner and whispered, Old Zhang, say something. I have asked all over Beijing for you. What time is it now? If anyone has 10 yuan of spare money, then he is a rich family. There are really no people who can afford so much at once. I know you are thinking about someone directly exchanging gold with you. But think about it. If someone has 10 gold bars at home, then what is the need for your courtyard? I am sure they have it too. Besides, even if there are gold bars, who dares to take them out and trade with you openly? This sister was introduced by Luo Cheng. Don't you believe Luo Ji's reputation in Beijing? Let me tell you this. Only this sister can afford the price you want. If you still want to wait, then I have nothing to say. I don't have the ability to be the middleman for your business. The owner had obviously heard of Luo Cheng's name, and he couldn't help but be moved. He pulled Dahe aside and asked in a low voice, Dahe, I heard that Luo Cheng, Brother Luo, has a way to the southern port city. If you promise to ask Brother Luo for me and help me when the time comes, I will sell it at a lower price. Dahe looked at the owner with a sneer and said, Lao Zhang, you have a good plan? For such a risky thing, even if you sell it at half the price, it may not be enough to pay Brother Luo. The owner felt a little painful. You want to sell it at half the price? Lao Zhang knew a lot about the way to the port city. Luo Cheng's way is not actually for this, but it is the safest. If Luo Cheng is willing to help, it will be the most foolproof. The owner thought for a long time before gritting his teeth and said, Okay, half is half. As long as Brother Luo is willing to help me, I will sell this courtyard house for 30,000. Dahe had no way to decide for Luo Cheng, but he promised the owner to talk to Luo Cheng. Therefore, when Dahe came over again, he said to Sia Fong Fong, the owner said he would think about it again, or should we come again tomorrow? Sia Fong Fong nodded and agreed. Her psychological price was 45,000, but she estimated that the final price would be 50,000 to 55,000. Of course, if the owner really insisted on 60,000 and refused to let go, she would probably buy it. In short, everything depends on human efforts. However, she only had 40,000, and she was still short of 10,000 or 20,000. At this time, Sia Fong Fong began to regret that she had been too careless about making money and getting rich in the past 2 years, so now she can't even take out 60,000 yuan. Never mind, even if it's a bit of a loss, if it really doesn't work, she can use the gold bars she hoarded to pay part of it. She hoarded gold bars just to prevent the emergency use in case she urgently needed a lot of money and couldn't take it out for the time being. After leaving the courtyard, Sia Fong Fong returned to the rented house and then returned home through the space. Dahe went to find Luo Cheng as soon as he went out. Luo Cheng happened to be in Beijing these days, but he was busy with other things, so Sia Fong Fong's affairs were left to Dahe. Dahe told Luo Cheng what the owner of the courtyard meant and asked, Brother Luo, I know that you usually sell materials and goods, not people, when it comes to the port city. However, this time I wanted Lao Zhang to lower the price, and I didn't say much after I talked my mouth off.
You see.
How about you agree once for the sake of Sister Warner? If Brother Luo agrees, I think Sister Warner likes the house very much. Wait until tomorrow. Let Lao Zhang give a discount of 5,000 or 10,000. At that time, he will give Brother Luo 20,000 with the money he got from Sister Warner. In this way, we give Sister Warner face and make a profit, which is not bad. Luo Cheng pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay. You tell Lao Zhang that I will make an exception and take him once. Dahe couldn't help but be stunned when he heard it.
This
is too straightforward to agree? You know, Luo Cheng has always been a very principled person. Just for this matter, he has never made an exception even if he makes more money. He actually agreed, without thinking today. Then, should we let Lao Zhang get a discount of 5,000 or 10,000? Dahe asked tentatively. Luo Cheng looked up at Dahe and said sarcastically, Look at your lack of ambition. What, 5,000 or 10,000? Didn't Lao Zhang say that he could get a discount of half? Let him get a discount of half. Dahe stuttered, Luo. Brother Luo, shall we not take a penny? Luo Cheng looked at him. What do you think?
Dahe.
Dahe. Brother Luo, are you sure you really don't like Sister Warner? You really don't want to date her? Otherwise, 30,000, just give it as a favor? Luo Cheng raised his hand as if to slap him. I'm going to slap you. Didn't I say it? You're already married and have kids. Am I such a cheap guy? Can't find a wife or what? And you're still chasing after her? Dahe dodged cleverly and couldn't help muttering, if you can find one, go find it. I've been talking for years, and I haven't even seen the shadow of a girl. Luo Cheng cracked his hands. What are you mumbling about? Dahe ran away with a strong desire to survive. Nothing to mutter. I said that, brother Luo. You will definitely find a partner soon and get out of being single. Luo Cheng looked at Dahe running away and couldn't help but laugh and curse. Giving Sia Fong Fong this favor. Well, 30,000 is a bit big. How many business trips would he have to make to earn it back? However, the words were already said, and he had no reason to take them back. To say that he had no selfish motives for Sia Fong Fong with this gift, that would be a lie. But more of it was actually to prevent Sia Fong Fong from breaking off business with him in the future. During these days, he still couldn't figure out where Sia Fong Fong got so many supplies, but he really made money. For example, he tried to get those Western medicines from Hong Kong, but sometimes he couldn't get them, but Sia Fong Fong just gave them to him in boxes. He made thousands of yuan just from those Western medicines. However, Sia Fong Fong was not very active in making money, and she would give up easily. So, he did a favor to Sia Fong Fong today just to improve their business relationship. The next day, Sia Fong Fong came again and was stunned when she heard that the owner of the courtyard, Lao Xiang, was willing to sell it at half the price, only 30,000 yuan. She wanted to ask the owner if he was kicked in the head by a donkey in his dream last night and became stupid. Of course not. Lao Xiang sold it at half the price, and he looked happy and worried, for fear that Sia Fong Fong would change his mind and not buy it. No matter how stupid Sia Fong Fong was, she guessed that the price was reduced, but the favor was probably owed. However, for the sake of the courtyard house, she accepted it for the time being. She handed over the 30,000 yuan she had prepared, a total of 3,000 big unity notes and 30 thick stacks of money to Lao Xiang, and got the key and title deed of the courtyard house from Lao Xiang. She also wrote a document for the transfer of the house. They both signed and pressed their fingerprints, and the transaction was completed. Sia Fong Fong directly gave Dahe 300 yuan as the middleman fee. Dahe couldn't help but sigh that Sia Fong Fong was really generous. He was just grinding his lips. Although he had inquired for several months, it was just by the way. The 300 yuan was still easy to earn. After coming out of the courtyard house, Sia Fong Fong asked, Dahe, Luo Cheng is in Beijing, right? I want to see him. Dahe was a little embarrassed, but he couldn't resist Sia Fong Fong, so he took her there. Luo Cheng's grandfather's residence was also a courtyard house, which was not far from Sia Fong Fong's. Sia Fong Fong didn't hesitate and took out the remaining 10,000 yuan from her and put it on the table. The 10 yuan unity bill had a total of 10 stacks. Luo Cheng looked up at her, smiled, and evaded the question, what does this mean? Sia Fong Fong smiled and said, it's the money for buying the courtyard house. I don't like to owe favors to others. I'll owe you the remaining 20,000 first and pay you back later. Sia Fong Fong interrupted him and smiled. Luo Cheng, don't lie in front of me, right? That old Zhang might be able to give me a discount, but he took the initiative to reduce the price by half, and he was afraid that I wouldn't buy it. If I still can't see anything, wouldn't I be a fool? Luo Cheng smiled a little guilty and simply admitted generously, alas. That's true. However, I'm not doing this for you, but purely for the future business between us. If you really want to pay back the money, let's do this. I'll keep the 10,000 and consider it as old Zhang giving you a discount of 20,000. For the rest, you can sell me more supplies in the future. That's all. What do you think? After hearing this, Sia Fong Fong still felt that she had not repaid the favor, but it was reasonable, so she agreed. After the matter was resolved, Sia Fong Fong went home. Luo Cheng sent her to the door and asked Dahe to accompany her to the house he rented. When they were leaving the alley, they were seen by someone.
Hey.
How's he? Come and take a look. Does the woman who passed by in front look like your sister-in-law? Sister-in-law? What sister-in-law?
Hey.
Why can't you use your brain? It's our captain's wife. Are you crazy? Did you see it wrong? Isn't Captain Li's wife a rural person? How could she appear here? Besides, you only saw her once. How can you remember it so clearly? TSK. Look for yourself. I think she looks alike. The man called Housie listened and took a casual look. It didn't matter if he took a look, but he became serious. She
really looks alike. But
why did she walk with that guy called Dahe? Don't talk nonsense. There are so many people who look alike in the world. Maybe we have made a mistake. Let's go back and send a telegram to the commander and make a decision after talking about it. The two men were soldiers under Li Lan. Because they were on rotation this time, they did not go on a mission together. Li Lan asked them to help investigate the incident of Li Chang coming to the city to sell jade 2 days ago. The two men were both scouts and were good at disguise. After hanging around in the black market for 2 days, they found out that it was Dahe's men who bought the jade. This time they followed Dahe, so they met Sia Fong Fong. In addition to them, another person saw it.
Funanseng frowned slightly.
It was true that they looked a bit like each other just now. But it doesn't make sense. How could Sia Fong Fong know Luo Cheng?
Or
was it Luo Cheng's girlfriend, who just happened to look a bit like Sia Fong Fong? Fu Nanjing decided to ask directly. After knocking on the door, Luo Cheng opened the door and let him in when he heard it was him. Fu Nanjing asked straight to the point. The girl who just went out is your girlfriend? It turned out that Luo Cheng was from the same compound as the Fu family. He was about the same age as Fu Nanjing, so they had a close relationship. After Luo Cheng's grandfather passed away, Luo Cheng followed his parents to Shanghai for work transfer. However, when Luo Cheng came back to Beijing later, his relationship with Fu Nanjing was not unfamiliar, and they were still good friends. Luo Cheng sighed and said, "Look at my face." Fu Nanjing was expressionless for a moment and said, "You are not as handsome as me. What should I look at?" Luo Cheng said unhappily, "Am I asking you to look at me as if I have hit on the peach blossom luck? I thought, as soon as I confessed, I was rejected. She's married. No hope."
Funanseng frowned again.
Married? It can't really be. What's her name? Luo Cheng stared at her vigilantly. Why are you asking this? You don't fall in love with her too, do you?
What?
Planning to give up you. Fu Nanjing looked up and glared at him. Luo Cheng swallowed the name, sighed and said, "Ah, you two are really. Forget it. Can I stop talking?" Fu Nanjing said, "Don't change the subject. What's the name of that girl just now?" Luo Cheng said, "Her name is Dongwan. I just met her by chance before, nothing serious."
Don Juan?
Even the names are similar. Fu Nanjing was a little entangled. Could it be that the person was really Sia Fong Fong?
But
isn't she in the countryside? Why did she come to Beijing? Because he had a letter of introduction, it was possible to come to Beijing to visit relatives. But under normal circumstances, it is easy to get a letter of introduction to go to one's own county, but it is not so easy to get one to cross provinces or come to the city, especially Beijing, without a legitimate reason. But it really looks like it. If it is true, did Luo Cheng really not lie just now? Does he really have nothing to do with Sia Fong Fong? If Luo Cheng really has something to do with Sia Fong Fong, should he stand on Li Zhan's side or on Sia Fong Fong's side? Although the family has also checked Sia Fong Fong's background, they have not found evidence to prove that Sia Fong Fong is his lost sister, but just because she looked so much like his mother, he felt that it was almost certain, and he already regarded Sia Fong Fong as his sister. But Li Zhan was also close to his family, and he had treated her like a brother over the years. It was really a headache for him to make a choice all of a sudden.
And
whether to tell Li Zhan about this was also a question. Sia Fong Fong didn't know that she had been seen, and she still returned to the village through space. As a result, she saw that the village was organizing people to go into the mountains. Secretary Zhao saw her from a distance and said, "Li Zhan's wife, you must not be anxious." Sia Fong Fong's heart sank inexplicably after hearing this, and she looked at Secretary Zhao with wide eyes. Secretary Zhao said softly, "Alas, your triplets and Xiaowen are missing. The village and I have gathered all the strong laborers to search the mountains. Don't worry, we will definitely find them. Alas. Li Zhan's wife, are you okay? Xiaoyan, come here quickly. Secretary Zhao's daughter-in-law Wu Xiaoyan hurried forward and supported Sia Fong Fong, who has almost fainted. Oh my god. Fong Fong, don't scare me. Wake up quickly. When Sia Fong Fong heard Secretary Zhao say it's missing, she was numb. The panic of losing the most precious thing in an instant. Her hands and feet were weak, her brain froze, and her face was filled with grief. Wu Xiaoyan's voice came from afar, and Sia Fong Fong's consciousness was finally focused. Her 3 children and Xiaowen were missing.
No. How could they be missing?
Human traffickers? Or were they killed by wild beasts in the mountains?
No.
She must not collapse. Otherwise, how can she find her children? Secretary Zhao said anxiously. Xiaoyan, you and Qinqi, send Li Zhan's wife home. You stay with her first, and don't let her do anything stupid. Also, the same goes for her mother Lin Yiru. Let Li Jie's wife keep a close eye on her and don't let anything happen again. Wu Xiaoyan and Qinqi came up and whispered, Huan Huan? Sister-in-law Waner, you must hold on. The whole village has been looking for her. We will definitely find her. As they spoke, they tried to take Sia Fong Fong home. Sia Fong Fong had recovered by now. She shook her head and whispered, I'm fine. Don't hold me. I want to go home quickly. Wu Xiaoyan and Qinqi looked at each other in bewilderment.
Is she
really okay? But they still let go of her hands obediently, and Sia Fong Fong actually ran home at full speed. The two had to hurry up to catch up. Sia Fong Fong looked really wrong. If it were someone else, they would have burst into tears when they heard that the child was lost. Apart from the fact that Sia Fong Fong fainted due to anger just now, she has not cried yet. However, they naturally would not think that Sia Fong Fong was heartless and indifferent. When encountering such a big change, people's brains are still numb, unable to react, disbelief, escaping from reality, etc. are all normal reactions. On the contrary, this reaction may be much more dangerous than crying loudly. There are also many people who do not cry or make a fuss, but cannot get over a hurdle and fall to the ground and never wake up again. Lin Yiru has cried so hard that she has passed out. If Zhou Qiuhe hadn't stopped her, she would have jumped into the well. Xiaowu and Beibei also raised their heads and cried loudly. Zhou Qiuhe was still persuading. Auntie Lin, no one wants to encounter this. There are so many children in our village. Aren't the older ones taking the younger ones out to play? Who would have thought that they would be lost? Maybe they were playful and followed their brother into the mountains to play and got lost? The whole village is looking for them. They will definitely be found. You said that if you couldn't think straight and really jumped into the well, wouldn't Huan Huan be even more sad when she came back? Lin Yiru was so anxious that her hair turned a lot white during the whole afternoon. She cried so hard that she couldn't even breathe. She said self-reproachfully, Waner
told me
to keep a close eye on the children these days, and why didn't I listen? Yen Yen.
Yay. Yao Yao. Xiaowen.
How can I report to my daughters?
Ugh.
When Sia Fong Fong came in, Lin Yiru burst into tears, feeling even more upset and guilty. Sia Fong Fong's mind was still blank. She walked over, pulled Lin Yiru, and said, Mom, don't cry first. Tell me what happened at that time first. Lin Yiru burst into tears and couldn't say a complete sentence after talking for a long time. Zhou Qiuhe had to tell what she heard. Aunt Lin was cooking in the house at that time. I heard from my Yingying and Huan Huan that Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei took the triplets out to play. They have been playing in the east end of the village recently, and the adults in the village don't go there very often. These past 2 days, it seems that there is an unfamiliar woman who always hangs in front of them and takes out rice cakes or fruit candies to share with them. However, Xiaowen and the triplets shook their heads and refused. Today, when there were no people in the late afternoon, Xiaowen and the triplets were going to take the triplets home, but suddenly several adults rushed over and took the triplets away, without saying a word. Xiaowen, they have been playing in the east end of the village recently, and the adults in the village. There was also an adult who threatened the children and told them not to shout, otherwise he would take them away too. The children were so scared that they didn't dare to say a word. After a long while, the men covered the triplets' mouths and went into the mountains, and then the man left. Xiaowen asked Xiaowu and Beibei to come back to report the news, and he chased towards the mountain. After the other children returned home, the village knew about it. Secretary Zhao immediately organized the strong laborers in the village to search in the mountains. After Zhou Qiuhe finished speaking, she began to comfort. Huan you. Don't worry. Secretary Zhao has sent someone to the county to send a telegram to Li Zhan, and the county has also reported it. If Li Zhan receives the telegram, he should be able to come back soon. Yes, Huan. Our whole village is looking for them, and those rascals will definitely not escape. Wu Xiaoyan and Qin Qi also advised. But even though they advised, they had no idea at all. Those people. I'm afraid they're most likely human traffickers. If that's the case, they might have already explored the way in the mountains, and no one knows where they have gone. Although the villagers of Qingshui village usually go into the mountains, there are wolves and blind bears in the deep mountains, and the roads in the mountains are even more complicated. Compared with the human traffickers who have already explored the way, whether they can find the children back is really another matter. And Xiaowen, such a young child, went into the mountains. It was almost dark. Wild wolves and wild boars were roaming. A child of 6 or 7 years old was probably in danger. Sia Huan forced herself to cheer herself up, not to cry, not to collapse. Now is not the time to regret and blame herself and want to die. Otherwise, her children might really not be found. Those people have also seen other children? Or did they just go and hug Yan, Ye and Yao Yao?
Sia Huan asked.
Zhou Qiuhe recalled what Ying said and then said, "It seems that they went straight to Yan and the others." However, this matter is really strange. A few days ago, that woman was hanging around nearby, giving candy to children, and other children in the village took it to eat. Even if they want to kidnap, children who have eaten candy will definitely be easier to deceive. Several of your little ones shook their heads and said no.
But
it may also be because the triplets are relatively small and easier to take away. Did they leave anything behind? Sia Huan asked again. Her guess in her heart was that it was either human traffickers or kidnapping in the future. After all, they lived a good life, and it was possible that someone was jealous and wanted to extort some money. If there was a note asking for a ransom, it would at least prove that the children were temporarily safe. If it was human traffickers, the safety of the children should be guaranteed for the time being. After all, they are seeking money. But Sia Huan always felt that such a tough method did not seem like human traffickers. Zhou Qiuhe thought about it, shook her head and said, "It seems not." At this time, Xiao Wu and Beibei on the side cried and said, "Yes.
Mom, yes."
That bad guy gave us a piece of paper, but the paper was later taken away by Li Xiang to make an airplane. After hearing these words, Sia Huan stood up immediately and walked straight to the kitchen. Zhou Qiuhe was a little confused when she saw this. A piece of paper? What's written on it? Oh my God. It can't be that they are human traffickers. They are the ones in the play. They are asking for a ransom, right? In this era, every household has a hard time, especially in the countryside, where people can't even get enough food. Therefore, the villagers, including Zhou Qiuhe, have a preconceived idea that it must be human traffickers, and they never thought of kidnappers. After all, if you want to kidnap, it is definitely more cost-effective to kidnap children in the city. You can get a ransom with a salary of dozens of yuan a month. People in the countryside don't have any money at all. However, Li Zhan is a soldier outside and has an allowance every month, so it is very likely that he will be targeted. At this time, Sia Huan had already come out with a kitchen knife. Zhou Qiuhe, Wu Xiaoyun, and Qin Qi, as well as Lin Yuru, who was crying breathlessly, were all scared. Huan, you are. Don't be impulsive.
Huan.
It's all Mom's fault, you. You must not do anything stupid. Is Sia Huan unable to bear the stimulation and going crazy? Or is she going to commit suicide? Sia Huan's beautiful eyes widened, and she said in a cold voice, "Get out of the way. I'm not crazy, but if you try to stop me, I might really go crazy. Several people didn't dare to stop her. Wu Xiaoyan quickly asked Qinqi to run and call for help. She and Zhou Qiuhe didn't dare to stop Xia Huanhuan, so they could only quickly follow her to see what she was going to do with the kitchen knife. Xia Huanhuan went straight into Li Chang's house. The triplets were abducted, and the other strong laborers in the village went into the mountains to search for people. But Li Chang didn't go. He secretly sold the jade, and after it was made, the truth was revealed, and he was forced by Li Jie to write an IOU. Therefore, he hated Li Jie and Li Zhan in his heart. Hearing that the triplets were taken away, he was so happy in his heart that he didn't have time to help find them. Li Sheng and Li Jiaojiao were playing with the paper airplane in the yard. When Wang Guixiang saw Xia Huanhuan entering her yard, she wanted to scold her like a shrew and scold Xia Huanhuan out. As a result, before she opened her mouth, she saw the kitchen knife in Xia Huanhuan's hand and was scared. Oh my God! With a howl, he hid behind Li Chang. Li Chang was also afraid. While retreating, he said in a trembling voice, Xia Huanhuan.
You.
What are you going to do? Didn't I just go into the mountains to help find your son? Can I go now? Put down the kitchen knife first. Li Sheng and Li Jiaojiao didn't dare to play anymore. Looking at the ferocious Xia Huanhuan, they were scared to cry. Xia Huanhuan stared at Li Chang and said in a hoarse voice, Give me your son's paper airplane. Li Chang and Wang Guixiang were stunned for a moment. You.
What do you want? Paper.
Paper airplane? Xia Huanhuan said coldly. Stop talking nonsense. Give it to me or not. Give it to me or not. Li Chang howled like a ghost and quickly took the paper plane from Li Sheng and handed it to Xia Huanhuan tremblingly. Li Sheng was still holding on and didn't want to give it, but Li Chang slapped him twice. He immediately became obedient and burst into tears with his head tilted back. Xia Huanhuan took the paper plane and quickly opened it. As expected, there was a line of crooked words written on it. 200 yuan for a child. Take 600 yuan and ask Liu Lan to send the child to the mountains, and we will return the child to you. Otherwise, in just one line of words, there were several typos. There was no doubt that it was a letter demanding a ransom. However, why did they so clearly ask Liu Lan to deliver the ransom? Xia Huanhuan turned around abruptly and looked at the house opposite where Liu Lan lived. It was not a big deal, but suddenly there was a crisp sound of a door closing. It was obvious that Liu Lan was peeking just now and found that Xia Huanhuan was looking over here, so she closed the door in a panic. Xia Huanhuan's heart moved, and she turned and walked towards Liu Lan's house. She felt that something was wrong with Liu Lan a few days ago, and today, something happened to the children. It was too coincidental. What's more, the ransom specifically asked her to deliver it. Xia Huanhuan kicked the door open with one foot. Liu Lan saw Xia Huanhuan holding a knife, looking like a killing god from Hades, and was really scared.
You. Xia Huanhuan, you.
What do you want to do?
I don't know anything.
With just one sentence, Xia Huanhuan was sure that Liu Lan must be involved. Wu Xiaoyan and Zhou Qiuhe chased after her, and were shocked to see Xia Huanhuan enter Liu Lan's room. They were about to chase her in to dissuade her. But before they came in, Xia Huanhuan locked the door from the inside. At the same time, Qinqi also rushed over with several other women in the village who could be called and surrounded the door. Liu Lan was really scared this time. Ever since she was deliberately pushed down by Xia Huanhuan in the yard, she began to be afraid of Xia Huanhuan and dared not confront her head-on. Now, Xia Huanhuan locked the door from the inside with a kitchen knife in her hand, which was even more terrifying. Woo. You. Duent, come over. I really don't know anything. If you dare to kill me, you will also have to go to labor camp. Liu Lan's screams were heard outside, and people anxiously knocked on the door and advised, Huanhuan, calm down. Your 3 children were taken away. We know you are sad, but this matter has nothing to do with your mother-in-law. And Liu Lan, don't do anything stupid. Xia Huanhuan was unmoved, still staring, walked straight to Liu Lan, and put the kitchen knife to her neck. Liu Lan, if anything happens to my children, I will definitely not live alone anymore. Do you think I will be afraid of labor reform or jail? With a knife on her neck, Liu Lan fell to the ground, her hands and feet weak, unable to move. She sobbed and said, "Woo-woo. Don't kill me.
I don't want to die."
Sia Fong Fong then spoke again faintly. "If you don't want to die, then confess obediently.
Tell me.
Did you collude with someone to take my children away and then ask for money?" Liu Lan still insisted. I really don't know." The kitchen knife in Sia Fong Fong's hand sharply cut the skin on the side of Liu Lan's neck. The pain scared Liu Lan so much that she urinated incontinently. I'll tell you. I'll tell you," Liu Lan cried. "It's my ex-lover. He found me years ago and wanted to threaten me and ask me for money. Where did I have the money? He said he would beat me, and I really had no choice but to remember that you had the allowance sent back by Li Zhan, which must be a lot of money. I told him, but I really didn't know that he would take your child away."
Whoa. Sia Fong Fong sneered. "You didn't know?"
"If you didn't know, the letter they left asked you to send the money? They didn't even say where to meet and when to send it. How did you know where to send it?" Liu Lan was suddenly at a loss for words.
"Speak, or die."
"Your choice," Sia Fong Fong said dimly. The kitchen knife in her hand was aimed at Liu Lan's neck. "I'll tell you. I know their hideout in the mountains. We agreed to wait for 3 days and then take the money to them at the latest 3 days later." Liu Lan didn't say anything, and then she didn't release the children, but killed them directly. Only if something happened to the children, Li Zhan would blame Sia Fong Fong for not taking good care of the children, causing the children to get into trouble. Only then would it be possible to divorce Sia Fong Fong. At that time, she would go and have a good talk with Li Zhan, swearing and begging for forgiveness, and in the future, she would rely on Li Zhan to support her in her old age. Liu Lan certainly didn't dare to say these plans. She cried, I can lead the way for you and find the little guys back. Please don't kill me. Woo woo woo." At this time, the door was also knocked open by the people outside. Secretary Zhao and the village women's director came over. However, after they entered the room, they did not stop Sia Fong Fong. They also heard what Liu Lan said just now. Although Sia Fong Fong used a kitchen knife to scare her troops, it seems that Liu Lan is not innocent at all. The women who came in looked at Liu Lan coldly, and they all spitted poo to express their disgust. Sia Fong Fong was still too kind. If their child was kidnapped by Liu Lan, the kitchen knife would have been swung down impulsively, and how could she cry for no reason? Seeing the door being knocked open and everyone else coming in, Sia Fong Fong turned around, looked at Secretary Zhao with cold eyes, and said, "Secretary Zhao, I know it's wrong for me to do this. After my little guys are found, I will accept whatever the village or county wants to do with me." Secretary Zhao was also indignant about Liu Lan's confession just now. The women's director on the side said, "Huan Huan, don't worry. No one saw anything today. It was Liu Lan who turned herself in because she felt guilty." Everyone reacted after hearing this and said in unison, "Yes, we can all testify. Liu Lan is such a bad person." Secretary Zhao didn't say anything else. He asked the two women to pull Liu Lan up and then immediately let her lead the way to find the hiding place of those people in the mountains. However, they were also afraid that if they moved too much, the criminals would find out that something was wrong and harm the little guys. Therefore, they still planned to let a woman of similar stature to Liu Lan wear Liu Lan's clothes, pretend to be Liu Lan, take the money, and go over to trade. The others would quietly form an encirclement based on the place provided by Liu Lan and gradually narrow the encirclement. Sia Fong Fong couldn't wait for all this. After listening to the location of the mountain described by Liu Lan, she sneaked into the mountain directly. The location Liu Lan mentioned was the location is in the very hinterland of this forest, and it is relatively hidden. It would take too much time to wait for the search team to arrive there. After entering the mountain, she immediately entered the space and teleported to the bushes near the location Liu Lan mentioned. Fortunately, she had probably walked all over this mountain in the past 2 years, and she knew the place Liu Lan mentioned, so she could teleport here in an instant. Unfortunately, she still came up empty-handed. There were bloodstains, torn clothes, and fallen shoes on the ground, but no one was seen. Sia Huanhuan's heart skipped a beat. This clearly looked like she had been attacked. No wonder she heard a sound similar to that of a civil warehouse just now. Maybe it was the sound of the gang opening the wood warehouse to fight the beast that was about to attack them. Could it be that her children had been killed? Since these criminals took the children away for money, they definitely had no conscience. If they were really attacked by a beast, then, in order to survive, their first reaction would definitely be to throw the children who had no ability to fight back to the beast. So as to buy time to escape.
No.
No way. Her children must still be alive. Otherwise, she, as a mother, would definitely feel it.
Impossible.
Sia Huanhuan got up and began to chase forward along the traces left by some people who fled in a panic.
Then
I saw 2 people who had become unrecognizable and died miserably. Sia Huanhuan almost vomited again. She stepped back and traced other traces again. She did not find any dead people, but found a small shoe. Sia Huanhuan hugged the small shoe and finally couldn't help crying. However, she didn't dare to delay any more time, nor did she dare to use space again, for fear of missing any corner. She didn't dare to use a flashlight or something like that for lighting, for fear that the gangsters or beasts would see Zhao Ming and find her. Fortunately, after walking in the dark for a long time, she could see the surrounding scenes in front of her. Even so, her clothes were scratched in many places, she fell several times, and her body was also knocked or scratched in many places. But she had no time to care. Now, even if the sky fell, it was not as important as her finding her children. Suddenly, a child's cry was heard in the silent forest. Sia Huanhuan's heart tightened, and then she burst into tears of joy. She recognized that it was Yi Ye's cry. At least it proved that Yi. No, the children were still alive. However, the cry only sounded for a moment, and then it stopped abruptly. Then, suddenly, there was a sound of a wooden box. I don't know if it was because of the sound of the wooden box that the crying sounded again. This time, Sia Huanhuan heard that it was the cry of all 3 cubs. Sia Huanhuan was happy, anxious, and afraid. She was also worried about whether Xiaowen was okay. She immediately entered the space and tried to teleport to the place where the sound came from. After coming out of the space, Sia Huanhuan heard the sound of a wooden box again, followed by a painful howl of a wolf, as if it was injured. The sound was very close to her. It is difficult to judge the direction by sound alone. Sia Huanhuan often goes into the mountains and listens to the noises more often, so she can judge the general direction correctly. However, she only teleported to a place closer through space. Now she still has to follow the sound to find the way. There are few people in the deep mountains in this area, so the road is difficult to walk. Suddenly, there was a sound from the bushes next to her. Sia Huanhuan stopped and held a dagger tightly in her hand. However, after a while, a half-grown wolf came out of the bushes. After seeing her, he came forward intimately and circled around her feet. Sia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment before she recognized that this was one of the 2 wolf cubs she helped save in winter. She didn't expect that they had grown so big in just 2 or 3 months. The wolf circled around her twice, then let out a low growl and ran in one direction. Sia Huanhuan followed immediately. After walking for a while, they arrived at a hidden place in the bushes. Several larger snow wolves were hiding in the bushes vigilantly. The snow wolves seemed to recognize her. One of them looked at her and turned to walk inside. Sia Huanhuan walked around the big rock and saw Yan, Ye, and Yao Yao snuggling beside their brother Xiaowen in the night, sobbing in fear, sleepiness, and grievance. No wonder they were afraid. If it were daytime, the cubs would probably think that the wolves were big dogs, and they would not be afraid because they looked furry. But now it was late at night, and the eyes of the snow wolves were like small light bulbs. Even if adults met them on the night road, they would be afraid, let alone a few children. However, seeing that they were safe and sound, Sia Huanhuan's legs softened in an instant, and she fell to the ground, tears falling down. This time, it seemed that the snow wolves saved her children.
Fortunately,
she had helped them before, and now they will repay her kindness with a spring. Sia Fong Fong almost trembled as she rushed over and hugged the triplets and Xiaowen in her arms. However, she still remembered that there should be surviving criminals nearby, so she lowered her voice and choked. Xiaowen yen yen ye yao yao, I'm sorry, mommy is late. The triplets were tired of crying, and they rubbed their eyes with their fists and were about to fall asleep. At this moment, they smelled the smell of their mother and woke up again and cried wow. She cried out again and again, Mom.
I want Mom.
Xiaowen's tears also fell, but he still quickly covered Yanyan's mouth, hurriedly put his fingers in front of his mouth, and whispered, Be good, don't shout. Otherwise, the bad guys will come to catch us again. After hearing this, the triplets remembered that their brother had just told them not to quarrel, otherwise those bad uncles would come to hug them and beat them again. They were so scared that they dared not cry. Their little hands tightly grasped Sia Fong Fong's clothes and trembled. Sia Fong Fong was almost heartbroken. She protected the 4 children in her arms and whispered, Be good. With Mom here, I will never let those bad guys take you away again. As she said, she checked the bodies of the 4 little kids. The triplets didn't suffer any serious injuries, but their faces and hands were covered with mud. Xiaowen's clothes were torn because he had been chasing into the mountains, and there were also traces of scratches on his hands and feet by branches. Sia Fong Fong couldn't help but feel distressed and grateful. Fortunately, Xiaowen chased in. Otherwise, even if the 1-year-old cubs were rescued by the snow wolf pack, they would have cried and screamed, exposing their location and being shot by the gangsters with wooden warehouses. Sia Fong Fong took out Yunnan Baiyao from her pocket and applied the medicine to his more serious wounds, saying, Let's do this for tonight. When we get down the mountain tomorrow, Mom will bandage you. Xiaowen nodded obediently. At this time, I don't know if the triplets' crying was heard, but a low voice was heard from another place in the forest. Boss, listening to the noises of those kids, they should have come from over there. What should we do? Another person said, Bah, they are so lucky. We thought that if we threw them into the wolf pack, we could delay the wolves and we could escape, but we didn't expect that the wolves didn't eat them. This is strange. 2 of our people died because they couldn't run away in time. The wolves didn't eat those 3 1-year-old kids and the little boy who followed us in without knowing the consequences.
Boss.
What should we do now? Let us run away.
Bah.
Run away. 5 or 6 brothers came to do this, and 2 of them are dead before we even saw the money. If I don't avenge this, I won't be called Chui Lao San. Besides, do you think you can run away? This wolf pack is cunning, and it seems that there are more than 10 of them. Do you believe that we will be torn to pieces by them as soon as we go out?
Then,
what should we do? One person said with a sad face. You useless idiot. Why are you crying? We have plenty of ammunition. Why should we be afraid of wolves? Come 1, beat 1. Come 2, beat a pair. Let's wait until tomorrow morning. Then we can think of how to escape. That which Liu Lan dared to cheat me, I will beat her to death. And those little guys, if they fall into my hands tomorrow, I will personally smash them to death to avenge our brothers.
Boss.
We should ask for the ransom first and then kill them. Otherwise our brothers will have died in vain? Nonsense. I don't know.
Do you need me to teach me?
As these conversations were going on, a wolf's painful howl was suddenly heard, and the other wolves heard it and howled to the sky one after another, as if they were grieving for the injured wolf. The gangsters' conversation could be heard faintly again. Old 5, go and drag the injured wolf in. If we can't get away, we can still eat wolf meat to fill our stomachs. The gangster called Old 5 didn't dare to do that. Boss, didn't you just say that you would be torn to pieces by wolves if you go out? I'm not hungry yet. Let us wait until tomorrow morning. The wolf is injured. It will probably bleed to death tomorrow morning. It won't be too late to drag it back. The boss was almost mad. Waste. But he also knew that the wolves were in the dark and they were in the light. 2 people had already died, and now there were only 4 people left. If 1 more person went out, it would be even more disadvantageous to them. Therefore, he didn't say anything else. Sia Fong Fong was planning to save the injured wolf in her heart. Hearing the howling of these wolves, she knew that the wolf was probably seriously injured. Snow wolves usually try to avoid people and live in the mountains. They will not confront humans head-on unless it is necessary. After the wolf cubs were captured last time, they went to the village to rescue the cubs and then retreated deeper into the mountains. So, if it weren't for saving her children, they would definitely avoid this group of criminals and hide far away. And now they not only attacked the criminals, but also protected several cubs, and now a wolf was injured. She couldn't sit idly by and do nothing for emotional and logical reasons. Because their mother was around, and they were frightened and hungry all night, the three cubs snuggled up to Sia Fong Fong and fell asleep. Xiaowen also dozed off with his head down. Sia Fong Fong gently put the triplets on the ground, and then got up on tiptoe. A female wolf seemed to have a spirit, quietly walking over, lying down where Sia Fong Fong had just been, replacing Sia Fong Fong's position. The triplets were uneasy for a moment because of their mother's departure, but they soon sensed the soft fur of the female wolf and calmed down again. Sia Fong Fong walked lightly around the big rock, then entered the space, and then teleported directly to the side of the injured wolf. This place should be within the range of the gangsters, so she didn't dare to make any sound. She bent down as quickly as possible, picked up the wolf, and then went back to the space. This time, she didn't come out immediately, but directly in the space, using spiritual spring water to clean the wolf's wound. The wolf was shot in the hind leg, the bullet was still inside, and the blood was flowing. Sia Fong Fong gasped. She quickly took out the anesthetic and injected it around the wolf's wound, then took out the scalpel and cut out the bullet. Fortunately, the anesthetic was given, otherwise the wolf would definitely move around in pain, and even think that she was hurting it and attacked herself. After getting the bullet out, Sia Fong Fong quickly used spiritual spring water to clean the wound. The bleeding that had been unable to stop soon stopped. Sia Fong Fong sprinkled trauma medicine on it and bandaged the wound with a bandage. After the wound was properly treated, she took the wolf out of the space. The other wolves immediately surrounded them, as if to express their concern. Sia Fong Fong returned to the cubs and thought about what to do next. In the past, she had tried to bring Grandma Yao, who was about to die, into the space, and she didn't know if the triplets and Xiaowen could do it. If it was possible, she didn't care about anything else and just wanted to take them to Aquan's place immediately. She saw that the four cubs were sleeping very soundly, so she took the triplets into her arms, grabbed Xiaowen's wrist with her hand, and then touched the birthmark on her wrist, silently praying to enter the space. When she opened her eyes again, the triplets were lying in her arms. It was a success, but Xiaowen was not brought in. Sia Fong Fong was a little speechless. What exactly does this space mean? When bringing people in, do we have to classify them into different levels, whether they are biological or not? She tried several more times, but she just couldn't bring Xiaowen into the space, so she had to give up. Xiaowen was so young, but he ran to the mountains alone to chase the criminals and try to save his brothers. Sia Fong Fong naturally couldn't abandon him, so she took the triplets home through the space. Therefore, she stayed patiently in the mountains. Fortunately, Secretary Zhao and the others already knew the criminals' hideout, and this place was not too far away. They would definitely be able to search here tomorrow. She just had to protect the cubs and the wolf pack and not be hit and injured by those criminals again. After thinking about it, Sia Fong Fong entered the space again and took out a wooden gun to carry with her. Before crossing, she basically didn't stockpile weapons in the space. The main reason was that she felt that the overall environment was still safe in this era. It would be useless to stockpile too many weapons. On the contrary, if they were used indiscriminately, they would be discovered, which would bring disaster. However, she still stockpiled 2 Brownings and some bullets in case of emergency. Browning is an antique from the 1920s and 1930s, and there is no problem with its performance. If it is used in this era, there is no need to worry about being discovered that something that has not yet appeared in this era is used. As long as no one sees it, it will not arouse suspicion. She doesn't really hope to use it. But if it really comes to a last resort, She can't care too much to protect the cubs. In the second half of the night, Sia Fong Fong also felt a little sleepy. There were snow wolves standing guard vigilantly all around, so there was no need to worry about the criminals taking risks and attacking the side, so Sia Fong Fong fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long I slept, but suddenly there was a sound of a wooden box, which woke her up. The triplets were frightened by the sound of the wooden box in their sleep, and they didn't care anymore. With a wow, they cried one after another.
AA.
Oh wow! Such a beautiful woman appeared overnight. We are so lucky today. It seems that not only can we catch a bunch of wolves and sell their meat and skins, but we can also get a beautiful woman to play with. Haha. Little girl, come here obediently. We will protect you and won't let the wolves eat you. How about it? The coward named Lao Wu came over last night and whispered, Boss. Boss, this woman. Couldn't be a fox or a wolf. Otherwise, why don't these wolves eat her? Her? The other two gangsters couldn't help but feel a little numb after hearing this. After all, it was the first time they saw such a beautiful woman. The storyteller Bu Lao said that many beautiful women are transformed monsters. This is the wilderness again.
Boss.
Boss, I think what Lao Wu said makes sense. Let's take advantage of the wolves being scared and run away. Otherwise, yeah, just now those cubs asked this woman to call them mom. We threw them into the wolf pack last night, but the wolves didn't eat them. It must be because their mom is not human, but a wolf. That's why those wolves don't eat their own kind.
Boss.
Run away. We have plenty of ammunition. Why are we afraid of a few wolves, a woman, and a few cubs? You useless coward. I'll show you whether she is a goblin or not. The gangster leader said, and suddenly raised his gun, aiming at a wolf blocking Sia Fong Fong, and was about to pull the trigger. With a sound, the wooden gun rang. However, it was not the wolf that fell, but the gangster leader who suddenly screamed "Aw!" and fell to the ground in pain. The other three gangsters shuddered subconsciously and looked at their boss woodenly. A bullet hit the gang leader's arm, and the earthenware silo slipped out of his hand, and blood flowed like a column. At the same time, several wolves pounced on them, knocked two of the gangsters to the ground, opened their bloody mouths, and bit their shoulders. Another wolf pounced directly on the boss and bit his throat directly. The little wolf cub that was just hit by this gangster and was dying was the child of this mother wolf. It naturally wanted to avenge its child. The last gangster was lucky enough not to be pounced by the wolf. He was so scared that he was about to run away. Suddenly, there was another sound of earthenware silo, and the gangster was also shot in the leg and fell to the ground. Sia Fong Fong's heart trembled, and she quickly put Browning back into the space secretly. The shot that just hit the gang leader was fired by her. But the second shot was not her. In other words, someone else is here. Maybe the village searchers brought the militia in. In any case, the fact that she has earthenware silo on her must not be exposed. Xiaowen and the triplets were still children. Seeing what was happening in front of them, they were already crying loudly out of fear. Sia Fong Fong quickly covered their eyes to prevent them from seeing such a bloody scene. The wolves heard the second gunshot, and perhaps they also keenly sensed the presence of other humans. Therefore, they gave up attacking the gangsters and quickly went deep into the forest and disappeared. The mother wolf of the wolf cub that was shot circled the cub twice, as if she sensed that her child's eyes were distracted and were leaving her. The mother wolf couldn't help but howl to the sky in sadness and despair. Sia Fong Fong felt guilty. It was all her fault for being too indecisive. She should have used space to teleport to the side of the gangsters last night and then killed them directly so that they would not be caught off guard by the sudden attack early in the morning. The Snow Wolf Pack came to save her child, but in the end, they lost their own child. Sia Fong Fong walked over, hugged the dying Snow Wolf in her arms, looked at the mother wolf, and whispered, "Don't worry. I will do my best to save it." The mother wolf seemed to know that Sia Fong Fong was probably the only one who could save her child at this moment, so she hesitated for a long time, licked the fur of the wolf cub in Sia Fong Fong's arms, but still couldn't bear to abandon her child and leave alone. Suddenly, a panicked voice came. "Fong Fong.
You
don't move." Sia Fong Fong trembled all over. Looking back, she saw Li Zhan holding a wooden gun and aiming at the mother wolf who was licking her cub with deep affection. "Don't shoot!" Sia Fong Fong shouted in horror. At the same time, the mother wolf seemed to sense the danger and finally had to harden her heart and quickly jumped into the bushes and disappeared. Li Zhan breathed a sigh of relief, but his whole body was soaked with cold sweat. At that moment, he was more nervous and fearful than ever before. He had never experienced this before, even on the battlefield, when facing a more vicious enemy. It was just because he was afraid to use the weapon. Even though he was confident that his shooting skills could hit the target every time, he still didn't dare to pull the trigger, fearing that if there was any mistake, he would hurt the person he cherished most in his life. Fortunately, the wolf ran away by itself, and fortunately, it didn't hurt his wife. Li Zhan rushed to Sia Fong Fong, hugged her in his arms, and asked in a trembling voice, "Fong Fong, I'm sorry, I'm late." Sia Fong Fong finally came to her senses at this time, tears streaming down her face, and she couldn't help but raise her hand and punch him in the chest. "You rascal! Why did you come only now?" Since she knew that the little cubs were lost, the strings in her mind have been tense. She didn't dare to relax or cry. She trudged step by step in the deserted mountains and old forests in the dark, looking for them bit by bit.
Why?
This rascal is not with her? Why did he come only now? Li Zhan hugged Sia Fong Fong with heartache and guilt, letting her beat and scold him. It was his fault as a husband and father. Fortunately, he had just finished his mission and returned to Beijing, so the urgent telegram from the military liaison station could be delivered to him as soon as possible. After reading the telegram, he almost didn't even have time to report to the higher-ups and drove the military jeep all the way back to Qingshui village. Bai Zihan, Wei Bin, and Lu Xiangdong did not say a word and followed him all the way, risking the charge of violating discipline. They entered the village at about midnight. Secretary Zhao quickly explained the situation to him and gave him the location of the den in the mountain that Liu Lan mentioned. As he was talking, Zhou Qiuhe rushed over, almost crying, saying that Sia Fong Fong was missing. Li Zhan knew without thinking that she must have gone into the mountains alone to find a few cubs. He was extremely anxious and immediately went into the mountains with Bai Zihan and the others in the middle of the night. Even though they often went to the deep mountains and old forests to carry out missions or training, it took them half the night to reach the den mentioned by Liu Lan and follow the remaining traces there to find the place where several gangsters confronted the wolf pack. They arrived almost at the last minute. At this moment, Bai Zihan, Wei Bin, Lu Xiangdong, and the others had already captured several gangsters who were bitten by wolves or shot by Li Zhan. Except for the gangster leader who was bitten in the throat by the female wolf just now, the other three were only injured, but not in danger of life. Sia Fong Fong was weak for a while, scolded Li Zhan, and then immediately came to her senses and checked the condition of the wolf cub in her arms. It was shot in the abdomen, bleeding a lot, and she didn't know if the internal organs were injured. Sia Fong Fong was somewhat at a loss and was almost crying in anxiety. She learned Chinese medicine from Yang Qiushi and knew nothing about Western medicine and surgery. Even if she brought it back to the space now, she had no other way except spiritual spring water. But according to experience, spiritual spring water can at most stop bleeding and speed up wound healing. But if the internal organs are really injured, it is not enough to use spiritual spring water alone. The injured wolf last night was injured in the leg. Although she dug out the bullet, the wound left was also very large. Now this little wolf was shot in the abdomen. She didn't dare to dig out the bullet rashly, for fear of hurting its internal organs. Li Zhan saw this and said to Wei Bin, please make a fire. Sia Fong Fong was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what Li Zhan was going to do. Xiao Wen and Yan, Yi and Yao Yao also came over at this time, squatting beside the little wolf, worried and sad. Mom, the little puppy is sick. Mom, please save the little puppy. Xiao Wen corrected. This is not a little puppy, it is a wolf, a little wolf cub. Yan, Yi and Yao Yao raised their little faces to look at their big brother, and then changed their name, saying in a baby voice, Mom, save the little wolf. The little wolf is so pitiful. Li Jian raised his big hand and rubbed the little heads of the three little guys and whispered, "Don't worry. Dad will definitely save the little wolf." The triplets looked up at Li Jian again, and then, as if they had discussed it, they all ran to hide behind Sia Fong Fong, holding their mother's clothes tightly with their little hands, and then poked out their three little heads and looked at Li Jian timidly. Bai Zihan on the side laughed. "Li Jian, your three little cubs haven't forgotten you again, have they?" Li Jian's mouth twitched. He rolled his eyes at Bai Zihan and said, "If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. These three little ungrateful ones, didn't he just come back on the 15th day of the first lunar month? It's only been a few days, and they are estranged again?" However, saving the little wolf cub is the most important thing now. Wei Bin carried matches with him, and he and Liu Xiangdong quickly collected some dry branches and made a fire. Li Jian took out the dagger he carried with him and burned it on the fire to disinfect it. Sia Fong Fong understood that Li Jian was going to dig open the wound for the little wolf cub and take out the bullet.
You
"Want to take out the bullet for the little wolf cub?"
Sia Fong Fong asked softly. Li Jian nodded and said yes.
"Also, we need to see if the shot has injured the internal organs. If so, we need to sew them urgently, otherwise, it will be dangerous." At this time, Liu Xiangdong also took out a small box, which actually contained a small bottle of alcohol, as well as needles and catgut similar to those used for sewing.
Sia Fong Fong was stunned. "You
still carry these things with you?" Bai Zihan helped Li Jian hold the wolf cub down and fix it to prevent it from running away in pain when the bullet is removed. In addition to making the wound more serious, it may also hurt people. Li Jian did not even raise his head, checked the wolf cub's wound, and said, "Yes." When performing a mission, no one knows whether they will be injured. Later, Brother Fu San prepared this small medical box, which is full of professional medical equipment. At least it can allow the brothers to deal with wounds in time and save their lives in case of emergency. Sia Fong Fong heard it and felt as if something was blocking her throat, and her nose was a little sour and she couldn't speak. She knew that Li Jian's job inevitably involves danger, but she had no idea. Now that they all carried medical kits for emergency wound treatment, she couldn't help but feel scared. Li Jian confirmed the wound and was about to cut. He looked up at Sia Fong Fong and smiled. "Fong Fong, take the children and walk away first. I'm afraid of scaring the children here. Besides, it's not safe if the wolf cubs run away. Don't worry. We have also treated military dogs on missions before. I think the body structure of wolves is similar, so nothing will go wrong." Sia Fong Fong listened and had to walk away with Xiaowen and the triplets. After a while, the wolf cub's painful roar came from Li Jian's side. Fortunately, Bai Zihan, Wei Bin and Liu Xiangdong held the wolf cub in advance, and the wolf's mouth was stuck with a thick branch. Although the wolf cub roared in pain and anger, it was unable to hurt anyone. The bullet was taken out. Fortunately, it was a mortar. Li Jian quickly sutured the wound, and the bleeding stopped. Sia Fong Fong asked Xiaowen to look after the triplets, and she went forward to check. She unscrewed the kettle she brought up the mountain, walked over, and wanted to feed the wolf cub some water. The water in the kettle was the spiritual spring water in her space, which could at least save its life. Li Jian hurriedly grabbed her and said, "No matter how small this wolf is, it is still wild and will hurt you soon." Sia Fong Fong looked at its dying appearance, shook her head, and said, "It should be fine. You can pull the stick out of its mouth." Several grown men looked at each other and looked at Li Jian hesitantly. Although Li Jian was also worried, he still nodded. Although the wolf cub didn't know these men, it still trusted Sia Fong Fong. Moreover, now that the bullet in the wound had been removed, it didn't feel the same pain as before. Although it was a wolf, it also realized that these people were trying to save it. Therefore, after the stick was pulled out, it did not try to attack people with its teeth bared. Instead, it meekly put its mouth to the mouth of Sia Fong Fong's water bottle and gulped down the water. Li Jian and Bai Zihan couldn't help but secretly marvel at this. Wolves are a very smart tribe. Unless they have to, they will not confront humans head-on. Of course, they will not take the initiative to approach humans. Generally, they will stay away from humans. They originally thought that this time the gangsters and the wolf pack clashed because the gangsters invaded their living range, commonly known as their home, so of course they had to fight to the death.
But
Sia Fong Fong and the children were also intruders in the strict sense, but they were unharmed.
this was too strange.
Sister-in-law, this little wolf cub seems to like you very much. Bai Zihan smiled. Sia Fong Fong had already thought of a pretext and said, I guess it was because I rescued a few wolf cubs from the trap I set a few days ago, and this one was one of them. Maybe it remembered me. Li Xiang looked at his wife thoughtfully but didn't say anything else. The wolf cub's injury was treated urgently, and the group planned to return to the village quickly. After all, this is deep in the mountains and old forests. If the wolves come back to attack, or if a blind bear is attracted by the smell of blood, it will be even more dangerous. Immediately, Wei Bin and Lu Xiangdong looked at the 3 surviving gangsters with guns and asked them to carry the boss who was about to die by the wolves and go down the mountain first. Sia Fong Fong, Li Zhan, and Bai Zihan took the cubs and held the injured wolf cubs. They were afraid that the cubs would see something they shouldn't see and be scared, so they followed a little further away. After a while, they met the villagers who were searching the mountain, and everyone went down the mountain together. The militia immediately interrogated the surviving criminals, only to find out that the dead criminal was Liu Lan's former lover, Li Qiaoqiao's biological father. This man committed crimes when he was young, such as theft and home robbery. This time, before the new year, Liu Lan had a falling out with her second son Li Chang, and after they separated and lived separately, in order to drive away Sia Fong Fong, make Li Zhan change his mind, and be a good son who was filial to her, she secretly went to find her former lover and planned a vicious plan to kidnap the triplets. The lover knew that Liu Lan's son was a soldier and was unwilling to take the risk. But later, Liu Lan told her that Li Zhan was not at home all year round, and the allowance he sent back was kept by his wife, so she might be able to make a lot of money. That's when she was tempted and took the risk. Unexpectedly, she even lost her life. Several surviving criminals and Liu Lan confessed their crimes. At the county police station, Zhang Hai and several brothers came and took the criminals away. They chased the gang of Liu Lan's lovers for a long time, but unfortunately, they always slipped away. Unexpectedly, with the help of the wolves in the deep mountains, they caught them all without leaving a single one. As for Liu Lan, she had always been worried that no one would take care of her in her old age, but she didn't have to worry about it anymore. Because of instigating kidnapping and even suspected of instigating murder, she was directly sentenced to 20 years of labor reform. I'm afraid she will have to rely on the state for the rest of her life. Before Liu Lan was taken to the police car, she cried and wanted to catch Li Zhan and cry for mercy, trying to get Li Zhan to plead for her and not to arrest her. The villagers were also amazed at this incident. Several vicious criminals, together with Liu Lan, kidnapped 3 one-year-old cubs who had just learned to run and took them to the deep mountains. As a result, they were unlucky and encountered a pack of wolves. As a result, the 3 cubs and Xiao who chased them were unharmed, but the criminals were killed or injured and were directly wiped out. Isn't it amazing? If you ask me, the wild wolves in the mountains are also human-like. Those criminals, with their earth and wood warehouses, broke into the wolves' territory. The wolves felt threatened, so they would definitely bite them to death. Xiaowen and 3 one-year-old children are not a threat to the wolves, so the wolves didn't hurt them. That's not necessarily true. The winter isn't over yet, and we humans can grow our own food, but we still can't get enough to eat. The wolves in the mountains must have been hungry for the whole winter. How could they bear to see a child who has no ability to resist? Oh, have you heard of the rumor about the wolf boy? The child was raised by a mother wolf since he was a child. Anyway, I still think this group of wolves is pretty good. They haven't harmed our crops, livestock, or villagers, and now they have saved a few cubs. That's right. If it weren't for this, the county would have sent people into the mountains to hunt wolves long ago. Sia Fong Fong also heard a lot of gossip in the village. She was slightly relieved to hear that they all had a high opinion of the wolf pack and did not clamor to go into the mountains to hunt wolves. This time, it was really thanks to the wolf pack, Otherwise, the children would be in great danger. Seeing that the children and Sia Fong Fong had returned safely, Lin Yuru cried again and felt relieved. She hurried to prepare dinner to entertain Bai Zihan, Wei Bin, and Liu Xiangdong. After dinner, Bai Zihan and the other two said they had to go back first. After all, they followed Li Zhan and ran here without even having time to write a report. If they didn't go back quickly, they would definitely be punished. Li Zhan decided to stay for half a day before going back. His children were kidnapped by criminals. At such an urgent and dangerous moment, he was not with his wife, and he had to let Sia Fong Fong run into the mountains alone to save the children. This made him feel guilty. Even if he had to be punished, he couldn't go back immediately. Bai Zihan and his men drove the army's jeep away. Bai Zihan patted Li Zhan on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we will help you explain to the division commander when we go back." Li Zhan smiled and said, "Don't worry about me. Admit your mistakes and don't be stubborn. I will go back and receive the punishment myself." Bai Zihan didn't say anything else. Although it was excusable, the army was not other places, and the punishment was bound to be carried. However, they didn't make any mistakes, so it shouldn't be really serious. Before starting the jeep, Bai Zihan suddenly stuck his head out of the window and said, "By the way,
I always forgot to say it."
From the bodies of those criminals, including their confessions, it seems that they didn't hear that they had any Brownings with guns.
But
the shot that the boss who was bitten to death by the wolf seemed to be Browning. This matter
just sounds strange.
Anyway, you should be careful. Li Zhan certainly couldn't ignore what Bai Zihan noticed. Although the gang leader was attacked by wolves later, and the wound on the wooden cannon was damaged and difficult to distinguish, he could still tell at a glance that the wound was caused by Browning's bullet. But now, Browning has not been found yet, which is a worrying thing. Li Zhan came back after sending Bai Zihan and the others away. Sia Fong Fong just came back to her senses. As soon as the triplets were not by her side, she couldn't help but get up and look for them. This time, they encountered such a dangerous thing. Wasn't it because she was too careless and left them to go to Beijing? She never wanted to experience such a thing again. Li Zhan also saw that Sia Fong Fong was wrong, so he had to send a telegram back and asked for a few more days of leave to accompany Sia Fong Fong at home. Every time she had a nightmare in the middle of the night, he would hold her in his arms and comfort her over and over again. Sia Fong Fong also felt that she was quite ashamed, but at the same time, she felt warm in her heart. Fortunately, Li Zhan was with her through this period of fear and stress reaction. The wolf cub was brought back to Li's home. Because Sia Fong Fong fed it spiritual spring water every day and applied the best external medicine to its wounds, the wolf cub recovered quickly. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, Beibei, and the triplets all liked the wolf cub very much and actively fed it every day. By the time Li Zhan had to return to the army, the wolf cub's wounds had almost healed. After reluctantly sending Li Zhan away, Sia Fong Fong gave Lin Yuru a word and teleported the wolf cub to the mountains again through space. Even though the wolf cub got along well with the other cubs at home, it was a wolf after all, and it was better for it to live with its own tribe. Moreover, Sia Fong Fong still remembered clearly the look that the wolf cub's mother gave her before she cruelly abandoned her child and ran into the mountains that day. She must bring the wolf cub back to the mother wolf. As if she smelled her scent, Sia Fong Fong waited for a while and turned out the mother wolf from the dense bushes. When the wolf cub saw its mother, it immediately cried happily and ran towards her. Sia Fong Fong did not get closer. She released 2 or 3 wild boars from the space to thank the wolf pack for saving her children. She waited until the wolf pack quietly disappeared into the forest again before she entered the space again and returned home. When it was time for dinner, the cubs ran excitedly to feed the wolf cub, only to find that the wolf cub was gone. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei were fine. After all, they were grown up. After hearing Sia Fong Fong say that the wolf cub had returned to the wolf pack in the mountains, although they were sad, they still accepted this fact. The 3 little ones refused to obey. As if they had agreed to do so, they lay in the yard and cried and made a fuss. Sia Fong Fong was angry and amused.
How old are they?
Who did they learn this from? However, the little ones were helpless, and Sia Huanhuan forced them into the house one by one. They howled for a long time, and then each of them was given an apple to chew, and they temporarily put aside the matter of the little wolf. However, in the next half-month, they woke up every day and still had to run to the place where the little wolf cubs were raised to take a look before they would stop. Sia Huanhuan thought about raising a dog at home so that when the cubs go out to play in the future, the dog can follow them, and in case they encounter human traffickers or something, it can still protect the owner. However, people are not well fed now, so raising a dog is a bit of a luxury, and you have to choose a dog with a good temper. I will discuss it with Li Zhan and decide. In the afternoon, Sia Huanhuan and Lin Yuru divided the tofu, soaked bean sprouts and eggs, and sent them to the homes of the villagers who helped to find the children in the mountains. Each family received a piece of tofu, a basket of bean sprouts, and 10 eggs. Every family was delighted. The folks in the village are simple and honest. Although there are quarrels and conflicts between families on weekdays, there are not many families that end up estranged forever. Most of them are still harmonious. When a family encounters something, such as weddings or funerals, building a house, or the children being taken away, other families are generally still enthusiastic to help. It is normal for the family being helped to express their gratitude, but there are only a few families who are as generous as Sia Huanhuan and directly give 10 eggs to each family. After hearing about it, Li Chang and Wang Guixiang regretted it. If they had known that Sia Huanhuan was so generous, they would have followed her into the mountains to help find the children. Anyway, in the end, the couple found the children themselves, and the other people in the village just went to make soy sauce. They only had so many things, which was a big loss. However, because of Liu Lan's bad deeds, as Liu Lan's son, Li Chang's reputation in the village became worse. However, he and Wang Guixiang and his wife had already fallen out with Liu Lan, so they were not suspected of being Liu Lan's accomplices. The two were thick-skinned, so they continued to live their own lives in Qingshui village. In the late second month of the lunar calendar, farming work began to get busy. Sia Huanhuan went to see Secretary Zhao again. Secretary Zhao looked at Sia Huanhuan in surprise. Li Zhan's wife, you mean? Growing ginseng? Sia Huanhuan nodded and said, I heard that ginseng is sold at a very high price in pharmacies in Beijing. If we can get some, we can dig it out and sell it to the city later, and our village can also make a lot of money. I saw ginseng seeds for sale in the county last time. Now is the planting season. Besides, there are dense forests near our village, so we don't have to occupy collective arable land. We can just plant it under the forest in the mountains, which doesn't take much effort. But, Sia Huanhuan said, then changed the subject and said shyly, I've heard all this too. I don't know whether it is allowed to be planted or not, and whether there are any risks. I just think that everyone's life is hard. If there is some extra income, then everyone will definitely welcome it. But if you are afraid of risks, then Secretary Zhao, just pretend I never said anything about this. Sia Huanhuan had thought about growing ginseng before. There are abundant mountains and forests here, and the humus layer of fallen leaves is thick, and the temperature is suitable. It is a very good environment for growing ginseng. Although it is artificially cultivated, it is also considered a semi-wild forest ginseng. Moreover, ginseng has a long growth cycle, and the longer it grows, the more precious it is. It takes 3 years to achieve a small harvest, and 6 years to grow to a good size and quality. Plant it now, and don't rush to sell it. After 3 to 5 years, the policy will be more and more relaxed, and then sell it. In fact, it has also been allowed. However, it seems that this matter is definitely very risky now. At most, she will make a suggestion, and she will not be too enthusiastic to promote this matter. Otherwise, if something goes wrong in the future, being blamed is a small matter. She may become the scapegoat and implicate Li Zhan. Secretary Zhao pondered for a moment. He has been to school and has been to the county town of Jingshi in his early years. Of course, he knows that what Sia Huanhuan said is feasible. But there are risks, that is for sure. The requirements given by the higher-ups are to grow grain. If you grow more cash crops such as cotton and beans, it may not work and you will be criticized in a notice, let alone growing ginseng. However, it is also a fact that everyone's life is hard. As the secretary of the commune, It is his duty to lead everyone to get rich. After thinking about it, Secretary Zhao looked up, looked at Xia Huanhuan firmly and said, Li Zhan's wife, your suggestion is very good. I will talk to each village about this matter and ask for their opinions. Don't show up for this matter and pretend you don't know in front of others in the future. If everyone agrees to do it, they can pool their money privately to buy seeds and then start working. After hearing this, Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but admire Secretary Zhao in her heart. For this kind of thing, there are many small cadres with some positions who not only disagree, but also obstruct others from doing it for their own sake. Secretary Zhao is willing to take the lead, which is already very commendable. Moreover, he asked her to pretend that she didn't know in front of others in the future, which was also to clear her out. If something really happened, it would not be found that it was her proposal. Xia Huanhuan had ready-made ginseng seeds in her space. She originally planned to provide the seeds for free if Secretary Zhao agreed.
But now,
she changed her mind. Human nature is unpredictable. If she directly provided the seeds for free, the people in the commune would not pay much, so they would definitely not be so concerned in the future. If they were exposed, they would definitely confess immediately. It would be better for Secretary Zhao to let everyone pool money to buy seeds. In this way, everyone would pay money, and they would definitely pay more attention to it. Xia Huanhuan came back. She went to Luocheng again, gave him the ginseng seeds, and asked him to find someone to go to the black market and sell them to the people in their commune. Jingshi. After Li Zhan returned to the team, he was still punished. However, considering that he had his reasons and that they had just finished their mission and were in a rest period, the impact was not that bad, so he was only asked to reflect on himself and was fined 1 month's allowance. Li Zhan had nothing to say and actively accepted the criticism. One day, 2 of his soldiers were peeking at his door, looking like they had something to say. Li Zhan saw them looking in several times and finally couldn't stand it anymore. He looked up and said, "Come in." The 2 men had no choice but to come in. They saluted at attention and shouted, "Report." Li Zhan asked, "What's the matter?" "Go ahead." The 2 pushed each other and motioned for the other to speak. Li Zhan sighed and said, "Wu Xiao, you go." When Xia Huanhuan went to the camp to hold her wedding, Wu Xiao once asked Xia Huanhuan if she had a younger sister or cousin, hoping that his sister-in-law would introduce a beautiful wife to her. But of course this hope was ultimately dashed, and he is still single. When his name was called, Wu Xiao could only sigh, then muster up his courage and said, "Captain. Captain, I told you not to be angry. It's just, didn't you ask us to go to the black market during our vacation to ask if there was anyone selling jade from the countryside before the new year, and who the buyer was?" Li Zhan was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered. This happened. 3 little kids were just taken away from home, and he had almost forgotten about it. Of course. It might also be that he subconsciously didn't want to pursue it any further. No matter what secrets Huanhuan hides, she is his wife. Since she refused to tell him, perhaps she had other considerations. It would be too dishonest for him to explore behind her. However, he had asked Wu Xia and the others to help investigate before, and now that they had found out, he didn't intend to listen anymore. It was a bit too much, so he didn't say anything. Seeing that Li Zhan didn't respond, Wu Xiao had to continue. Otherwise, he would be suffocated. Sia Fong and I went to the black market to inquire for a few days, and there was indeed a guy from the countryside selling jade, and the jade was bought by a local tyrant in that area named Dahe. We checked that Dahe again. And then, Wu Xiao said here, looking up at Li Zhan. Li Zhan's heart still sank. Now the jade pendant is in Huanhuan's hand, but what Wu Xiao found out was that it was bought by a ruffian born and bred in Beijing. It can only mean that there must be some connection between his wife and this Dahe. However, Huanhuan was only taken to Beijing by Zihan to visit him when he was injured the year before last, and she also came to visit relatives and stayed for a few days last year. How did she know the local snake in the black market in Beijing? Then what happened?
Go on,
Li Zhan said with a frown. Wu Xiao scratched his head and said, "Just 2 days ago, we secretly followed Dahe and wanted to investigate more deeply, and then we saw him walking out of a courtyard house with a female comrade. That female comrade." Wu Xiao said, and couldn't help touching Sia Fong next to him with his hand. Sia Fong also felt that Wu Xiao was a little bit unkind, so he ended the conversation and said, Wu Xiao and I both think that female comrade is a bit like sister-in-law. After listening to this, Li Zhan frowned even more and asked, 2 days ago you mentioned. How many days ago exactly? Morning or afternoon? It was about 6 days ago, no, 7 days ago, around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Li Zhan recalled in his mind. The time was wrong. If it was 7 days ago, that day was exactly the day when the 3 kids in the family were taken away by those gangsters. If Huan Huan was in Jingshu in the afternoon, no matter how fast she was, it was impossible for her to return to Qingshui village in the same afternoon. Even if he and Bai Zihan drove the jeep all the way in a hurry at that time, it took them 4 or 5 hours to get back. Wu Xiao and Sia Fong saw that Li Zhan was silent, but his expression was very serious, and they both felt a little regretful. They could just hold it in. Why did they tell the captain about this? The captain and his sister-in-law love each other so much. What if they quarrel again because of their talkativeness? Captain, it is also possible that Sia Fong and I have recognized the wrong person. There are many people who look alike in this world.
Wu Xiao said softly.
Sia Fong also said quickly, I also think it is unlikely. Captain, don't take it to heart. Li Zhan looked up at this time and asked, Where is the address of the courtyard house you said they came out of? Wu Xiao and Sia Fong looked at each other, regret in their eyes. It's over. It seems that they have really poked a hornet's nest this time. After telling Li Zhan the address of the courtyard house, the two left worriedly. Li Zhan held the paper with the address in his hand, hesitant. Let's stop here and don't explore it further, right?
Or
go to the courtyard house and have a look? After hesitating for a long time, Li Zhan decided to go and have a look. However, the door of the courtyard house was locked and there was no one. But it was easy to ask around. Li Zhan pulled an old lady in the alley and pretended to ask for directions. Seeing that she was still holding the vegetables she bought in her hands, he enthusiastically helped her carry the things. After a few words, he found out. This family, the surname is Luo. The old man was originally qualified to live in the compound, but after living there for a few years, he retired and returned to live in this house. The old man passed away 2 years ago, and the house was given to his son. However, his son and daughter-in-law work in Shanghai and do not live here. But his grandson, Luo Cheng, would come back from time to stay for a day or two, clean and repair the house. Li Zhan sent the old lady to the door of his house, then thanked her and left. Seeing that Li Zhan was not only handsome but also kind-hearted, the old lady stood at the door for a long time without thinking.
Alas,
with such a good character, she should have asked him what his name was and what he did. Maybe he could become her son-in-law in the future? Li Zhan naturally couldn't understand the old lady's thoughts. He thought about this matter while walking. The surname is Luo. He always felt that the surname was a little familiar. He had never heard of the name Luo Cheng. However, if the female comrade that Wu Xiao and Sia Fong mentioned was really Huan Huan, then how could she know someone like Luo Cheng? After a few days, Li Zhan still felt uneasy. It was a coincidence that he went to the courtyard again this time. Luo Cheng happened to come back, and Dahe was also talking at his house. Li Zhan had secretly checked Dahe in the past few days, therefore, he recognized her at once. However, he was still hesitating whether he should ask rashly. If the female comrade that day was not Huan Huan, it would be too offensive for him to ask rashly. However, Luo Cheng has been active in the gray area of the black market for many years, and his vigilance is no weaker than Li Zhan. Although Li Zhan has tried to be careful, Luo Cheng still found out the flaw. Luo Cheng was not vague. He walked over directly and asked straight to the point. Brother, do you have something to talk to us about? Li Zhan saw that the other party had asked before he asked, so he nodded frankly and frowned. I have something to ask you. Luo Cheng was about the same height as Li Zhan, and he was also very handsome and energetic. Li Zhan felt inexplicably unhappy. He looked good, but definitely not as handsome as him. It was impossible for his wife to leave him and fall for this guy. Luo Cheng was stunned by Li Zhan's honesty, but he remained calm. Although this alley was secluded, it was not a place to talk after all, so he smiled and said, "I don't deserve your advice. But this is not a place to talk. If you don't mind, come sit in my yard?" Li Zhan nodded and said, "Okay." Luo Qing couldn't help but twitch his lips. Isn't this too impolite? However, he was the one who made the invitation, so naturally he didn't want to take it back now. Otherwise it would seem as if he was afraid of the other party. Seeing this, Dahe couldn't help but wink at Luo Qing, meaning to ask if he wanted to find someone to come over. After all, the business they were doing couldn't be done in the open. The man in front of him was tall and strong, and he looked righteous. I'm afraid he was a plainclothes officer. If that was the case, Brother Luo would still lead him to his yard. Wouldn't that be a trap? Luo Qing shook his head slightly and motioned Dahe to go first. He has been in this business for so long, on the one hand, because he is very courageous and dares to take risks. On the other hand, he was not willing to take risks, but also because his identity was more or less protective, and ordinary people could not easily touch him. Seeing this, Dahe had no choice but to leave obediently. Luo Qing let Li Zhan into the yard. The yard was well maintained. It was spring, and tender green buds were emerging on the grapevines in the yard, which looked full of vitality. Luo Qing closed the door, turned around, and looked at Li Zhan with scrutiny, waiting for Li Zhan to speak. Naturally, he also felt the hostility from Li Zhan. He was not stupid to invite someone to come in and sit down. Would he really pour tea to entertain the guest? Li Zhan was not vague. He turned around and asked directly, "Do you know someone named Sia Fong Fong?" Luo Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, but still quickly replied calmly, "No, I haven't heard of her." He had done business with Sia Fong Fong so many times, even though Sia Fong Fong used the alias Dong Wan and had never taken the initiative to tell him any information other than the pseudonym and the fact that she was married and had 3 children. But Luo Qing still found out some information, although it was secretly, and he never let the cat out of the bag in front of Sia Fong Fong. After all, Sia Fong Fong once said that if you want to do business with her, first you can't ask her where the things come from, and second you can't ask about her affairs. He violated the second rule, but there was nothing he could do. Sia Fong Fong was cautious. In this business, he would be more cautious than Sia Fong Fong. Otherwise, he would have died countless times. Li Zhan stared at Luo Qing scrutinizingly, and then continued to ask, "About 10 days ago, a female comrade left your house with your friend who just left. Who is that female comrade to you?" This time, Luo Qing narrowed his eyes dangerously. 10 days ago? Should it be when Sia Fong Fong came to buy the courtyard house? However, this is not the point. Did the man in front of him have his eyes on this place, on him and Dahe 10 days ago? Or, just as Dahe expected, this man is a plainclothes policeman, and the investigation led to them? Or, is there any connection between this man and Sia Fong Fong? Or, they controlled Sia Fong Fong, and then followed the clues and found them? 10 days ago? Well, my memory is not very good. I don't remember. But it should be my girlfriend. Otherwise, not just any woman can come into my house. Luo Qing's words were obviously ruffian-like, and he spoke half-truthfully. A dark color flashed across Li Zhan's eyes for a moment, but it disappeared in a flash. Looking at Luo Qing's attitude, he knew that the other party should be alert and could not ask anything more. Moreover, for some reason, he inexplicably did not want to ask anything more. So he nodded and walked towards the door, saying, "Sorry for bothering you." "Wait a minute." Luo Qing stopped him. "Brother, you came to my house without any reason, asking questions, and now you are leaving after asking. You should at least tell me your name and what you do, right?" Li Zhan turned around and did not intend to lie, so he said directly, "My name is Li Zhan. I won't reveal what I do. I'm sorry for being presumptuous today." When Luo Qing heard the name, he immediately became unhappy. Since he had looked into Sia Fong Fong's affairs, he naturally knew that the man she married was called Li Zhan, and he was a soldier. Moreover, she gave birth to 3 sons for this man, 3 babies in one pregnancy. Luo Qing could always make himself more free and easy, and comforted himself in his heart that he met Sia Fong Fong too late, Otherwise, Sia Fong would not have chosen her man instead of himself.
But now,
Seeing Li Zhan in person, Luo Cheng suddenly became less confident. Isn't it just that she looks a little better than him? And she seems to be a little taller than him, and it seems that her muscles are more solid than his? The childish masculine competitive instinct in Luo Cheng's heart was ignited in an instant. Luo Cheng said with a sneer on the corner of his lips, Li Zhan, I'm afraid you have been eyeing us for a long time. Since we meet today, are you interested in practicing with me? Li Zhan frowned slightly and said lightly, If you mean the questions I asked today, I apologize. We can't just practice a few moves or anything like that. We have discipline. As he said that, he continued to walk towards the door. Luo Cheng felt even more unhappy. He was not the kind of person who would easily fight with others. But today, he took the initiative to issue a challenge, but was directly rejected. This was simply a slap in his face, and looked down on him. Li Zhan had just taken a few steps when he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind his ear. He immediately turned his head quickly to avoid it and raised his arm to block. In a flash, the two had already exchanged several moves. Luo Cheng didn't get the upper hand, but he secretly admired him in his heart. This man's skills are not bad, at least not worse than his. However, Luo Cheng was not willing to admit defeat. It was considered a sneak attack by him, so he was actually a little careless, just to force Li Zhan to take action. Next, he will get serious. Good skills.
come on.
Luo Cheng grinned and laughed a little roguely. As he spoke, he rushed over without waiting for Li Zhan to refuse. Li Zhan was a little depressed. While fighting back, he said restrainedly, If you are worried that your business will be reported or leaked by me, there is no need to worry. I am not here for this. However, Luo Cheng had no intention of stopping. Luo Cheng learned grappling and some other martial arts from his grandfather since he was a child. In the past few years, he has often used them because he has been working outside, so he is very proficient. Li Zhan was trained in actual combat. His reaction, strength, and precision and effectiveness of movements are all top-notch. His moves are not fancy, but very practical. After a few rounds, Luo Cheng's heart sank. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that if he continued to fight, his skills and habits would be observed by Li Zhan. By then, it would not be the current seemingly equal match, but would turn into a one-sided strength crushing. After all, Li Zhan is still restraining and giving in. His style of play is more defensive than offensive, and it is obvious that he is not using his full strength. While they were fighting, there was a sudden knock on the door. Li Zhan and Luo Cheng couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and they both stopped at the right time. Luo Cheng looked at Li Zhan with some dissatisfaction, and then went to open the door. Fu Nanjing stood at the door and asked with a smile, Luo Cheng, why are you going to this door in broad daylight? He's not doing anything with some female comrade, is he? As he said this, he looked into the yard, and when he saw Li Zhan, Fu Nanjing was stunned. How did these two people who had nothing in common get in touch with each other?
Li Zhan,
Why are you here? Li Zhan was also stunned. Fu Nanjing knew this Luo Cheng? Suddenly, he remembered. A few years ago, when he went to the Fu family in the compound, Grandpa Fu often played chess with an old man named Luo. However, not long after, Grandpa Luo pushed it down and moved out, and later passed away. Could it be that the old man Luo was Luo Cheng's grandfather? If so, then it would make sense that Fu Nanjing knew Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng was also puzzled and asked, Do you know each other? Li Zhan glanced at Luo Cheng and shouted, Third brother. Luo Cheng. Isn't Sia Fong Fong's man a poor country boy who served in the army? How did he know Fu Nanjing who grew up in the compound? However, he figured it out quickly. Li Zhan's skills are not bad, and the compelling aura emanating from his body, although not easy to detect, is definitely something that only people who have experienced many life and death situations will have. Li Zhan's position is not low, and it is normal for him to know people from the Fu family. After thinking about this, Luo Cheng felt even more depressed. It would be fine if he was not as skilled as others, but now even his identity and profession are not as good as others. Any man would be unhappy. Fu Nanjing scratched his head and smiled. This is really a coincidence. I also said that when there is a chance, I want to introduce you to each other. It's just that both of you are busy, and it's rare for you to go back to Beijing, so I haven't succeeded. As a result, you got to know each other first. He couldn't help asking, but how did you get to know each other? Luo Cheng and Li Zhan were both speechless. They couldn't tell Fu Nanjing that they were just gesticulating back and forth. As for knowing each other, it's hard to say. Luo Cheng coughed and said, "We met on the street."
Just now. Fu Nanjing.
Li Zhan said, "Third brother, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Fu Nanjing suddenly remembered that day when he ran into a female comrade who looked like Sia Fong Fong coming out of Luo Cheng's place at the entrance of the alley.
Li Zhan.
Didn't she know something, so she deliberately tracked her down here, right? Thinking of this, Fu Nanjing couldn't help but feel a little worried. He subconsciously stopped Li Zhan and said with a smile, "Don't. I wanted to introduce you to each other anyway. It's a rare meeting today. Let's have a meal together. By the way, Luo Cheng, didn't a girl come to your place 10 days ago? Tell me honestly, are you interested in her? Or should you call her over too?" Luo Cheng was stunned. What was Fu Nanjing talking about? Didn't he explain it last time? Why did he suddenly bring it up again? Before he could express his doubts, Fu Nanjing had already spoken again. "Li Zhan, don't be scared when you see that girl. I was scared the last time I ran into her. She looks so much like Huan Huan that I almost made a mistake for her." Li Zhan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard that. The 10 days ago that Fu Nanjing mentioned was the time when he came to ask this time, right? Luo Cheng understood now that Fu Nanjing was asking him to help Lai. Luo Cheng, is that girl from the northeast? She came here to visit relatives and hasn't gone back yet, right? Fu Nanjing asked, while trying to wink at him calmly. Luo Cheng sighed and had to follow the lead and said, "Fu Nanjing, don't talk nonsense. She's already engaged in the village and has returned to her hometown in the northeast. Aren't you ruining the girl's reputation by saying this?" Fu Nanjing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Luo Cheng was smart enough to smooth over the matter. No matter whether the girl last time was Sia Huan Huan or not, he didn't want Li Zhan and Sia Huan Huan to have a rift because of it. In the end, it seemed that he had decided to stand on Sia Huan Huan's side. There was no way. Li Zhan was a grown man, and Sia Huan Huan was very likely his sister. Even if his sister was wrong, he still had to choose to protect his sister. After hearing this, Li Zhan's expression really eased a little. Although he still felt it was a bit strange, but maybe Wu Xiao and Jiefeng really had misjudged the person. Otherwise, how to explain that Huan Huan was in Beijing in the afternoon and in the village at the same time in the afternoon and forced Liu Lan to confess, and then went into the mountains alone to find a few guys? "Let's go. Luo Cheng will treat you to the copper furnace mutton hot pot at Donglishan today." Fu Nanjing smiled a little guilty. Luo Cheng was helpless. "Why am I treating?" Fu Nanjing glared at him and said coldly, "Because you have money. Besides, he's in the wrong. Why would he mess with his sister for no reason?" Li Zhan didn't really want to have dinner with Luo Cheng. Although according to Fu Nanjing's words, he probably misunderstood Luo Cheng before, it didn't prevent him from being unhappy with Luo Cheng in his heart. However, he couldn't persuade Fu Nanjing, so he ate the meal obediently. After dinner, Luo Cheng had something to do, so he left first.
Li Zhan called Fu Nanjing.
Fu Nanjing was shocked. Could Li Zhan still doubt about Sia Huan Huan? Li Zhan didn't ask about it, but asked softly, "Third brother, there is something I want to ask your opinion on and see what to do." Fu Nanjing was stunned for a moment. "Whatever you have to say, just say it. What is our relationship? Do you need to be hesitant?" Li Zhan pondered for a moment, and then told Fu Nanjing about his relationship with Shen Wanxue. He absolutely trusted the Fu family and was not afraid that they would tell others. Fu Nanjing listened, but his expression became unusually serious. "Do you want to help them? Go back to the city?" Fu Nanjing said it very obscurely. Li Zhan looked at Fu Nanjing, shook his head, smiled somewhat dejectedly, and said, "No. I also know that this is impossible. But they are now in different places. I just want, at least they can be together." Li Zhan was talking about Shen Wanxue and Rongzhenbang, his biological parents. Fu Nanjing listened and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Li Jian was not so stupid that he did not impulsively say that he would step forward and help them return to the city. Otherwise, he might be so angry that he would beat him directly. If one punch did not wake him up, then 2 punches would be enough. Why did Shen Wanxue say that she was unwilling to recognize him publicly? Wasn't it because she was afraid of implicating Li Jian and affecting his future? Even the Fu family, after all, was in the same city of Beijing, and they were not unaware of the Rong family's affairs. Although they did not have a deep friendship with the Rong family, they had once fought against the enemy on the battlefield, and Grandpa Fu had helped them secretly back then. But under such a grand environment, there was really too little that an individual could do. At most, Mr. Fu just helped to keep Shen Wanxue near Beijing City. Rong Zhenbang would not have allowed any more help at that time, for he was afraid that the Fu family would be implicated. Now, if Li Jian is stupid enough to step forward and act like a filial son, he will simply harm a whole circle of people. Not only will his future be ruined, but even his wife and children, and even the Fu family who have always promoted and valued him, will suffer. Speaking of which, they are separated as a couple. It has been a few years since they were separated. If they file a report, it is actually reasonable and not excessive. It's just that, what's the matter with you showing up? You know, you and them on the surface have nothing to do with each other. If you do something so rashly, what if you are targeted by some people with ulterior motives? Li Jian said softly. This is what I'm afraid of. I don't care about the future, but if I hurt Huan, the children, and the Fu family, I will never be at peace. But seeing that they never had another child because they felt guilty about me, and they suffered so much for so many years to find me, I really... Fu Nanjing patted Li Jian's shoulder, and he sighed in his heart. Rong Zhenbang and Shen Wanxue were both from big families and received higher education. When the country was in danger, they resolutely joined the army. The scholar took up the wooden warehouse, and they were also full of passionate. Later in the 1950s, both of them took the initiative to retire from the military region and went to the university to become professors, engage in academic research, and teach and educate people. The Fu family had heard that they had not had children for many years, but not many people knew the reason. They thought it was simply because Shen Wanxue was in poor health, or that the couple had some hidden illness. In any case, even if there were no children in the eyes of outsiders, they were also like a couple of gods. It's a pity that somehow they still attracted jealousy. A few years ago, they were labeled and moved from the city to the countryside to work. Let me go back and ask my dad and the old man to see if there is any way. Li Jian listened and hurriedly said, "Third brother, I'm not asking you this. No one knows what the consequences of this matter will be, and after all, there are many people watching the Fu family, so it's not appropriate to come forward. I thought that she was in our commune anyway. At that time, I would say that I saw that she was weak and sick, and I heard about her life story, so I wanted to ask. I was born in the countryside anyway, and things are in the hands of people. If it doesn't work, I won't insist on forcing it." Li Jian became more and more anxious as he spoke. He really just wanted to find someone to discuss the feasibility of this matter, not to ask the Fu family for help in a roundabout way, so he simply said, "Third brother, what I told you today, just pretend you haven't heard it, okay? Don't tell the chief and the old man about my finding my biological parents. Otherwise, I won't dare to tell you everything and ask you to help make decisions in the future." Fu Nanjing saw that Li Jian was getting anxious after he said that, so he had to sigh and said, "Okay. If you say so, I can't really tell my family. It's just... I still suggest that you don't be impulsive and wait until things are possible, then talk about it. After all, the army is not in the same line as other departments. If you get involved, others will definitely be suspicious. If someone uses it to make a fuss, it will be troublesome." Li Jian nodded and said, "I know the severity. I won't act rashly. This matter is considered to be over." Fu Nanjing could not help but ask, "By the way, how are Huan and the little guys recently? Last time you were in a hurry and went back without reporting despite the punishment. My dad said that the little guys were kidnapped. Fortunately, everything was fine later. Were they not scared?" Li Jian still felt guilty when he talked about this, and said, "Everyone is fine. It's just that Huan always has nightmares at night and wakes up several times. When I returned to the team, she was better. It's just still worrying. The little guys are heartless, but it doesn't have much impact. I used to think that she should not be your biological mother. How could she exploit her own son like this? It turns out that she is not. It's just too vicious, right? My dad and grandpa were very worried about Huan and your kids when they heard about this. They asked me to mention it to you and see if we can bring their mother and others to Beijing to live for a while. Don't stay in the guest house this time. Just stay at the Fu family. The last time Sia Fong came to Beijing to visit her relatives, she just came to the Fu family for a meal, and the whole family didn't ask properly. Although they went to Qingshui village to inquire before, they all heard that Sia Fong was born to Lin Yuru and was the surviving twin. But Grandpa Fu and Fu Weixin were still reluctant to accept it in their hearts and wanted to find another opportunity to ask properly. Li Zhan smiled and heard, I can't make the decision on this. I'll ask her when the time comes. The two talked for a few more words before they dispersed. Fu Nanjing thought about it and decided to go find Luo Cheng again. The last time he ran into someone coming out of Luo Cheng's house, maybe it was really Sia Fong. Otherwise, Li Zhan wouldn't have come here for no reason, right? Although he used words to evade the issue today, he still had to find out how Li Zhan found out about Luo Cheng. Besides, how could Sia Fong be involved with Luo Cheng? Although Fu Nanjing didn't ask, he naturally knew that what his childhood friend had done might not be so innocent. With Luo Cheng's connections, it's not impossible for Sia Fong to come to Beijing without a letter of introduction. Luo Cheng is also investigating. Someone came to the door so easily. Although they didn't come for their business, it was still annoying enough. It seems that they have let down their guard too much recently. When Fu Nanjing went there, Luo Cheng had almost finished his investigation. He asked Dahe to ask his men if there was anything suspicious recently. After asking around, some people said that someone asked about buying jade on the black market some time ago, and the person who asked seemed to know that the person who sold the jade was from the countryside, so he asked directly about that person. Fu Nanjing heard the whole story from Luo Cheng, including the fact that Sia Fong asked Luo Cheng to find Li Zhan's elder sister, and he probably understood it and made up his mind. When he saw Li Zhan again, he smiled and asked, By the way, I forgot to ask you last time, that piece of jade. Have you seen it? Li Zhan couldn't help but narrow his eyes after hearing this. Which piece of jade? It's the piece of jade that Huan asked me to keep an eye out for. It's said that your second brother secretly took it to Beijing to sell. She was afraid that she would not be able to contact you in time, so she sent me a telegram to let me see if I could buy it. I asked Luo Cheng for help and bought it for him. After hearing this, Li Zhan's doubts that had remained in his heart were finally explained. Wu Xiao and Jifeng found out that the jade sold by Li Chang was obviously bought by Dahe, but in the end the jade ended up in Huan's hands. What happened? If the female comrade that Wu Xiao and Jifeng ran into that day was Huan, it would make sense. However, later Fu Nanjing said that he knew the girl, they just looked alike. So it didn't make sense. But now Fu Nanjing said that he helped buy the jade in the middle, which makes sense. It's just, I always feel that something is wrong. Why didn't Huan tell him the truth? Instead, she said that she secretly followed him to Jingshi to buy it? Was she afraid that he would be jealous of Fu Nanjing? However, Li Zhan did not show his doubts anymore and smiled. So that's the case. I really have to thank my third brother. Qingshui village. Sia Fong didn't know about the infernal affairs that the three men in Beijing were playing around her. Spring plowing had begun, and farm work was getting busier day by day. Although it was still enough to complete the basic work points, it was still very tiring to do farm work. In addition to farm work, there were many other things that needed to be done. This year's lotus pond was the same as last year. Sia Fong was responsible for buying fish fry, and the lotus seeds were last year's lotus roots. She didn't have to spend any more money. When planting lotus roots, Xia Shuangshan, Li Jia, and several other male laborers in the village came over to help and released the fish fry. The rest was easy, and the fish and lotus roots were left to grow on their own. The ewe that the family had started raising last year had already been bred and had given birth to 2 lambs, so Sia Huanhuan was still raising them for the time being. After half a month or a month, they would be handed over to the commune, and the commune would collectively send a shepherd to raise them. The 2 lambs would be counted as work points, and the accountant would record them, and at the end of the year, they would distribute grain and meat. In this way, goat milk could finally be drunk. Every morning, they would go to squeeze the goat milk, boil it, and then give it to the kids at home and Lin Yuru. Lin Yuru was reluctant at first, but after Sia Huanhuan said a few words, she finally obeyed. When people get older, they are prone to calcium deficiency due to osteoporosis and other conditions. Dairy products can supplement calcium, and drinking them is definitely good for you. The lactation period of a dairy goat is 7 to 9 months, and it can produce more than 1 kilogram of milk every day, which is enough for the whole family. Even if it is not enough occasionally, there is enough goat milk in the space to supplement it. In addition, the hens raised last year have become old hens this year, and we can raise a few more this year. This time, we don't need to find someone to hatch the chicks. The old hens will sit on the nest by themselves. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei took Yan Yan, Ye, and Yao Yao to the chicken coop every day to see the old hens sitting on the nest. When the chicks broke out of the shells, the 6 of them were so happy that they stayed up all night. The regulations stipulate that a family cannot raise more than 10 chickens. Lin Yuru was reluctant to raise old hens that could lay eggs, so she could only raise fewer new chicks, so she raised 4 more chicks. The other newly hatched chicks were also sent to the commune and exchanged for work points. By March, Beibei also began to go with a small school bag on his back. It's time to go to school. The 3 little kids Yan Yan, Ye, and Yao Yao cry and make a fuss every day to go to school with their brothers and sisters. Sia Huanhuan is helpless. Now, they cry and make a fuss to go to school, but don't cry and make a fuss about not going to school in the future. Humph. Things change, and she, as a mother, is waiting to see the show in the future. Lin Yuru and Sia Huanhuan had to take the 3 younger ones every morning, send the 3 older ones to the village entrance, and then bring the 3 younger ones back. After the triplets were taken away last time, Lin Yuru basically dared not let the triplets leave her sight. Sia Huanhuan was the same. Because of this, she hasn't gone to the county town or Beijing city through space for a long time, or to Luoqing for business. The purchasing manager was also helpless. They wanted to buy, but the seller had something to do and couldn't sell it for the time being. What could they do? Being scolded, they had to buy some on the black market, but the quality was not comparable to what they bought from Sia Huanhuan. But they could only sigh and wait for Sia Huanhuan to resume trading. Spring corn, sweet potatoes, cotton, peanuts, and other crops were gradually planted. In addition, Secretary Zhao secretly called all the reliable people in the 3 villages of the commune to hold a meeting on the matter of planting ginseng mentioned earlier. Everyone signed a document and raised money, which was considered a unanimous vote to do this. Therefore, within a few days, they went to the black market and found the person who pretended to sell ginseng seeds that Sia Huanhuan had asked Luoqing to help in advance, and bought the seeds back. This time, Sia Huanhuan specifically asked Luoqing to help, so Luoqing did not make any money from it. Otherwise, ginseng seeds are not cheap. Even if the village wants to plant, the cost of buying seeds alone can discourage most people. In any case, the seeds were successfully bought back, and everyone secretly went to the mountains to choose a place and planted all the ginseng. The rest is up to the land and time. The mountains here are suitable for ginseng growth. The ginseng seeds in Sia Huanhuan's space are all first class, so they all sprouted soon. The villagers were overjoyed. If the weather was too dry, they would go to the river to fetch water for watering. In short, they took good care of it, more attentively than tending to crops. After all, it was the first time for the village to grow ginseng. Sia Huanhuan planted it in the space, without any effort, so she actually had no experience. She thought about it and introduced Yang Qiushi to Secretary Zhao. Yang Qiushi was born in a family of traditional Chinese medicine. In addition to running large pharmacies across the country, his family was also a well-known medicinal material merchant in the past. Moreover, his family also had large tracts of land and forests to grow various medicinal materials. Yang Qiushi was influenced by his family since he was a child. He was an expert in everything from planting to harvesting, identification, processing, and even the final diagnosis, prescription, and medication. Secretary Zhao was not a pedantic, ignorant, or blind follower. He did not dare to be too blatant on the surface, but he still secretly asked Yang Qiushi for help. Of course, he would not ask for help for nothing. Secretary Zhao promised that he would at least give more work points and food to the people in the cowshed in the future. Yang Qiushi did not refuse and agreed. Seeing this, Sia Fong Fong was relieved and did not pay much attention to the matter of growing ginseng. Anyway, in 2 years at the shortest, 3 to 5 years at the longest, or even 6 years, ginseng can be harvested and sold. Ginseng on the black market is a life-saving medicine and is sold at a very high price. If you sell 1 or 2 plants, you can make more money than selling hundreds of kilograms of grain. She was still busy tending to her own small vegetable garden. This year, she planted similar varieties: tomatoes, cucumbers, lettuce, beans, green peppers, lettuce, etc. Anyway, vegetables and fruits are the most abundant in spring and summer, and children also need to supplement vitamins, so these must not be cut off. In addition, there are pickled cabbage, chili sauce, dried beans, pickled mustard greens, etc. to eat in winter. Every day was busy. Liu Lan sent a telegram back saying that the Fu family wanted her to take the children to Beijing to live for a while, but Sia Fong Fong refused on the grounds that the spring farming season was busy. Not to mention that she was not familiar with the Fu family after all. Even if she was familiar with them, she would not go with Fu Qingye in the Fu family. Liu Lan's incident of taking away the triplets has made her reflect on it, and she is still afraid. Fu Qingye is even more vicious than Liu Lan. Otherwise, before returning to the city the year before last, she would not have framed Shen Wanxue. She was crazy to run to the Fu family and put her children in danger. Li Zhan read his reply and didn't say much, and went back to Fu Nanjing. Li Zhan was still thinking of ways to transfer Rongzhenbang back to the rural area near Beijing. Even if he couldn't be with Shen Wanxue, he would go to the commune where Qingshui village was located. At least, life would be much better near Beijing. Li Zhan had a comrade in arms who was assigned to the department in charge of this after retiring from the army, so he asked secretly. Of course, he didn't tell the truth, but said that a relative in the village came to him and asked him to help ask. The comrade in arms replied that it was not impossible to do it, but he still advised him to be cautious and not to be too enthusiastic and to stand up for irrelevant people. Moreover, he had to submit the application himself so that they could handle it impartially. Li Zhan nodded, wrote a letter back, and asked Sia Fong Fong and Shen Wanxue to talk about it. However, before Sia Fong Fong received the letter, Shen Wanxue had already taken the initiative to submit the application. However, she did not apply to transfer Rongzhenbang back, but to apply to transfer to where Rongzhenbang was. After hearing this, Sia Fong Fong felt very upset and asked secretly, "Mom, why didn't you discuss it with us before making the decision?" Li Zhan just wrote to me, saying that he was thinking of a way to transfer Dad here to be with you. After hearing this, Shen Wanxue quickly grabbed Sia Fong Fong and said, "Huan Huan, this is what I'm afraid of. Write back to Li Zhan and tell him not to act impulsively and do anything stupid. His father and I are already very sorry for him. If he is harmed because of this thing again, then I will hate myself to death." But Sia Fong Fong couldn't bear it. Shen Wanxue in front of him was only 50 years old. Her hair has turned gray. Although she still exudes the ladylike temperament of the old days, she is still visibly old and haggard. It is really sad to let her go to the west where the wind and sand are raging and the conditions are difficult. It's nothing. Zhenbang has been there for several years. In fact, I have always wanted to apply to accompany him there, but I just couldn't let go of the thought of finding my son, so I kept delaying it. Now, my son has been found, and he is living a good life. He married such a good wife like you, and gave birth to 3 such lovely sons. As a mother, I am so relieved. With you by his side, I won't be afraid of him suffering. Although I also want the family to be happy together. But the situation does not allow it, so I have to do the next best thing. You and the children stay with him, and I will stay with Shinbong. I believe that one day, our family can always be reunited. Sia Huanhuan felt sad after hearing these words. But even if she has a portable space, this is the pain of a generation, and it is not something she can change personally, so she can only sigh.
Yeah.
This day will come, and it's definitely not far away. Just like the name you and your master gave to Yan Yan Ye Yao Yao, a spark can definitely turn into the most dazzling dawn. Sia Huanhuan said firmly. There are only 4 years left until that year. Although after that year it may still take a few years of reaction time, but by then, the light can already be seen. Sia Huanhuan holding Shen Wanxue's hand, she smiled with tears in her eyes. However, we have to talk to Li Zhan about this matter. At that time, we will see if he can come home. If he is approved, he will leave soon. Before you leave, try to meet again. Shen Wanxue couldn't help wiping her tears and said with a smile, Alas, it would be great if we could meet in time. However, don't let him delay his work.
And,
do you have any photos here? No, forget it. What if someone sees it? Sia Huanhuan said softly, I have it. When Li Zhan comes back, we'll take some more family photos. I'll think of a way to bring them to Mom later. It's a pity that we can't take photos together as a family right now.
Well,
when the time comes, there will be his dad. Let's take another photo together. Shen Wanxue said softly. The next day, Sia Huanhuan sent a telegram to Li Zhan. However, Li Zhan should be on a mission again, and there was no reply to this telegram. There was nothing we could do. Fortunately, Shen Wanxue's the application had to go through a process, and it couldn't be decided for a while. Sia Huanhuan could only use these days to improve her food, and prepare some clothing and bedding for her to keep out the cold in the northwest. Although the latitude is similar to this side, it is drier and colder, and food is scarce, so winter is not easy. The clothes to keep out the cold cannot be made too new, so I just used the few pieces Shen Wanxue has now. I brought it over and dismantled it, washed the fabric, and patched some torn areas with cloth. It still looks old. The cotton inside is just part of the original old cotton that has been lumped together, and some space has been added. I took out the new cotton and duck down and goose down and then sewed it up. It looked like it was still old on the outside because it was made of duck down or something like that, so it was not thick and would not arouse people's suspicion. How to do it? In addition, I also pulled some additional fabrics, which were also deliberately spliced together, and made a set of cotton padded clothes and trousers for Rongjinbong, which was a filial gift for her daughter-in-law, whom she had never met. Sia Huanhuan also sewed roughly $100 or $200 into the lining of the quilt, asking Shen Wanxue to come there and use it if there was any emergency. Of course, she would still use it. I didn't tell Shen Wanxue because I was afraid that if she knew it now, she would refuse to take it, so I planned to tell them before leaving. I also made a pair of boots for each of them to wear in the winter. It's hard to buy anything else, otherwise it will be inconvenient when moving. Sia Huanhuan thought to herself, she would see how to send them things, but even if she could send them too much, it would definitely be conspicuous. It's more convenient to live in the same village. Lin Yuru can only take care of it now. The food at home is obviously richer than before. In the morning, it is thin-skinned soup dumplings. The method of making long steamed buns is rare in the north. In the north, they are all very big and solid buns with plenty of fillings and thin crust. One can be half full. When she first saw Sia Huanhuan making them, Lin Yuru was surprised for a long time. He smiled and said, Is this a dumpling? Is the skin so thin? Sia Huanhuan smiled and said, These are soup dumplings. The soup inside is drinkable, but be careful to burn your mouth when eating. The fillings are all meat fillings, with some seasonings such as green onions. Or fried spring rolls, freshly picked green peppers from the vegetable garden, lettuce, bean sprouts grown by yourself, etc. As well as finely shredded pork seasonings. Then wrap it in a thin spring roll wrapper and fry it twice. It takes a lot of work and oil, but it is so delicious. For lunch and dinner, there are fried noodles with various kinds of braised noodles, rice with braised pork and spring bamboo shoots, stir-fried bacon, steamed pork, stir-fried hare, stir-fried chicken with mushrooms, etc. In addition, there are all kinds of ingredients, stir-fried mushrooms, stir-fried vegetables, etc. From time to time, there is also cooked old hen fish maw soup, Crucian carp tofu soup, old duck soup, and the like were made in large quantities and served hot to Xinwanxue and Yangqiushi. When Xia Shuangshan was busy with spring plowing, the Li Zhan family also helped out in the fields. The meals are always sent to the courtyard, so there is no need to send them to Zhou Qiuhe and Li Jie from time to time. Lin Yiru couldn't help but said, Huan, haven't you been eating too well recently? Li Zhan's allowances don't dare to be created like this. There are 6 children in the family, and now they have to pay for school and teaching, and in the future, they will have to build a house and find a wife. It is impossible not to save money. If you spend so much money, people who know it will say that you have given your children nutrition. Those who don't know will say that you don't know how to live a good life, and you are a waste of money. If Li Zhan hears about it, he will also say that you are a waste of money. If you quarrel again, you will not okay. Xia Huan smiled and said, Mom, it's nothing. A meal is about 2 dishes and 1 soup. How many people are there in our family? Besides, Dad has to work in the fields every day and you and I also go there from time to time. It's all labor-intensive work. How can we do it if we don't eat to be full? Don't worry, Li Zhan knows that I eat like this. He was also afraid that his family was too frugal. Moreover, when we live behind closed doors, others will at most be suspicious of what we eat at home. When we go out and deny it, we just say that what we eat is just mediocre food, and that's it. Moreover, after this period of time, I will pay attention to it later. Lin Yiru was a little confused and asked, during this period? What does it mean? Xia Huan hasn't told Lin Yiru yet that Xinwanxue is Li Zhan's biological mother, but she still told her that Xinwanxue might be leaving in a while. Lin Yiru sighed after hearing this. After a long while, he said, So this is what happened? It's time to make more delicious food.
Sigh.
She is also pitiful. She was originally the eldest lady. How can she be like us and have been used to suffering since childhood? When I get old, I still have to suffer these crimes. My man is not around, and my son has lost one of his sons and has not found it back.
Sigh.
Lin Yiru stopped mentioning the extravagant life at home. She was almost done with the busy farming season. It was not until late April that Xia Huan resumed supplying supplies to the canteens of the 2 factories in the county. Luo Cheng also resumed occasional transactions. Zhan once told Xia Huan about his affairs so that she could have some idea, but he didn't tell her later. After all, he kept his investigation of Xia Huan's background secret, and if he told it, Xia Huan would be exposed. If he was so angry that he stopped doing business with him, where would he find sources of goods with good quality and reasonable prices? The business that Luo Cheng did with Xia Huan was mainly Chinese medicinal materials. As for Western medicine, Xia Huan also stocked it. There are not many, so she will only sell them if they are urgently needed and the price is high. There are also 2 types of cotton and wood. In addition, she has begun to sell some food supplies, although she has already figured out Xia Huan's details. But the source of these supplies is even more incredible. If Xia Huan is as well connected as him, it can be explained, but he comes from a rural family. Even if he is married to a soldier, how can he get so much? Fortunately, Luo Cheng is not a treacherous person. He is doing business in this industry, but he is actually somewhat rebellious. He feels that the direction of the entire country is wrong, and it shouldn't be like this. There should be other ways to go. That's right. There is nothing that can be done on the surface, so I just try to find out where Xia Huan's supplies came from in the dark. The 5th day of the 5th lunar month is the time to harvest wheat. The mission was over, and it was time to come back. The application submitted by Xinwanxue was accepted. However, the departure time would be postponed until July or August, and Li Zhan felt in his heart. It was boring. Although the final result was that Xinwanxue and Rongzhenbang were together, it was Xinwanxue who went to the northwest to accompany Rongzhenbang instead of transferring Rongzhenbang back to the capital.
Come.
The biological parents who finally got to know each other are now getting further and further apart. After Xia Huan sent him the telegram, he sent him another letter, which included a handwritten letter from Xinwanxue. It meant that he should stop getting involved in this matter. Although she was going to the northwest, she was satisfied to be with her father. Li Zhan naturally knew that Shen Wanxue was afraid of affecting his future, so he mentioned it in the first place. Although he was frustrated, Li Zhan still didn't try to change the outcome of the matter. Sia Huanhuan still made rice dumplings filled with salted egg yolk and pork. In the evening, he called Shen Wanxue over, and everyone had a semi-reunion meal together. After the meal, Sia Huanhuan took the children back to the house to put them to sleep, so that Li Zhan and Shen Wanxue could talk about old times again. At midnight, Li Zhan came in and hugged Sia Huanhuan from behind. He didn't move for a long time. Sia Huanhuan turned over, hugged him back, put her face against his chest, and said softly, "I know you feel uncomfortable, but this is temporary and will pass soon." She was even a little impulsive and wanted to tell him that as long as he waits 4 or 5 years, everything will be fine and his parents will return to the city. But she opened her mouth and still didn't know where to start. Li Zhan kissed, he pulled down her hair and asked quietly, "Huan, am I so incompetent that I can't even protect my biological parents?" Sia Huan raised her head, looked at him very seriously, then came close to him, kissed his lips, and said softly, "I don't allow you to say that. Aren't you very protective of me and the cubs? Mom and Dad. It's the fault of this era, not your fault." Li Zhan looked at Sia Huan, held her tightly in his arms, and called softly, "Huan."
You are so kind.
The next day, Sia Huan and Li Zhan took the children to the county town, took a family photo, and developed several photos of the triplets alone, of the triplets and Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu Beibei. Photos. Shen Wanxue asked for photos last time. Although she later said no, Sia Huan still thought that it was hard to give photos of Li Zhan and her, but she was not afraid of photos of the little ones. The same thing happens every year, and I grow up slowly. Even if someone with ulterior motives uses the photo to find trouble, they may not be able to identify the person coming. He was also very busy with threshing. Some days, he even had to work until midnight to get home. The whole village couldn't help but gasp when they saw Li Zhan's work. "You said that you did twice as much work as the most capable farmer in the village. Do you think the women in the village would survive? He is extremely envious. Look at how hard they are fighting. Oh, on this hot day I have to work hard to cut wheat and I can do 20 work points a day. Compared with others, my man is a lazy man."
Well,
"Those men, don't say that we despise them. There are men like Li Zhan here, so it's good for us to just despise them. I haven't kicked them out yet, I'm looking for a good one. Li Zhan's wife is so happy. Such a good man, who can make money, came back during the busy farming season, squatted at home like an uncle, and came to harvest wheat without saying a word to earn work points for his wife. Since he came back, his wife has never been to the fields once, right? In short, all the girls and wives in the whole village, and even the whole commune, are envious of her. The men are very unhappy. Is this comparable? What kind of food does Li Zhan's wife cook? To buy steamed buns, don't worry. What did they eat? Corn pancakes. But their woman also gave them big white steamed buns, but none of them got excited, and in the end, Lin Yuru was too embarrassed to say anything. He couldn't help but secretly said to Sia Huan, "You also advise Li Zhan not to let him do too much. No matter how rough or strong a man is, he can't resist such a method. What if his body bones are injured? I will regret it in the future." Sia Huan sighed and said, "Mom, I know. I'll try to persuade him again. After a while, I will go to the town to buy a hen and pig's feet and so on. I will make a hen and pig's feet soup in the evening to replenish him and his father." The water used for making soup and cooking is the spiritual spring water in the space, which can relieve some fatigue. In the soup, Sia Huan also put a lot of tonics such as angelica, ginseng, jujube, and lotus seeds. When the soup is ready, and then pick out the residue of uncommon medicinal materials such as angelica and ginseng, and with Lingquan water and these rich diets, Li Zhan can still survive. However, Sia Huan is also worried, so she stays with her. At midnight, after Li Zhan came back, he went to the bathroom to take a cold shower. After thinking about it, he blushed and went in anyway. At least it would give him a day's rest. Okay. It's rare for daughter-in-law to take the initiative, so Li Zhan naturally couldn't hold back. Not only was she uncontrolled, but she was also more wild and demanding than before, and Xia Huanhuan almost went crazy when she got kicked in the head. The one who provoked him. Now his voice was hoarse, and there was no one to save him. It finally came to an end. Xia Huanhuan endured the discomfort and went to the kitchen to fight hard. The meat sauce was made in advance, so the noodles were cooked. Just mix it up. After Li Zhan finished eating the noodles, he didn't waste any time, just picked up Xia Huanhuan and went to the house. The next morning, Li Zhan rarely got up without waking up again. Went to the fields to cut wheat. Lin Yuru was quite happy to see this. Fortunately, Li Zhan listened to her advice and took a day off. Xia Huanhuan was really tired and sick. Lin Yuru said that Li Zhan didn't work, but he did other things. However, Li Zhan's condition was much better. He probably felt that he went too far last night, so he looked at Xia Huanhuan with a guilty look on his face. Xia Huanhuan woke up, too embarrassed and angry to ignore him, and closed her eyes again. Daughter-in-law, I'm sorry, I was a little too out of control last night. I'll cook whatever you want. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. In this era, especially in the countryside, it is simply unimaginable for a man to cook. Li Zhan doesn't have any of the psychological baggage of a macho man. However, she still pushed him. Deliberately said angrily, "You still have the strength to go to work. Don't bother me." Although Li Zhan said it a bit rough and a bit straight, he still heard that it was his wife's irony. He chuckled and said, "I'll go there later. I'm going to cook first." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said then, "Let's make pancakes. The one you made once was quite delicious. Remember to bake more." Li Zhan grinned and said, "Okay." As he said that, he quickly got out of bed, put on his clothes, and went to the kitchen. Xia Huanhuan was dumbfounded. This man cut wheat until midnight yesterday and tormented her for half the night. He is still so energetic now. It's really... In the kitchen, Lin Yuru was really flattered and drove them away. "Li Zhan, how can this be done? You quickly go to the house to rest. Cooking is a woman's business. It's not your men's turn. If others find out, it will be a joke." Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but curl her lips after hearing this. However, it's normal for Lin Yuru to have such thoughts, and she can't be asked to change her mind just now. Li Zhan smiled and said, "Mom, it's okay. When we go on missions, we always cook together. Besides, I only do it once in a while. Huanhuan wants to eat it." After hearing this, Lin Yuru had no choice but to give up and said with a smile, "We, Wanner, are really lucky to marry you. I can't find such a good-natured uncle even with a lantern." Li Zhan smiled and said, "Mom, it's just me who is lucky. She gave birth to 3 sons for me in one breath and also took care of the house for me." Xia Huanhuan covered her quilt to stop listening to their business compliments and planned to sleep for a while. She was really tired from last night's work. It's a pity that several children, the cubs, didn't want to go to school anymore. The older ones were still in bed and didn't want to go to school. The younger ones were very energetic and woke up early and went to feed the chickens in the yard. Then they ran back and shouted, "Mom, the chicken is laying eggs. Go collect the eggs. Go collect the eggs. There is also 9 squeeze 9 for the sheep." Therefore, we could only collect 6 eggs in the morning, usually saving 3 for the commune. When the farming season was busy, Xia Huanhuan didn't let her keep them, and let Xia Shuangshan and Li Zhan cook them all. She and Lin Yuru had to work hard, and the little ones also needed to supplement their nutrition. 6 eggs a day was not enough. However, there was still room for supplementation, and goat milk was always on the table. Warm it up and put it into bowls. Li Zhan's scallion oil layer pancake is also cooked, and it's charred and fragrant. There are also millet porridge and sweet potato soup made by Lin Yuru, as well as hot steamed buns, stir-fried vegetables, stir-fried mushrooms and meat, and pickled vegetable dumplings. Xia Shuangshan also came over. The family had breakfast, and Li Zhan and Xia Shuangshan went to work on the ground. Xia Huanhuan wrapped up the rest of Li Zhanlao's cake and went to Shun Wanchua's place. However, Shen Wanshue had already gone to work, so she wandered into the fields. This year, because Yang Qiushi helped grow ginseng, the people in the village got closer to the people in the cowshed and the shed. People usually came over to chat with them and gossip, and the work assigned to them was not as tiring as before. It's hard to do. Sia Huanhuan gave the pancake to Shen Wanshue and laughed softly. This is made by Li Zhan himself. After hearing this, Shen Wanshue was startled at first, and then her eyes turned red. She hadn't even cooked a serious meal for her son, but she ended up doing the opposite. Sia Huanhuan came back, without staying long. Li Zhan stopped working like crazy today, and his mood returned to normal. Even so, Li Zhan's work points were recorded at 12 points in one day. Sia Huanhuan made another mutton soup in the afternoon, adding potatoes, carrots, mushrooms, and medicinal materials, and cooked it all afternoon. In the evening, it was mutton noodle soup, and each person's bowl was filled with a thick layer of mutton. This was also sent to Shen Wanshue and Yang Qiushi. In the evening, Sia Huanhuan said, "Anyway, I will know where they are in the future. Send them money and packages from time to time, and then find a chance to go and see them. There is always a way." Li Zhan nodded. It can only stay like this for now. Sia Huanhuan told Li Zhan about wanting to get a dog again. Li Zhan also agreed that the last time the 3 cubs were taken away was so terrible. It would be much better to have a dog at home, so he said, "I will also check in the army to see if there are any dogs that cannot meet the standards of military dogs. I will send one to my family when the time comes." Li Zhan's vacation was not long, and he returned to the team before the wheat harvest was completely over. Shen Wanshue didn't dare to come over specifically to see him off. She just stood at the end of the village and waited until Li Zhan was out of sight before she came back. Yang Qiushi and the others also knew that Shen Wanshue was leaving, and they felt empty in their hearts. Shen Wanshue was originally good-looking, and even though she was old, she still had the same temperament, and as a person, everyone liked her. In the remaining days, I tried my best to help her with her work, and everyone prepared something for her. Another 2 months passed, and in July, Shen Wanshue officially set off for the northwest. You need to go to the county first, then take a train to Beijing, and then take a train from Beijing for several days and nights to go west. Sia Huanhuan didn't dare to see her off openly that day. The night before departure, he asked her to come over secretly and have a practical meal. The triplets ran over and sweetly shouted "Grandma, Grandma," and Shen Wanshue felt sad and happy after hearing this. After dinner, another watermelon was killed, and everyone ate it. Sia Huanhuan then secretly told Shen Wanshue the data about money sewn into cotton-padded clothes and quilts. Shen Wanshue also knew that she was only telling him now because she was afraid that she would refuse, so she accepted it and said softly, "Huanhuan, I'll leave it to you to fight hard." Sia Huanhuan smiled softly and said, "Mom, don't worry. When we have the chance, we will come over to see you." The next day, Shen Wanshue left. Sia Huanhuan was afraid that the kids would yell when they saw Shen Wanshue, so she went to the village by herself. Far away the ground was given away. July and August are the hottest days of summer. After the village received electricity, Sia Huanhuan thought about buying an electric fan. Buying an electric fan also requires a special ticket, and it is definitely impossible to sell it in the town. You have to go to the largest department store in the county to buy it. This year, the village has been electrified. After listening to Aunt Zhu's words, everyone wanted to buy one and plug it in to try it out. When I asked about the price, I couldn't bear to part with it. Nowadays, electric fans are manufactured in various places, such as the Hengsheng brand, which is produced in Hangzhou, and the Diamond brand, which is produced in Guangzhou, but the price is not cheap. It costs 50 yuan, which is ordinary in rural areas. It would take 2 years for the family to save so much money, so how could they be willing to buy it? Sia Huanhuan didn't worry about money, mainly because she didn't have tickets. However, when she was worried, she directly received 3 tickets for electric fans. One was naturally from Li Zhan, another was from Yan Haotian, and the remaining one was from Fu Nanjing. Sia Huanhuan could understand what Li Zhan and Yan Haotian sent. Why did Fu Nanjing send her a ticket for the electric fan? The Fu family wasn't familiar with her either. Sia Huanhuan kept the ticket for no use. thinking of returning the ticket when Li Zhan came back. Because of Fu Qingye, she kept a distance to some extent from the Fu family's overtures. Yan Haoyan also remitted 80 yuan back, saying in the letter that he wanted them to buy an electric fan. Xia Huanhuan didn't hesitate, so she went directly to the county town and bought 2 units. One was placed in her house, and the other was placed in Lin Yuru's house. Isn't it a waste if you insist on buying 2 and put one in my house? I'm not afraid of the heat either, Xia Huanhuan said with a smile. Who said it was a waste? It's so hot in the summer, I don't believe you are not afraid of the heat. Besides, your son sent back 80 yuan and tickets for the electric fan. How about I buy them for you? When the time comes, my brother, when you come back, you will definitely scold me for being unfilial and thinking only about yourself. Besides, I estimate that the extra 30 yuan will be used to pay your electricity bill so that you will not worry about buying the electric fan, but also the electricity bill. Lin Yuru also laughed after hearing this. The electric fan was transported home on an ox cart, plugged in, turned on the maximum wind, and then whirred and spun on its own. It was much cooler than holding a cattail leaf fan by myself. Moreover, when I go to bed at night, I sometimes fall asleep while fanning myself with the fan. But if I don't fan, I immediately feel hot again, and I have to hold back my sleepiness and hum and fan myself a few more times. With this electric fan, you can run it all night long, which makes summer much easier. Lin Yuru couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She and Xia Shuangshan didn't know what kind of virtue they had accumulated in their previous lives. They were able to give birth to a son like Xiao Tian and pick up a daughter like Waner. They have always been sorry for this pair of children. They are approaching old age, but they have received all kinds of filial piety from them, and their lives are better than most people in the village. Apart from anything else, when the electric fan was moved into the house, several women of similar age in the village came to see it. They all looked at Lin Yuru with envy. While praising Xia Huanhuan and Yan Haoyan for their filial piety, they scolded their own sons and daughters. Inconsiderate, and so on. Made Lin Yuru feel uncomfortable, and at the same time, she felt indescribably proud. After all, Xia Huanhuan was used to air conditioners, so naturally she wasn't that excited about electric fans. It can only be said that it is better than nothing. Of course, summer also has its share of summer fun. The big watermelons grown in the vegetable garden are growing well. I pick one and freeze it in the well in the yard. I fish it out during the hottest time of the day in the summer and cut it into pieces for the whole family to eat together. You can also pick lotus roots and lotus seeds in the lotus pond, so you still dig the lotus roots to make cold lotus root slices, which is also a common dish on the table in summer. In addition to lotus root, there are also cold cucumbers and cold tomatoes. In addition to placing fish fry in the lotus pond this year, Xia Huanhuan also placed shrimp fry and crab fry. Have to wait until autumn, September or October, and you can eat while drinking rice wine. The shrimps are almost grown in summer, so Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu, who are on summer vacation, follow Xia Shuangshan into the water to catch them with a fine net. The 2 cubs had already learned to swim, and with Xia Shuangshan watching over them, they were not afraid of danger, so Xia Huanhuan felt free to let them play in the water and do some work. The shrimps that were fished out were completely transparent, quite large, and extremely fresh. While the shrimps are still alive, quickly put them into the wine and soak them. This is the drunken shrimps. Of course, drunken shrimps are for adults. Xia Wen, Xiao Wu, Beibei, and others can only let them eat one to have a taste. The triplets cannot be fed, even if they cry. In addition to drunken shrimp, you can also pound the shrimp meat into shrimp paste, then make steamed eggs, mix with egg starch, etc. to make shrimp. Or just make boiled shrimp directly. Everyone likes to eat light food in summer, so boiled shrimp is the most suitable time. Xia Huanhuan often makes cold skin. Add flour and water to form a dough, and then wash it over and over again in water until the water becomes clear, which is considered to be done. After washing the remaining dough, steam it in a pot, and then cut it into pieces, which is the honeycomb-shaped gluten. As for the washed water, let it sit for a few hours. After the white color precipitates, pour away the excess water. Use a flat-bottomed iron plate to pour a little pasta water into the remaining white batter water, and then place the container in boiling water. Boil it for a while. Wait for the dough water to solidify into a thin, transparent, milky white dough. Take it out. Brush the dough with oil. Put it on the side, and repeat the same action again. In a short time, you'll have a stack of transparent dough. Like dough.
This is liangpi.
Cut a handful of shredded cucumbers, season with garlic juice, sesame oil, chili oil, fried peanuts, salt, sugar, light soy sauce, vinegar, etc., and you'll have a delicious and cool cold skin. If you like it mixed with sesame sauce, add some sesame sauce to it. The little ones at home are clamoring for food every few days. In addition to cold noodles, there are also mung bean soup, lotus seed 8 treasure porridge, and the like, which are all summer foods to cool down. There is also yellow eel, which can be made into braised yellow eel and eel noodles. In addition, there are various fruits. The big peach tree in the yard of Luo's house in the county town is still full of fruits this year. Sia Fong Fong picked a lot of them and sent some to the families of her friends in the village. She also sent some to Grandma Luo through the space. There are also plums. This year, she used the green plums picked from the mountains to soak with rock sugar and then mix them with boiled water to drink. It is a very healthy dessert drink. In addition, plum wine was brewed for Sia Shuangshan. Although it is hot, after all, you can't lose your mouth when eating, so it's not that sad. In early August, Secretary Zhao notified everyone that the county called on all communes to pay close attention to the education of children, and the communes decided to set up rural primary schools on their own. This will also make it convenient for children in the commune to go to school, and they don't have to get up early and go to school in the town every day. Moreover, although many educated youth from the commune have returned to the city in recent years, there are also new arrivals every year. Some of them have married men and women in the village and have started families and cannot return to the city. Some simply have no connections and have never been able to return to the city. There are also quite a few who have been asked to work in the fields. It is indeed a bit unfair to the education they have received and the knowledge they have learned. Setting up a school and letting them be teachers to teach the children in the village to read and write can be regarded as making the best use of their talents. Moreover, now the children in the village have to pay 4 yuan in tuition every semester to go to school in the town, which is not a small amount. After the village school is established, at least the tuition can be reduced by half to 2 yuan, which also reduces a lot of burdens, and more children can afford to go to school. The educated youth in the educated youth points are of course happy. Being a teacher can also earn work points, and at least they don't have to work hard in the fields. Who doesn't want to do it? The school was finally built in 2 empty houses in Qingshui village. The desks and lecture tables were built with brick legs by the village masons, and the tops were made of wooden boards. The children brought their own seats from home. They could move them back home after school or just put them in the classroom. The village also organized a selection of teachers, which was also very lively. Aunt Zhu's son Zhu Xiaopeng went to Beijing to study at a university for a year and graduated with excellent grades. In the summer, he got his diploma and was assigned to the agricultural station in Qingshui village. Although he still had a rural household registration, the agricultural station was responsible for arranging a job for him. He worked in the commune to help Secretary Zhao. As a grassroots cadre, he was considered to be half a farmer. I heard that it was Zhu Xiaopeng who suggested building a primary school in the village. The decision of the commune was also praised by the county, and 200 yuan was allocated to them to buy textbooks, chalk, and other necessary things. The extra money was given to the teachers as wages. It was impossible to have extra money. With this little money, we couldn't even buy desks and chairs, or we couldn't bring the children from home. However, despite the many difficulties, everyone happily set up the school. Secretary Zhao was appointed as the principal, another commune cadre was appointed as the vice principal, and Zhu Xiaopeng was appointed as the director of teaching, focusing on teaching and managing teachers. Of course, he also taught mathematics. Other Chinese, geography, physical education, music teachers were also decided. Unfortunately, there was no foreign language teacher. There were some funny things about building the school. Secretary Zhao and Zhu Xiaopeng were responsible for selecting educated youth to be teachers. Sia Fong Fong didn't know where she got the courage from, but she actually came and clamored to participate in the assessment. Sia Fong Fong relied on Li Tsuehua and her father's ability to bully people and impersonated Xia Huanhuan to go to college in Beijing. Later, she was expelled from school for cheating. The whole village laughed at her for more than a year. No one thought she could be so shameless and come to be a teacher. However, Secretary Zhao was not a harsh person, so he gave Sia Fong Fong a chance. No one knew that Sia Fong Fong's real intention was not only to drink, but she also had a crush on Zhu Xiaopeng and wanted to date him. Originally, Sia Fong Fong was very picky. Later, she went to college and had a boyfriend in Beijing. She looked down on all the countrymen in the village. After being expelled, she returned to the village in disgrace. Some people in the village also spread the rumor that she had already given her body to the boyfriend in Beijing, so her reputation was ruined. In addition, her father and grandmother were arrested and sent to labor reform, so Lu Hongmei and her brother Xia Chengkai were so anxious that they wanted to find a husband for her and marry her off. But after a year of talking, no young man of similar age was willing to marry her. There were a few bachelors in their 30s who were interested, but Sia Fong Fong was blindly confident and looked down on them. She had been choosing for more than a year, and her mother and brother did not hesitate to control her. Seeing her eating nothing at home, her brother and sister-in-law also made indirect complaints every day. This year, they even told her to work in the fields to earn food, and if she didn't earn enough, she wouldn't have to eat. Sia Fong Fong had no choice but to go to the fields to work this year. She suffered the most since she was born, and she cried and raged. Unfortunately, there were no people like Xia Shuangshan, Lin Yuru, and Xia Huanhuan in the family who could be bullied and controlled by her. It was almost time to harvest the autumn and winter crops, and Sia Fong Fong was also anxious. She was 2 years older than Xia Huanhuan and was already 25 years old this year. In the countryside of that era, she would have been an old maid who couldn't get married. But she was still unwilling to accept it. Although she was expelled, she was a college student after all. How could she be a farmer again? Therefore, she thought about coming here to be a teacher, but when she saw Zhu Xiaopeng wearing a white shirt, he stood out among the gray villagers and educated youth, and was a handsome man. She was moved. Although Zhu Xiaopeng still had a rural household registration, he was a cadre of the commune at such a young age, so he was worthy of her. Zhu Xiaopeng and Secretary Zhao worked out the test papers for the teachers, and he also gave one to Sia Fong Fong, asking her to take the test together. If her performance was really outstanding, Secretary Zhao was willing to let bygones be bygones and give her another chance. However, Sia Fong Fong's heart was entirely on Zhu Xiaopeng, and she didn't do the test papers seriously. The key point was that she was busy dating and cheating in college, and she couldn't do it seriously, so she flirted with Zhu Xiaopeng. Zhu Xiaopeng was so embarrassed that he found an excuse and left. Seeing this, Sia Fong Fong thought that Zhu Xiaopeng had accepted her secret glances, so without saying a word, she handed in the test paper and chased after him. She had a good plan in her mind. Zhu Xiaopeng was the school's dean of teaching. As long as she could take Zhu Xiaopeng down if she married him, it wouldn't matter how she did in the exam. Her husband was the school leader. She could become a teacher if she wanted. Zhu Xiaopeng saw that he had escaped, but Sia Fong Fong chased him shamelessly, shouting Brother Xiaopeng, while chasing him. Her face turned black. Sia Fong Fong kept shouting from behind, and Zhu Xiaopeng almost ran away. Later, there were too many people watching him. Zhu Xiaopeng had no choice but to stop and ask politely, "Have you finished the test paper?" Sia Fong Fong thought that she cared about her, so she smiled and said, "I have finished it." "Brother Xiaopeng, I called you for a long time. Why didn't you respond?" "It's so embarrassing." Zhu Xiaopeng almost vomited. However, he was well-mannered and resisted the discomfort and said, "Go home after you hand in the test paper. The results will be announced tomorrow." After that, he walked back without looking back. Seeing this, Sia Fong Fong hurried over again. "Brother Xiaopeng, why don't you pay attention to me? I handed in my paper early just to talk to you for a while." Zhu Xiaopeng listened and walked faster and entered the classroom where the teacher was testing. When Sia Fong Fong wanted to go in again, She was blocked by two young men who came to the door as volunteers to guard the door. "Hey, you have handed in your paper. You can't go in." Sia Fong Fong was annoyed, but she was confident that Zhu Xiaoping was just shy, so she had to go back. As a result, the results were announced the next day, and Sia Fong Fong, who had only scored in the single digits and even wrote her own name wrong, was naturally not on the list. Sia Fong Fong was so angry that she went to Zhu Xiaoping's house to argue, and she was delusional that Zhu Xiaoping had abandoned her and played with her feelings. It's a pity that Zhu Xiaoping doesn't know how to quarrel, but he has a mother who is as good at talking as Aunt Wu, Aunt Zhu. Aunt Zhu put her hands on her hips and scolded Sia Fong Fong. "Sia Fong Fong, are you okay? Why don't you count on your fingers to see how old you are?" "Oh, right, you can't even count on your fingers. I heard from the villagers that you only got 8 points in arithmetic in the exam yesterday. You're not even as good as the children in the village who go to elementary school. Let me help you calculate. You are 25 this year. Look at Huan, who is 23 years old and has given birth to 3 sons for her man. You are 25 and still not married. My Xiaoping is only 24. Besides, why don't you have any man who wants you? Don't you have any idea? If you had studied harder and behaved better at Jingshu University, you wouldn't have got the bad reputation you have now. What's the matter now? Just because my Xiaoping has returned from college, you want to harm my Xiaoping? Hurry up and take a look at yourself. Are you worthy of it? I tell you, you want to date my Xiaoping or even marry my Xiaoping. Don't say that my Xiaoping looks down on you. It's me. As long as I live, you should stop dreaming about this. Get out of here. If you bark at my door again, I'll splash you with my foot-washing water." After this speech, Sia Fong Fong, who was not very shameless in scolding, also blushed and ran back home in anger. On the way back, Sia Fong Fong saw Zhu Xiaoping talking to Sia Huan with a smile on his face. "Sia Huan, you are so shameless. I'll tear your mouth apart." Sia Huan turned around and saw Sia Fong Fong and couldn't help but be stunned. Didn't she just run into Zhu Xiaoping, then asked a few questions about the school preparations and asked the teachers in the school to help take care of the kids at home? Did Sia Fong Fong become a mad dog after being expelled, biting everyone she saw? However, Sia Fong Fong had already rushed over, and she didn't have time to think about it. Zhu Xiaoping shouted subconsciously, "Be careful." As he said that, he was about to block Sia Huan without thinking. However, Sia Huan did not need him to block her, as she dodged first and then tripped. Sia Fong Fong was in a hurry to begin with, so she fell flat on her face. Unfortunately, Sia Fong Fong did not know when to stop. Sia Fong Fong felt superior to Sia Huan since she was a child. Her family always spoiled her. She was given all the delicious food, drinks, and clothes first, and only those that she did not want or were left over would be Sia Huan's turn. Even to go to college, if she wanted, her family would let her impersonate her. However, now, she was expelled from the university, and her loving grandmother and father were arrested and sent to labor reform. She is already 25 years old, but she is not married yet. She finally fell in love with Zhu Xiaoping, but he still rejected her. She was just humiliated by Zhu Xiaoping's mother. In contrast, Sia Huan was obviously sold by her family to a man who was physically injured and unable to do things. In fact, she was married to serve her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law. She should have lived a life of being beaten and scolded like a cow and a horse. But she happened to meet a good man who not only had no physical problems, but also protected his wife in everything. He even gave most of the dozens of yuan allowance to Sia Huan just after they got married. Sia Huan was also lucky enough to give birth to triplets, all of them sons. How come Sia Huan encountered all these good things?
Why?
She should have been the one who was the star and the moon, and should have lived a good life. How come she was inferior to Sia Huan in every way? Sia Fong Fong was unwilling to accept it. She got up again and rushed towards Sia Huan. "Sia Huan, if you have the guts, don't hide behind Brother Xiaoping. I will tear your face off today. Let you go out and show off." Sia Huan sneered angrily. The original owner had been bullied in the Sia family for so many years, and even her place in college was taken away by someone else. She just secretly reported Sia Fong Fong, which indirectly led to her being expelled from school, and she hasn't really taken revenge yet. Now, Sia Fong Fong is actually the first to complain and cause trouble for her? Very good. Let's settle the new and old grudges today. Sia Huan dodged swiftly, and then raised her foot again. This time, she kicked Sia Fong Fong's knee directly. Sia Fong Fong immediately knelt down in embarrassment. Ah. Sia Huan sneered. Sia Fong Fong, you don't have to be so polite to me. Because even if you kneel down to apologize, I won't accept it. As she said that, she had already grabbed Sia Fong Fong's hair, raised her hand, and slapped her cleanly. With a thud, a slap came down. This slap is to teach you a lesson for your nonsense, which ruins my reputation all the time. If you dare to let me hear you scold me next time, I will slap you for every word. If you don't believe me, we'll just wait and see. Then there was another pop
sound.
This slap is to teach you a lesson for replacing my place in college.
Pop.
This slap is for the years you bullied me in the Sia family. However, one slap is definitely not enough. You can continue to act like a demon, and I will beat you back one by one in the future.
Pop.
This slap. I just did it for the right reason. I'm too lazy to think of a reason. Sia Huan slapped Sia Fong Fong 4 times, and her face was already bruised like a pig's head. It was the first time in her life that she saw Sia Huan, who was always taciturn, submissive, and easy to be bullied, look so cold and scary. She stared at Sia Huan with horror in her eyes. Sia Huan threw away Sia Fong Fong's hair, looked down at her, and smiled coldly. Sia Fong Fong, don't act like a demon. Don't mess with me. Otherwise, I still have a lot of accounts with you. I don't mind if we settle them bit by bit. Sia Fong Fong was stunned by the beating, staring at Sia Huan in horror.
Sia Huan.
Why is she so scary? Obviously, before, when she secretly twisted her, she didn't dare to shout, let alone resist. But the burning pain on her face and the buzzing in her head were not fake. She was really beaten up. Many people in the village also gathered around, but no one thought that Sia Huan was wrong. After all, the qualification to go to the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University is such a precious thing, and it was replaced by Sia Huan. No one cared. Sia Fong Fong even climbed up to tear her mouth and dig her face. How could she stand there and let her beat and scold her? A few slaps in the face were not enough. If it were them, they would be sorry if they didn't take this opportunity to take revenge. Therefore, although Sia Fong Fong was beaten into a pig's head, no one came forward to comfort her. In the end, it was her mother Lu Hongmei and brother Xia Chuanhua who dragged her back home with a gloomy face and didn't let her go out to embarrass herself. Zhu Xiaopeng ignored Sia Fong Fong, but asked Sia Huan with concern, Huan, are you okay? I'm sorry. Your cousin has been pestering me these 2 days, and I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Sia Huan listened and said, I'm fine. I just couldn't hold back my anger for a while and my hand hurts. Besides, my father has severed the relationship with the Sia family, and Sia Fong Fong is not my cousin anymore. I can't ask you for anything else, but I'll have to trouble you with my 3 little guys in the future. Zhu Xiaopeng naturally agreed after hearing this. Don't worry. The students taught in our commune's primary school will definitely go to junior high school and high school in the future, and if they have a chance, they will go to college. After saying a few words, Sia Huan went home. Zhu Xiaopeng was looking at Sia Huan's back a little absent-minded. In the past, before Sia Huan got married, he actually liked Sia Huan a little secretly in his heart, and even asked the matchmaker to secretly inquire about it, wanting to propose marriage, but Li Tsuehua asked for a betrothal gift of 30 yuan, and the matter was never mentioned in the open. Now, Sia Huan has married and had children, and no matter how much he has in mind, he can only bury it deeply in his heart, and it has become a lifelong regret. Zhu Xiaopeng stood for a while, and then walked towards the classroom a little lonely. The newly selected teachers had gathered. Everyone had to hold a meeting, and they were also busy with setting the class schedule, determining the teaching content, etc. They were all busy, and they couldn't afford to be sentimental. Xia Huanhuan didn't know what Zhu Xiaoping was thinking. She didn't have the energy to pay attention to other people's affairs. The letter that Shen Wanxue sent to her 2 days ago said that she had safely reunited with Rong Jinbang. They were working in a grassland at the foot of a mountain, herding sheep and cattle, and shearing wool every day. The work was not too tiring, and the food was okay. The crops here were not good, so they only ate highland barley noodles and milk tea, and there were not many vegetables. As for meat, after all, there were cattle and sheep all over the mountains, so they could still eat it from time to time. I just came here, and I was a little uncomfortable at first, but after living here for 10 days or half a month, I was fine. It's just that the weather gets cold quickly here. It was only August, and it had already snowed. The letter was addressed to Yang Qiushi, so Yang Qiushi secretly took it and showed it to Xia Huanhuan, and the original letter was left to Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan then wrote another letter to Li Zhan, briefly telling him about their situation. However, she kept the letter with her and would show it to Li Zhan when he came back. Another happy thing was from Zhou Qiuhe. Zhou Qiuhe had been working part-time as a salesperson in the town supply and marketing cooperative for more than 2 years. Director Xiang had reported to the higher authorities a few days ago, intending to make Zhou Qiuhe a regular employee of the supply and marketing cooperative. Sure, this matter, to be honest, was also secretly assisted by Xia Huanhuan. It was in July and August when she was holding the ticket for the electric fan and was going to the county town to buy it. She happened to come to the town and went to the supply and marketing cooperative. Zhou Qiuhe was not there. When she saw Director Xiang, she smiled and joked. "Sister Xiang, when you asked me to be a salesperson before, didn't you say that if I did a good job, I would be promoted to a regular employee? My third sister-in-law has been working here for more than 2 years. Why didn't you believe it?" Director Xiang couldn't help but glanced at her unhappily after hearing this. "You still say that? Back then, you treated me with such kindness that you didn't agree to it, and you also tried to introduce your sister-in-law to me, as if there was no one to do my job." Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing after hearing this. "Sister, my third sister-in-law can do abacus, keep accounts, and know how to read. She is not worse than me, right? You can't use me as a shield like this." Director Xiang smiled and said, "Look at you. I was just joking, right? You really took it seriously? I've been thinking about the formal employment. I've submitted a report, but the higher-ups also want to evaluate the town's supply and marketing cooperative to see if it needs a formal employee, so it's been delayed." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Well, Sister Xiang, I was planning to take the ticket for the electric fan to the county town to buy the electric fan. See if you can get the goods. If you can, I'll buy it directly from you. It's easier for you and me, and it can also be counted as a profit for you. By then, the higher-ups in the supply and marketing cooperative will see that the town supply and marketing cooperative is selling so well, and maybe it will be easier to approve the formal employment, don't you think?" Director Xiang couldn't help laughing and said, "You've got a good idea. We're a state-owned company. How can we pay more attention to you, just because you sell a lot of things? But I know what you mean. Qiuhe just gave birth to her 4th child at the end of last year. Although she doesn't have to give work points to your fake mother-in-law Liu Lan, she's still living a tight life. It must be good to have a stable job. She has worked with me in the store for 2 years, and I must think of her well." Xia Huanhuan didn't say anything after hearing this, but she still bought 2 electric fans and many other things from the supply and marketing cooperative. After waiting for almost a month, there was finally a result. The higher-ups also investigated and found that in the past 2 years, only the supply and marketing cooperative in this town had the clearest accounts, and everything was consistent. After asking, it was Zhou Qiuhe who did it, so they agreed. Zhou Qiuhe went from a part-time temporary worker to a formal employee, and she no longer had to follow the salary model of work points plus 1 yuan per month. Instead, she no longer converted work points and changed to direct salary. 18 yuan a month is not much compared to the 20 or 30 yuan a month for workers in the county. But for those who work in the fields all year round, it is already a big number. Zhou Qiuhe and Li Jie were very happy. Li Jie didn't let Zhou Qiuhe work in the fields anymore, and he took care of it all by himself. As for Dong Bao and the younger ones, Zhou Qiuhe didn't always bring them to the supply and marketing cooperative to effect their work. Most of the time, Li Jie took care of them so that Zhou Qiuhe could work without distractions. After all, the grain that Li Jie earned from work points in the fields was not comparable to Zhou Qiuhe's 18 yuan a month. Li Jie's family was visibly better off. Seeing this, Sia Huanhuan was happy for them. In a few years, there were opportunities everywhere in the city. Although the countryside later had a land contract responsibility system, and farmers could have enough food, the change was a world of difference compared to the rapid development of the city. Such a dramatic reality could not be changed by her alone. Therefore, she could only try her best to help those close to her, so that they would have the opportunity to get on the first express train to get rich in the future. Although Zhou Qiuhe still had a rural household registration, after all, with his own ability, he has become a formal salesperson employed by the department store. Although he is still working in the town supply and marketing cooperative, he will find an opportunity to be transferred to the county town later, and then slowly change to a commercial grain household registration. As for Li Jie, in this era, men are still the mainstream of working outside and women are the homemakers. The fact that Zhou Qiuhe earns more work points than Li Jie now is fine in the short term, but over time, people in the village and outside the village will definitely gossip and make unpleasant remarks. Although Li Jie's character is impeccable, it is hard to guarantee that he will not get upset after a long time and finally cause discord between the couple, so it is better not to earn more money. Sia Huanhuan was thinking about how to help Li Jie get a job in the county. A job in the city. However, this also needs to be done slowly. Jobs in the city are all for each person, and sometimes many parents retire early so that their children can take over and have jobs. It is not easy to find a job in the county town. The autumn harvest and winter planting are also going on busily. At the end of September and the beginning of October, lotus roots and fish are harvested, and the strong laborers in the village are asked to come to help. In addition, a lot of fat are also harvested. The villagers think that the shells of these things are hard, and they don't know how to cook them, so they refuse to take them. Sia Huanhuan collected them all in a basket and tied them up with ropes to prevent them from crawling around. Then it was some of them were soaked in wine to make drunken, and the others were steamed or fried with rice cakes. Autumn is the season when produce crab roe. She also took out the crab roe and made crab roe dumplings and crab meat dumplings, which are the favorites of the little ones. It happened to be the triplets' 2-year-old birthday. This year, there was a crab feast, plum wine soaked in the summer, osmanthus cake made with osmanthus sugar in the fall, and other dishes braised pork, wild chicken mushroom soup, and so on. It was a pity that Li Zhan was not at home, and Shen Wanxue was not at home either. So Yang Qiushi and Xia Shuangshan were called over. Yang Qiushi took advantage of the little one's birthday to solemnly propose that he wanted to recognize the 3 little guys as his grandsons. Sia Huanhuan had no objection, but she still had to tell Li Zhan about this matter, and it could only be officially recognized after he agreed. So, let's put it aside for the time being. After the autumn harvest and winter planting, the grain will be distributed according to work points. This year's commune's income is about the same as last year. The villagers handed in all the chickens, ducks, pigs, sheep, etc. raised at home in exchange for work points. They also handed in 7 or 8 big fat pigs, a dozen sheep, dozens of chickens and ducks, and hundreds of eggs and duck eggs. They were all sent to the grain station to sell for money, and then they were brought back and distributed to each household according to work points. Of course, 2 pigs were kept for the new year, and a few sheep were kept to breed lambs next year. As for chickens and ducks, they were kept according to the wishes of each family. If they wanted to keep them and continue to raise them, they would continue to raise them, as long as the total number did not exceed the limit. But if you want to kill the old hens to make soup or eat them, you have to deduct the corresponding work points, and it will be considered that the commune sold them to individuals. Sia Huanhuan directly exchanged her work points for 3 old hens, planning to kill them and eat them during the new year. In addition to money and poultry and livestock, there was food. The coarse grains of sweet potatoes and corn, and the fine grains of wheat and millet were also divided according to work points. This year, there were a lot of lotus roots and fish in the lotus pond, which were all counted as Sia Huanhuan's work points. In addition, Li Zhan worked hard during the wheat harvest, so he actually had a lot of work points, and he was also given more than 200 kilograms of food, which he pushed back home in a cart. The New Year pig had to be slaughtered until the end of the year, otherwise the meat would go bad before the New Year. Everyone could only be patient and wait for the day to slaughter the pig. Soon the first snow of the year fell, and November passed, and December entered. After Laba, everyone began to get busy collecting debts and the like. Sia Huanhuan's family did not owe any debts, but there were a few good people who had borrowed money and came to pay back the money. On this day, there was another heavy snow the night before, and Sia Huanhuan burned the coal stove vigorously, planning to stay in the house during the day while warming the fire and making close-fitting vests for the children with animal skins. The three little guys, who are over 2 years old, are at an age where everyone hates them. They don't feel cold at all. They get up early in the morning and run to the yard to build snowmen and other things. Sia Huanhuan had no choice but to get up from the bed and go out to see that the snow was really heavy, and it buried the calves of adults. The three little guys' faces were red from the cold, but they happily ran around in the snow with swollen and shaky steps, and occasionally fell down on purpose, rolling on the snow and so on. Xiaowen is also 8 years old this year. He has been well-nourished in the past 2 years and has grown a lot, but he is still very childish, so he also took Xiao Bebe and the triplets to play crazy in the yard. Sia Huanhuan was speechless. In this sub-zero weather, they didn't feel cold. However, she still rolled up her sleeves to help them build a snowman and stuck a carrot on it as a red nose. Just after they finished building the bricks, Sia Huanhuan was shivering with cold and wanted to go back to the house to let them play by themselves, but she heard a knock on the door. Sia Huanhuan looked towards the door and saw 2 men and women in ragged cotton jackets standing at the door. When they saw Sia Huanhuan, they whispered, "Is this Lin Yuru's home?" Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan's home? Sia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. Who are these 2 people? When Lin Yuru heard her name being called, she also came out to check. At first glance, she didn't recognize them either, so she asked, "Who are you?" When the 2 men saw Lin Yuru, they asked tentatively, "You are Lin Yuru, right?" Lin Yuru didn't know why she had a bad premonition in her heart, and she didn't answer, just looked at them. "Who are you first?" The 2 looked at each other, and then the man said, "I am the uncle of the girl you supported back then, and this is her. Her second aunt, named Li Ernie." When Lin Yuru heard the name, her body swayed, and she almost fell down. Li Ernie. She remembered this name. Last year, Xia Shuangshan secretly went to other counties to inquire, and it seemed that Li Ernie was the biological mother of the girl they picked up, and her biological father was called Lu Yuliang. That is, how come she became the second aunt now? In any case, these 2 people are probably Sia Huanhuan's biological parents or relatives of her biological parents. How did they find their way to the house? It turned out that the person who came was Li Ernie, and the man was not Lu Yuliang, but Li Ernie's younger brother Li Sankai. Originally, Lu Yuliang and Li Ernie planned to come here during the slack season last winter, but something went wrong. Lu Yuliang was a gambler. After the busy farming season, thinking that he would be able to make a lot of money soon, he couldn't help but get together with a few second-rate guys in the village to play cards and gamble. As a result, he lost a lot. He suspected that the other people had colluded to cheat him, so he had an argument with them, and then they started fighting. It was probably because 3 people were beating him up, and Lu Yuliang got angry and picked up a carrying pole to beat them, and ended up hitting one of them on the head. That person fainted immediately, and although he was rescued later, his brain was damaged, and he became a fool. The commune called the police, and Lu Yuliang was arrested and sentenced to several years of labor reform. Li Ernie was a rural woman who had only been out of the commune and town a few times. Now her husband was arrested. She was so frightened that she was at a loss of her wits. How could she possibly run out alone to find Sia Huanhuan and then take her to Beijing to find the Fu family to recognize her as her relative, so as to earn some money as a thank you? Therefore, this matter was delayed. Until this year, Li Ernie accidentally let this matter slip in front of her younger brother. After hearing this, Li Sankai became greedy and wanted to get a piece of the pie. Xia Shuangshan had been to the village, so it was easy to find out Xia Shuangshan's address. Even if you can only find out a rough idea, Widow Wang had come here to ask before, and the two of them would know it after a pair. The problem is where the address of the biological parents of the girl in Beijing is. If they don't know this, they will not get any benefit if they find the girl back then. Li Sankai asked Li Ernie to see Liu Yuliang to find out where your family in Beijing lives. However, Liu Yuliang was not stupid. If he told Li Ernie, that stupid woman, the bribe would probably not fall into the hands of his family, and all of it would be swallowed up by Li Sankai. Later, Li Ernie called her eldest son over, saying that she had no money and was anxious to get the money for her son to marry a wife. You are doing labor reform here for a few years. Do you think your son will be single with you for a few years? Liu Yuliang softened his heart and drew a map for Li Ernie, showing how to get from the train station. Li Sankai and Li Ernie immediately set off, without stopping, and headed for Xia Shuangshan. However, at the beginning, Liu Yuliang and Li Ernie planned to pretend to be Xia Huanhuan's biological parents, recognize the relatives first, and then take the people to Beijing. Li Sankai felt that it was inappropriate, so they became Xia Huanhuan's second aunt and uncle respectively, so that it would be more convenient to talk about it later. And if something happened, they could also clear themselves. The kids playing in the yard hid behind Xia Huanhuan when they saw a stranger coming. Xia Huanhuan asked Xia Wen and the others to take the triplets into the house, and then she looked up at the person who came. She had heard Xia Shuangshan and Linuru talk about her life experience in advance. Her biological parents were not living a normal life, and it was probably them who sold her, so she couldn't help but frown coldly. How dare they come? To put it bluntly, she is not the original owner. Even if she was still the original owner, she would still beat them away mercilessly if her biological parents who had never raised her for a day came. Li Sankai and Li Ernie had already inquired after entering the village and knew that Linuru was now living with her daughter and son-in-law. Now, seeing Linuru's reaction of fainting and seeing Xia Huanhuan, they had guessed that Xia Huanhuan was the person they were looking for. Li Sankai poked Li Ernie, who was stunned for a moment, then suddenly came towards Xia Huanhuan crying, "You are my poor niece, right? Niece, you have suffered so much over the years. Your biological parents have always asked us to keep an eye out for you, and we have been looking for you for many years and have not given up." Xia Huanhuan interrupted her directly and sneered. "Human traffickers? It's the widow Wang in your village, right?" Li Ernie stared at Xia Huanhuan in astonishment, and then looked at Li Sankai at a loss. How come this is different from what they expected? Also, Xia Shuangshan and Linuru actually said that their daughter was not their biological daughter. They originally planned to curse the human traffickers, and then naturally said that Xia Shuangshan and Linuru bought their daughter from human traffickers, and they knew the news of her biological parents, but didn't tell her. Now, all the plans were disrupted. Li Ernie had never seen the world, and didn't know how to respond for a while. Li Sankai was also a little caught off guard, but he reacted faster than Li Ernie. After a moment of stunnedness, he quickly said, "Wang. Widow Wang? Was she the one who took you away back then? Niece, blame your uncle and your second aunt. We are all so careless and really didn't know about this. Don't worry, when we get back, I will immediately report to the commune and arrest the widow Wang, the human trafficker who stole other people's children. Niece, you don't know that your biological parents, your second aunt's cousin, and his wife are from Beijing. Your family is rich. As soon as we know about you, we will come to find you and pick you up, and we will go to Beijing to meet your biological parents." Li Sankai changed the subject and deliberately revealed the news that Xia Huanhuan's biological parents were very rich. He saw that the small courtyard was now made of bricks and tiles, and there were 6 or 7 rooms including the main house, wing rooms, kitchen, etc. Ordinary farmers simply could not have the money to build such a good house, which showed that this family lived a wealthy life. But no matter how wealthy they were, could they compare to the city parents with Beijing household registration? After Li Sankai finished speaking, he waited proudly to see Xia Huanhuan's face, showing a surprised and excited expression, and she couldn't wait to clamor to follow them to Beijing. Unfortunately, Xia Huanhuan was unusually calm and said lightly, "Oh, what are the names of your cousins? Why don't they come to pick up their daughter in person?" After hearing Xia Huanhuan's question, Li Sankai and Li Ernie couldn't help but flash a moment of panic on their faces. Lu Yuliang secretly followed Sun Chunhua to Jingshi at that time and saw her enter the compound. He knew where the place was. But if they were asked which family Sun Chunhua worked for as a maid and what the master's name was, they couldn't tell. There were guards standing at the gate of the compound, and Lu Yuliang didn't dare to go up to ask. However, Li Sankai reacted quite quickly and immediately evaded the question. Our cousin is Li Dagua and his cousin's surname is Sunday. They both have jobs in Jingshi. People who have jobs in the city have working hours, and it's not easy to ask for leave, so they didn't come in person. Niece, don't argue about this. Go back with your uncle and your second aunt first, and we will accompany you to Jingshi to recognize your relatives immediately. Is that not okay? Xia Huanhuan always felt something was strange when she listened to Li Sansai's words. The two men looked panicked and wanted her to follow them immediately. Could it be that they had colluded with the human traffickers? Once she coveted the biological parents in the city and went with them. Once she arrived in an unfamiliar place, would she be caught by the human traffickers like Li Xiaoqiao before? Anyway, it was very suspicious no matter how you looked at it. Of course, even if it was not possible, Xia Huanhuan did not plan to go with them. Biological parents working in Beijing? Even if what they said was true, she didn't care. Lin Yuru suddenly asked at this time, You say that you are my daughter's biological uncle and aunt, and you know my daughter's biological parents. What evidence do you have? The last time Aunt Li from the village sent them a message, she said that the widow Wang who came over had a piece of cloth in her hand. If the cloth matches the one in her hand, it can definitely prove that they are definitely related to Wan'er's biological parents. In the past, Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru did not want Xia Huanhuan to recognize her biological parents because they thought Li Ernie and Lu Yuliang were them after inquiring, but now they heard from these two people that they were not, and Wan'er's biological parents were actually from Beijing, and they were workers and ate commercial grain. Lin Yuru felt that it would be better for Xia Huanhuan to recognize her relatives. That is a city hukou. As long as she recognizes her relatives, Huanhuan can directly transfer to a city hukou and move to Beijing to live. Her biological parents will definitely find her a job and eat commercial grain. The children in the family will naturally become city dwellers. These are things that she and Xia Shuangshan can't give Huanhuan. They can't be so selfish. They still have to persuade Huanhuan to recognize her relatives. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment and said, Mom, why are you asking this? Before Lin Yuru could answer, Li Ernie immediately said yes. We have half of the bag that was used to wrap my niece. I can show you. As she said that, she took out the cloth from the bag. Lin Yuru didn't need to compare it. She saw at a glance that the cloth must be right. The people they said were working in the city were Huan's biological parents. Lin Yuru whispered, Wan'er, don't be stubborn. They also came all the way here. I see your parents. They're not bad either. They're both registered in Beijing and have jobs. You should recognize them. Xia Huanhuan then understood the meaning of Lin Yuru's action. However, she was not moved, but shook her head firmly and said, Mom, didn't we agree? My parents are only you and Dad. That's why I don't want to recognize them anymore. Li Sankai and Li Ernie were also a little anxious after hearing this. Why is your niece so hard to talk to? Can we harm you? Your biological parents are really rich. As they said, they couldn't help but step forward, wishing to take Xia Huanhuan to Beijing to recognize their relatives immediately. But Xia Huanhuan said lightly, It's not impossible for me to recognize my relatives. They lost their own daughter just like that, and she was sold by human traffickers. Now they finally found her, but they didn't show up themselves, but asked irrelevant people to pick me up? What? Having a registered in Beijing and eating commercial grain in the city is so precious? He can't even spare the time to come and pick up his long-lost daughter in person? Li Sankai and Li Ernie were embarrassed. The owner lived in the compound. They wanted to invite him, but how could he pay attention to them? However, Xia Huanhuan refused to give in at all. After saying these words, she drove the two of them away. Li Ernie wanted to ask Xia Huanhuan for some travel expenses for coming all the way here. After all, they came here to find Xia Huanhuan's parents, so it wouldn't be too much to ask for some travel expenses. Seeing that Sia Huanhuan still lived in such a bright house, she could definitely afford it. However, Sia Huanhuan pretended not to hear it. Li Ernie and Li Sankai had to leave embarrassingly. The two of them discussed it. Now that they had seen the girl from that year, although their original plan to take Sia Huanhuan directly to Beijing City was not feasible, it would be troublesome to run back and forth, so they simply bought train tickets to Beijing City together. However, when they arrived at the train station, another idea suddenly popped up in Li Sansai's mind. He looked at Li Ernie and said, "Sister, I think we should go home first." Li Ernie was stunned. "Why? Didn't you say that we should go to Jing City, find her parents, tell them that we helped them find their daughter, and ask for the money as a thank you directly?" Li Sansai's eyes flashed with greed, and he said, "Sister, think about it. If we tell that family about their daughter, even if we ask for a thank you fee, how much can we get? At most, it will be a few dozen or 100, right? That's all one-time money, sister. Don't you want to make more money?" Li Ernie was also tempted after hearing this. Although a few dozen or 100 is not a small amount, who would refuse more money? "Sankai, your sister can't figure it out, so don't keep her in suspense. Just tell me." Li Sankai lowered his voice and said, "Sister, isn't your area about the same age as the girl back then?" Li Ernie thought about it blankly and said, "Yes, they were born in the same year." Li Sankai continued, "Except for the girl we saw back then, no one else has seen her, not even Sun Chunhua. As for just now, fortunately we did not tell the girl the address of that family in Beijing. Sister, I'm thinking, why don't we let Arya replace that girl and go to Beijing to recognize her relatives?" When Li Ernie heard this, her first reaction was to shake her head. How can that be possible? Arya is my daughter, and besides, she doesn't look like her. TSK, what does it matter whether she looks like her or not? We have the bag that was used to wrap the baby girl. This is the evidence. Sister, don't be reluctant to give up your Arya. Think about it. We are helping Arya. She is transformed from a country girl into the daughter of a wealthy family in the city. Won't she be able to eat and drink well in the future? You are her biological mother, and by then, our family will definitely be able to take advantage of a lot. Li Ernie was a greedy person without a backbone. After listening to Li Sansai's words, she agreed. The two of them immediately bought train tickets back to the county, hurried back home, and then took Arya to Beijing again. Sia Huanhuan didn't know that the two had already thought of a plan to replace the pillars with the beams, and was still busy preparing for the new year. Last year, Li Zhaodi, the eldest sister of the Li family, returned to her parents' home, and she was considered to have reconciled with her relatives here. Therefore, after the new year this year, she had to go to visit relatives. However, Li Zhaodi lived in another county, and the journey was not close. Both Sia Huanhuan and Zhou Qiuhe had a lot of things waiting for them to deal with at home, so they didn't plan to go, so they let Li Jie go alone with the gifts. Sia Huanhuan also prepared a bag of loose white sugar, a little flour, and a box of the snacks that were bought for the children, as well as a few sausages which were placed in Li Jie's house, so that Li Jie could take them over when the time came. This year, Li Zhan was certain that he would not be able to come back for the new year. However, this time, Sia Huanhuan knew roughly where he was. After entering the autumn and winter, Li Zhan had ridden back, saying that the climate in the northwest, northeast, and even the south was very abnormal this year. The south was not so bad, but the north had heavy snowfalls one after another, starting in August, and many places had suffered from snow disasters. Some nomadic herders were even trapped in the blizzard and could not move, and needed people to rescue them. In order to protect the lives and property of the herders, Li Zhan and his reinforced regiment were sent to the northwest to help rescue people and trapped sheep. However, that was all Sia Huanhuan knew. It turned out that even knowing where he was, she was still worried. She was worried that he was too enthusiastic in carrying out the mission and got frostbite again, or that they were trapped in the blizzard, unable to escape, and at their wits' end. She didn't know if it was because she thought about it during the day and dreamed about it at night, but on the night of the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, Sia Huanhuan had a dream. She dreamed of a blizzard all over the sky, and the wind mixed with the blizzard like fine salt, roaring between the sky and the earth. The entire snowfield was deserted, and at a glance, there was nothing but thick snow. However, somewhere in what seemed to be a white place, under a protruding rock, a flock of sheep were huddled together, shivering and making faint bleating sounds from time to time. This dream was so real that Sia Fong even felt as if she was in the middle of it. The biting wind and snow blew in her face, making her shiver. In her dream, she trudged through the knee-deep snow and walked towards the flock of sheep, and then she saw that there seemed to be someone in the flock. Just as Sia Fong was trying to see clearly, she woke up from the dream. She didn't care at first, thinking that she was probably subconsciously worried about Shen Wanxiue and Li Zhan, so she dreamed of these scenes. But after having similar dreams for several days in a row, Sia Fong couldn't sit still, because she had seen the faces of the people with the sheep in the dream. She didn't know the man, but she recognized the woman at a glance. If it wasn't Shen Wanxiue, who else could it be? When she was about to ask, she woke up from the dream. Sia Fong still remembered that before she traveled through time, after she awakened the portable space, she had also had a similar dream, and then soon, she traveled through time. The dreams she had these days, could they also be similar to precognitive dreams? Could they really happen? If that is the case, then Shen Wanxiue and the unknown man, it should be Rongzhenbang, must have been trapped in the blizzard like other herdsmen. Sia Fong thought of this and couldn't help but worry. Will they be in danger? Is there anyone to rescue them? Although Li Zhan also went to the northwest to help with disaster relief, he might not happen to meet Shen Wanxiue and Rongzhenbang and rescue them in time. That night, Sia Fong dreamed again, and the situation in the dream was more critical. The blizzard in the dream had stopped. Shen Wanxiue and Rongzhenbang were trapped for several days and survived by relying on the dry barley cakes they brought with them. Now that the snow stopped, they immediately struggled to get up and tried to drive the sheep back to the farm. These sheep are collective assets. If they're lost or frozen to death, they will also be criticized. However, just as they were about to go back, there was a sudden sound of horses neighing, and then a group of men with rough looks and untidy beards suddenly rushed over from a distance and surrounded the two people and the flock of sheep. The leader rode a tall horse and spoke in an incomprehensible language with an arrogant look. The waist knife and handgun on his waist, as well as the dagger stuck in the boot, all looked creepy. Rongzhenbang seemed to understand what these people said and walked over tremblingly to negotiate with them. But the content obviously made the leader unhappy at all. Without saying a word, he suddenly drew out his waist knife and slashed at Rongzhenbang.
Ah!
Sia Fong was startled and broke out in a cold sweat, and suddenly woke up from her sleep. The dream was like a TV series, with a little new development every night, but tonight's development was obviously too terrifying and cruel. Sia Fong sat on the bed, breathing heavily, and couldn't tell where she was for a moment. It wasn't until she saw the triplets sleeping beside her that she breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the dream, will it really happen in reality? Has it already happened, or has it not happened yet, and there is still a possibility of remedying it? Where is Li Zhan? If the people in the dream were really Shen Wanxiue and Rongzhenbang, Li Zhan's biological parents, they hadn't seen Li Zhan again before. When Li Zhan learned the bad news, he would definitely blame himself and refuse to forgive himself. Thinking of this, Sia Fong couldn't sleep anymore. She only knew that Li Zhan went to the northwest to carry out a mission. Although it was not a confidential mission, there was more that she, as a family member, could not know. How to notify Li Zhan? No, first make sure whether the dream happened. Sia Fong tried hard to recall the scene in the dream, trying to remember whether there were words like reminding the date. She remembered that Shen Wanxiue and Rongzhenbang had talked in the dream, but it was too windy and snowy at the time, so she didn't listen carefully. After trying hard to think for a long time, she still couldn't remember it. Sia Fong had no choice but to force herself to continue sleeping. In the past 2 days, although she had other dreams after falling asleep, she would eventually return to that dream again. This time was no exception. This time, Sia Fong had a clear purpose, which was to listen carefully to the conversation between Shen Wanxiue and Rongzhenbang. It should be the night before those horse thieves appeared, Rong Zhenbang gave the last half of the barley cake to Shen Wanxue. Shen Wanxue wanted to share it with him, but Rong Zhenbang pushed it back. Rong Zhenbang smiled and said, "You can eat. I think the weather is good, and the snowstorm will stop tomorrow. We have been missing for 2 or 3 days. Now everyone on the farm must have organized to look for us. We and the sheep will be fine. I estimate that we will be found tomorrow evening, and then we will have food. It's just," Rong Zhenbang said, and couldn't help laughing at himself for fun. "They saw that we didn't get back before New Year's Eve, and we might be criticized." Then the content of the dream was the content of the dream before waking up. Rong Zhenbang was killed by horse thieves, and then Shen Wanxue did not escape. The snow was soaked with blood. The horse thieves drove away with more than a dozen sheep, leaving only Rong Zhenbang and Shen Wanxue. Sia Fong Fong was extremely frightened and heartbroken. But no matter how she shouted in the dream, it did not change the development of the matter. What made her even more heartbroken was that almost an hour later, Li Zhan and other people who came to rescue found Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang. However, everything was too late. Li Zhan's expression of madness, pain, regret, and despair was the last thing she saw before she woke up again. Sia Fong Fong covered her chest and gasped, tears streaming down uncontrollably. No, she couldn't let this happen. She couldn't let Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang suffer such a fate, and she couldn't let Li Zhan show such an expression. New Year's Eve. Not being able to rush back before New Year's Eve means that the timeline in the dream happened after New Year's Eve. Sia Fong Fong was excited. It is now the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, and there are still 5 days until New Year's Eve. In other words, everything in the dream must not have happened yet. What to do? How can I notify Li Zhan before Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang get into trouble so that Li Zhan can go to save his parents? In the northwest, Sia Fong Fong has never had the opportunity to go there since she crossed over, so there is no way to teleport there through space. Then she can only take the train to rush there. According to the content of the dream, Rong Zhenbang and Shen Wanxue must have been trapped by a blizzard near the farm where they were. Li Zhan was able to arrive within an hour after the tragedy, which meant he was nearby. Fortunately, she knew the address of the farm. As long as she could get to the vicinity of the farm before encountering the horse thieves, whether she found Li Zhan or found Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang, either way, she could prevent the tragedy from happening. Sia Fong Fong couldn't sleep, so she quietly got up and put on her clothes quietly for fear of waking up the triplets. But her mind was working rapidly. Tomorrow morning, she would go to the commune to get a letter of introduction, and also send an emergency telegram to the county military liaison office to prepare for both situations. Telegrams would definitely arrive faster than people, but Li Zhan should be doing disaster relief in various places, and he might not be able to see the telegram in time. But he must still send it, in case he encounters something on the road and can't make it. After getting the letter of introduction, she would take the train to Jingshe first, and then transfer to Ho-Hot in the middle of the northwest. It wouldn't take much time, even if it was a green train. A day and a night would be enough. The key is the journey behind. The farm where Shen Wanxue and the others were located was naturally extremely remote. In the letter that Shen Wanxue sent back last time, it was mentioned that after getting off the train, she first took a car, then a tractor, then a bullock cart, and finally walked dozens of kilometers, taking a total of 3 or 4 days to get there. In that case, time is very tight. The day when the horse thief appears should be the first day of the Lunar New Year. In other words, it happens to be the 6th day counting from today. Finally, when the sky was white outside, Sia Fong Fong washed up a little and went to the commune. Secretary Zhao was used to getting up early. Although the new year was coming soon, today, the 25th, was also the day to kill the New Year pig, so he went to the commune to prepare in advance as always. Seeing Sia Fong Fong coming over so early in the morning, she was startled and asked quickly, "Daughter-in-law Li Zhan, did you come over so early in the morning? Did something happen at home?" Sia Fong Fong quickly shook his head and said, "Secretary Zhao, don't worry. Everything is fine at home. Just don't laugh at me if you tell me. I had a nightmare last night, dreaming that Li Zhan was injured while performing a mission outside.
I feel bad about it.
I want to come over and have a look. Can you send me a letter of introduction? Secretary Zhao was stunned for a moment and said, Daughter-in-law Li Zhan, dreams are always the opposite. Don't worry, go to the county first. A telegram. Hey, look, I won't open it for you, don't cry. Look at the fuss this made. Sia Fong Fong raised her hands to wipe her tears and said, Secretary Zhao, neither am I. That kind of hypocritical person. I was really scared of last night's dream, otherwise I wouldn't have run out just before the Chinese New Year. Secretary, don't worry, I just took a look to make sure everything is okay. If so, I'll be relieved. He will definitely not cause trouble to our commune and the county. She is going to find Li Zhan. If she can't find him for a while, she may have to go directly to Shunwanshue, and she will go there all the way. If you are converting from boat to car, a letter of introduction is required at every step. Secretary Zhao was helpless, but he still trusted Sia Fong Fong's character, and finally gave her the letter of introduction. When Sia Fong Fong went home, she told Lin Yu that she was going out and asked Xia Shuangshan to move in during the Chinese New Year and take good care of the children at home. Lin Yu was also startled. Wana, you are such a good person. Why did you suddenly say you want to go out? Did something happen to Li Zhan? Xia Fong Fong said with a smile. No. I just missed him suddenly. I didn't spend the Chinese New Year at home last year, and I'm working outside again this year. I'm afraid I won't even be able to eat dumplings. I really want to go and see it. Also, please don't say this to anyone else. Aunt Shun has also been gone for half a year, which is just the time. It's a place I'll stop by to say New Year's greetings or something. Lin Yu was still worried, but you are not going to the capital this time. You are going to the west, so far away. What if you meet a bad person? It would be better if your father followed me. There is a man on the road. After hearing this, Sia Fong Fong quickly shook her head and said, Mom, don't worry, if my father follows me out, you'll be here at home. How can I feel safe with 6 little cubs? After hearing this, Lin Yu felt her heart skip a beat when she remembered that Liu Lan had found someone to take away Yan Yan Yi Yao Yao. That time, had Sia Fong Fong not gone directly to Liu Lan with a kitchen knife to settle the score and forced him to find out the location of the gangster, he could have successfully rescued the triplets. Otherwise, she will just cry, which is really useless. What if something really happened while Sia Fong Fong was away and she was alone? Seeing Lin Yu's expression, Sia Fong Fong said a few more words to comfort Lin Yu and finally got her to agree to go alone. In fact, she also knew that in this day and age, it would definitely be inconvenient for a woman to go out alone. But it was one thing to let Xia Shuangshan stay at home in case something happened when she was not at home. Also, she might use space to shorten the time as much as possible. If Xia Shuangshan goes together, then we can only transfer trains and buses step by step. There is no point in hurrying. After explaining to Lin Yu, Sia Fong Fong went to hug the triplets again. The triplets didn't know that their mother was going away, so they said excitedly, Mom, kill the pig today. Kill the pig. Sia Fong Fong felt guilty for a while. She had just promised them a few days ago that she would take them to see the New Year pig when it was slaughtered, but she couldn't do it this year either. You guys are good. Go watch the pig slaughtering with your grandpa and grandma this year. Then he asked Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei to help their grandpa and grandma with more housework at home, and the winter vacation homework assigned by the teacher should not be wasted. And also, take good care of the 3 younger brothers, Yan Yi Yao Yao. Xiaowen couldn't help but asked, Mom, are you going away? Aren't you going to celebrate the New Year at home? When Xiaowu heard this, he realized and looked at Sia Fong Fong with wide eyes. Aren't you going to celebrate the New Year at home? Where are you going? New Year? What should I do if I can't eat dumplings outside? Beibei is now 5 years old and has become a lot more sensible. She raised her head and asked, Mom, we want to eat dumplings together on New Year's Eve. Sia Fong Fong touched them. He raised his head and chuckled. Isn't your 4th uncle not coming back this year? I'll go find your 4th uncle and celebrate the New Year with him. Anyway, you guys should be obedient and listen to your grandpa and grandma. When I come back, if you listen to what your grandma says about you pie, I'm going to beat you up. After the family's instructions, Sia Fong didn't dare to delay any longer and went out. First, he left the village and walked to a deserted place. Then, he teleported directly to the county seat and went to the military contact point to send a telegram to Liu Lan. Then, he went directly to Beijing City through space. In this way, the time that would have taken most of a day to a whole day to get from home to Beijing was saved. In the past, she rented a house from Dahe in Beijing. Later, after she bought a courtyard house near Hohai, she gave up the rent and then teleported directly to her own courtyard house. Sia Fong asked Dahe to buy the ticket to Hohhot in the northwest. Although she had a letter of introduction from the village, which said she was going to the army to visit relatives, it was not easy to buy a sleeper ticket. Moreover, today is the 25th of the Lunar New Year. Although it is not as good as the Spring Festival travel period later, there are still many people who have to travel thousands of miles to go home for a reunion dinner. Everyone bought their tickets early. For people like her who bought urgent tickets on the same day, although they might be lucky enough to get a refund, there is a high probability that the tickets have been sold out and cannot be purchased. Then you can only wait until tomorrow, or even the day after tomorrow, to get the tickets. Therefore, it is the most time-saving way to directly ask someone with connections for help. Dahe was also a little puzzled. Sister. It's the 25th day of the 12th lunar month. You're celebrating the Chinese New Year. Why are you going to the west where birds don't lay eggs? Sia Fong explained vaguely. My man is over there. He just wants to spend the new year with my man. Oh, don't worry about this. Just help me get the tickets. Money is not an issue. After hearing this, Dahe felt sorry for himself. Luo Chung, the eldest brother, felt sorry for a while. Brother Luo is so miserable. The woman he likes has to travel thousands of miles to find a husband to spend the new year with his man. Speaking of which, Sia Fong's man should be the same man who found Brother Luo's house last time, right? He looks pretty good. It's just that. Well, it's definitely not as good as Brother Luo. Fim. Sister, don't worry. I'll take care of this. The train to Hohhot is only once a day. It leaves at 9 o'clock in the evening and arrives the next morning. I guarantee you can leave at night this year. Sia Fong listened. He smiled gratefully and said, Thank you very much. Dahe took the money and left. Sia Fong pulled out a map of later generations from the space and searched for it. Fortunately, the place name of Shen Wanshue's place had not changed, so she found it. However, there is no way to refer to the railway crossings and provincial roads marked on the map. Nowadays, there are no smartphones, and naturally there are no online maps that can be viewed at any time. Sia Fong thought for a moment and went out immediately to buy a map from that era, otherwise it would be difficult to ask for directions later. I also bought bread, kettles, peanuts, roasted chestnuts with sugar, donkey yellow, and other foods in the food store. I also bought a box of rice flour-flavored snacks and white rabbit toffee, which made people look like I was there. Visiting relatives. About 2 hours later, Dahe came back, and sure enough, he got a sleeper ticket for the day. Sia Fong thanked him endlessly. I immediately packed up and went to the train station. I got on the train smoothly in the evening, and the green train set off carrying a carload of passengers who had traveled thousands of miles to travel to various places before the new year. The train has to travel all night and will not arrive in Hohhot until around 7 or 8 o'clock the next morning. The farm that Shen Wanshue and Rong Zhenbong were working on was a remote and uninhabited farm under a county near Hohhot. When the train arrived in Hohhot, he went to the bus station to buy a ticket to the county seat. Sia Fong was a little confused as to how to go further down, so she could only ask and leave. It's hard to ask about the farm, but you can just ask directly about the military garrison. During the day in the county seat, she also took care to check in with all the garrison points near the county seat under the jurisdiction of Hohhot. The comrades at the county's military liaison station had met her several times and knew that her man was the regiment leader, so he told her readily and helped her send a telegram to visit relatives there as well, which was considered a help. Said hello in advance. Although she was very tired, she really couldn't sleep because her brain was always in a tense state. Besides, if she fell asleep, she would probably have that dream again, which she was somewhat resistant to. After staying up until 2 or 3 in the morning, I still couldn't bear the sleepiness and fell asleep. This time there was more content in the dream. Li Xiang lost his mind and took a few people deep into the Gobi to hunt down the horse thieves. Although he finally killed the leader of the horse thieves and several other horse thieves, he also captured the rest. But 2 of the brothers who went there together died as a result. Li Xiang's leg also suffered a serious injury from Mutsang. The medical conditions there were poor, and the doctor's advice was amputation. Sia Fong Fong woke up again. It was clearly winter, but her back was soaked with cold sweat. Must catch up. She could never let these things happen. The train was delayed for an hour, and we didn't arrive until 9 o'clock. It was already the morning of the 26th. After Sia Fong Fong left the station, she went to the bus station to buy a ticket. In those days, everything was state-owned, and there were no private buses or scalpers who dared to come out to solicit passengers. Sia Fong Fong took the letter of introduction and went to queue up to buy a ticket. The ticket seller looked at her letter of introduction and found that it was issued by a place near Beijing City, and she was going to visit relatives at the military base. He looked at Sia Fong Fong with some vigilance, and then said, "Wait a minute, I have to report to my superiors." Sia Fong Fong had no choice but to wait patiently. After a while, someone who looked like the leader of the bus station came over and asked Sia Fong Fong questions such as her husband's name and which unit he belonged to. Sia Fong Fong answered patiently, and the person on the other side seemed to verify the situation, so another day was delayed. Sia Fong Fong wanted to get angry, but she was afraid that if there were more complications and she was detained here, it would waste more time. So she simply decided that the information she provided was true, and she was not afraid of them verifying it, so she just waited patiently. After finally verifying it, it was all right. The ticket to the county town that day was sold out. Sia Fong Fong was speechless and could only stay in a guest house near the bus station for one night and set off again early the next morning. On the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, she finally got on the bus and arrived at the county town. She first went to the military contact point in that county to say hello and asked how to get to the military garrison here that she had asked in advance. The comrades at the contact point verified and asked for instructions for a long time before they confirmed that Sia Fong Fong was indeed here to visit her relatives, so they asked the garrison to send someone to pick her up. However, your man is seconded here to help with the snow disaster relief. I guess you may not meet him when you go there. When they're out on duty, sometimes we can't contact them for several days or even months. You have to be mentally prepared. Sia Fong Fong nodded quickly and said, "I know. Thank you, comrade. I haven't spent the new year with my man for 2 years. I missed him so much that I came here. If I really can't see him, there is nothing I can do. Sorry to trouble you." The garrison sent a jeep in the afternoon. A man in military uniform got off the car and asked Sia Fong Fong to get in. On the way, Sia Fong Fong asked and found out that Li Xiang was not in the garrison. He had been out for half a month. A village under the jurisdiction of Yi City had been trapped by a blizzard for more than 10 days. They had just finished rescuing the last wave and had not rested for a while or had a good sleep, but they rushed to the next disaster area without stopping. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. The weather this year is too bad. There are disasters everywhere. Otherwise, we can't ask our friendly forces to borrow people to help. Although it is the new year these days, I'm afraid our camp is almost empty. I'm afraid I can't take care of you. If there is anything inconsiderate, please forgive me." Sia Fong Fong was moved and a little guilty by these words. They were already so busy, and they still had to send someone to pick her up. "I'm sorry, I was impulsive and caused you trouble." The visitor smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, don't mind it. If you come to visit relatives at other times, we will at least prepare a roasted whole lamb and then have a bonfire party. It's us who are sorry." Sia Fong Fong smiled and said, "Well, I'll wait for a day. If Li Xiang hasn't come back yet, I won't bother you anymore and cause trouble for the country and the army. It just so happens that I have an aunt from a distant place who married here, and I haven't seen her for several years. I'll go visit her if I see that it doesn't work. I'll spend the new year with them this year, so that the relationship between relatives has not been severed." The visitor smiled and said, "That's fine. If you haven't seen each other for a few years, you should meet each other. Sia Fong Fong tentatively asked again. By the way, comrade, I don't know whether I should ask or not, but I have heard that there may be horse thieves here who specialize in doing bad things to harass the people. Is it true? The man smiled and said, why not? They are all vicious criminals who have committed crimes. This area is vast and sparsely populated, and many people migrate with their families and yurts. Even if there are troops stationed in our garrison, sometimes we can't take care of them. In previous years, these people didn't dare to be too arrogant. They just robbed the herdsmen's cattle, sheep, horses, etc., and they were fine as long as they could survive the winter. This year, the weather has been abnormal since August, and it started to snow heavily in the fall. The herdsmen didn't have time to arrange for winter warmth. Many cattle and sheep were frozen to death or starved to death. Where would there be surplus for those horse thieves to rob? So, they are even more cruel. Since the beginning of winter alone, there have been several cases of robbery and extermination of families. Otherwise, we wouldn't have asked for the regiment of Captain Li to come to help. Sia Fong Fong listened and became more and more worried. Most of the tasks carried out by Li Lan have always been confidential. But after listening to this man, Li Lan's tasks were indeed some tasks that required him to deal with vicious and desperate criminals. Thinking of Li Lan lying in a simple tent with a pale face in the dream, the doctor said with difficulty, it's no good. It's been delayed for too long. The wound is too infected. It must be amputated, otherwise it will be life-threatening. Sia Fong Fong shuddered involuntarily. The person who picked her up also noticed it and comforted her. Don't worry too much. Most of them are just routine rescue missions. Those horse thieves have been quiet for a while. Sia Fong Fong smiled palely and said, well, I know.
They talked some more gossip along the way.
The jeep drove for several hours before arriving at the camp stationed in a very remote place. Just as the person who picked her up said, there were not so many people in the camp. There were only some logistics and permanent staff, and some injured people were temporarily waiting to be transferred to the big hospital in Ho Hot for treatment. Sia Fong Fong was arranged to live in a yurt. The yurt was not big, surrounded by felts to block the wind and keep warm. There were beds made of animal skins and homemade wool blankets. After a while, the soldier who came to pick her up came. After asking, he found out that his surname was Ma. Everyone called him Xiao Ma. He also brought a small stove burning dried cow dung. He also brought a copper pot for making milk tea, brick tea, fresh milk, beef jerky, milk tofu, milk skin, butter, and fried rice to help cook. Xiao Ma smiled and said, sister-in-law, it's not time for dinner yet. I'll make you some milk tea first so you can eat. As he said that, he started to prepare. First, pour clean water into the pot, and after it boils, add the crushed brick tea leaves, and then slowly boil it. Then add milk and salt and continue to boil until it boils. Then put beef jerky, milk tofu, and other ingredients into the pot and cook them. It's done. There is not much food here, all of which are beef, mutton, or dairy products. This kind of milk tea can be regarded as the daily diet of local herdsmen. Sia Fong Fong felt more and more embarrassed. The snowstorm this winter was so serious, and Li Lan and his men came to support. She, a family member, came all the way here and had to trouble others to take care of herself, and also consumed the ration supplies here. On the surface, it was really confusing. But thinking of the things in the dream, Sia Fong Fong also knew that she had to come this time. Even if it was just an ordinary nightmare, not a prophetic dream, she had to come here to seek peace of mind. Comrade Xiao Ma, it's really too much trouble for you. I brought dry food here, and you don't have to be busy taking care of me. Xiao Ma smiled and said, no trouble.
This is what we should do.
Then, sister-in-law, you take a rest first, and I will call you when the meal is ready. Sia Fong Fong agreed, and when Xiao Ma left the yurt, she took a sip of the milk tea. It was salty and fragrant, and it also had a strong milky aroma. It was really delicious, and she finished it in a short while. The milk tea contained beef jerky, milk tofu, fried rice, etc., so the quantity was sufficient and quite filling. She had been taking food from the space such as chocolate, biscuits, meat buns, etc., and eating them behind people's backs, so she didn't feel hungry. But when she arrived in Ho-Hote, she had to go to the county town again, and someone came to pick her up. She didn't have much chance to eat along the way, so she was still quite hungry. After eating, Sia Fong still forced herself to sleep for a while. Today is the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, and there are only 3 days left before the New Year's Eve. The most ideal thing is that Li Zhan can come back tomorrow, so that she can tell Li Zhan that Shen Wanxue is trapped and the approximate location. Li Zhan has someone under his command who can rescue her immediately. As for how Li Zhan asked her how she knew, she could only tell the truth that she had a nightmare. For this kind of thing, it is better to believe it than not to believe it. However, if Li Zhan doesn't come back tomorrow, she can't just wait.
Or
Tell the people stationed here that there may be people trapped in that area. However, how could she, a family member from another place, describe so accurately what happened near the farm where Shen Wanxue was, including the location? It was possible that not only did they not rescue her in the first place, but they would think that there was something wrong with her, that she was an interloper or a spy sabotaging, and detain her. If they simply detained her and sent people to rescue her, as she said, then it would be fine. After the people were rescued, at least her innocence could be proved. But I was afraid that after detaining her, they would not rescue her due to lack of manpower, which would delay things. Sia Fong didn't dare to take the risk. After thinking about it, she could only wait until tomorrow at most. If Li Zhan didn't come back, she would go alone according to the original plan, saying that she was going to visit distant relatives whom she hadn't seen for many years. She had a space, so the blizzard should not be able to do anything to her. If she couldn't hold on any longer, she could go into the space to keep warm. There was also spiritual spring water to drink, so she was not afraid. As long as she could get to the place where Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang were trapped, even if she couldn't bring Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang into the space, at least she could give them some warm things and food. Moreover, she could persuade them to abandon the flock and run for their lives first. It would be best if they could avoid the group of horse thieves. At worst, if they still met them, at least she could delay some time to deal with them until Li Zhan and the others arrived. Moreover, she still had the wooden barn in her hand, so she could only take a gamble. At night, Xiaoma really came to call Sia Fong have dinner, and the battalion commander of the garrison also came to greet her. Sia Fong thought about it and said tentatively, "Battalion commander, when I came here by bus from Ho-Hote, I heard a fellow villager on the bus say that there was a farm called Fengsho Farm. The disaster nearby was quite serious this year. It seemed that someone was trapped by the snowstorm while herding a flock of sheep. Did they send people over there to rescue them?" The battalion commander looked at her strangely at first, and then said, "The situation on that farm over there is more complicated. They have been hit by the disaster, so they must be rescued. However, there are still many poor and lower middle-class herdsmen who have been severely affected by the disaster, so we can only let them wait. However, you are an ignorant country wife, so don't ask such questions again in the future." Sia Fong pretended to be at a loss after hearing this. Took over the topic. However, she also figured out the attitude of the top leader here, and told the camp that she had completely abandoned the plan of letting the camp rescue people. It snowed heavily again that night, and it snowed all night. By the next morning, the snow outside the yurt was knee-deep. Breakfast was still milk tea, and there was some hand-pulled mutton soup, and fried rice at noon. In the afternoon, the snow began to fall again. Sia Fong mentioned a place near the camp called Yanghe Valley, saying that she was going to visit relatives, and if Li Zhan came back, she asked them to bring a message to Li Zhan, saying that she went to see Yanshen. The camp seemed not far away, and there was no disaster there, so she didn't say anything and asked Xiao Ma to drive the people there. Sia Fong declined, but finally agreed to let her go. Anyway, the place she mentioned was located between the camp and the farm, which could save some time. After arriving at Yanghe Valley and sending Xiao Ma away, Sia Fong walked towards the farm without stopping. When she reached an uninhabited area, she directly dragged the jeep out of the space and then drove towards the farm where Shen Wanxue and the others were. When she was stockpiling supplies, she specially prepared tires for use in the snow, and the space can change tires with a thought. Unfortunately, not long after she left, because of the heavy snowstorm, The jeep could not move at all, and finally had to put the car back into the space and walk on the way. Fortunately, she met a family who was moving in the wind and snow on the road. The ox cart carried her for a while before she finally arrived at the farm. Sia Fong Fong arrived at the gate of the farm and showed a forged letter of introduction to the old man who was guarding the gate, saying that she was here to visit relatives. She got the letter of introduction from the village to visit relatives in the military base here. If she brought the real letter of introduction directly, if it was checked, it would be easy to trace it to Liu Lan, so it was safer to use a fake letter of introduction. The old man guarding the gate stared at her suspiciously. It was snowing heavily, and it was the end of the year. It was really strange that someone would come to visit the people on the farm, and she was a pretty young wife. "Your name is Dongwan?
Who do you want to see?"
Is there a girl named Shen Wanxiue who just transferred here in July or August this year, and her husband, who should be Rongzhenbang? Sia Fong Fong said. The old man at the gate asked, "Who are you to them?" Sia Fong Fong naturally couldn't tell the truth, so she said, "This is my distant aunt. I also came here to visit my uncle, and by the way, I came to see this aunt." "Excuse me, are they on the farm now?" The old man at the gate no longer doubted and said, "Then wait, I'll ask for you." After saying that, he took the letter of introduction and left. After a while, the old man who was guarding the gate came back and said, "The two people you found went out to herd sheep 3 days ago with dry food. They wanted to send the sheep to a nearby pasture that can keep the sheep warm. Calculating the time, it will take another 2 days for them to come back." Sia Fong Fong's heart trembled. According to the situation in the dream, Shen Wanxiue and Rongzhenbang had indeed been trapped in the blizzard for several days. She had originally imagined that it would be best if they had not set out when she arrived at the farm. If they had already walked for 2 or 3 days, she would not be able to catch up anyway. Therefore, the only way was to find out the direction they were going as soon as possible, so that she could find them as quickly as possible. She asked quickly, "Is that so? Then let me ask again. Where is the ranch they're going to? I have a map here, please tell me the address and I will go directly to the ranch to find them." The old man who was guarding the door glanced at the map she took out and said, "I don't understand this thing. Just go south from here about 50 kilometers. If it doesn't snow, you can get there in a day. But it has been snowing heavily these days, and it's good to walk 10 miles a day." After hearing this, Sia Fong Fong thanked him and hurriedly walked towards the south. The grassland was endless, and it was quite difficult to tell the direction. Fortunately, she had a compass, so she didn't worry. Even though the temperature was nearly 10 degrees below zero, it was really too cold to bear. She still used the space. When it was too cold, she would go into the space to hide for a while before coming out. She also had thick down jackets and coats made of animal skins wrapped in 3 layers. Moreover, the off-road jeep could not move, so she got a mule from the space and carried herself. Even so, it was extremely difficult to walk. Sia Fong Fong was getting more and more anxious. According to the old man who was watching the door, Shen Wanxiue and the others had been on the road for 3 days. Even if they brought enough dry food, such a low temperature and long-term exposure to the outside, it can almost be said that their lives are in danger at any time. However, no matter how anxious she was, she could only look for them bit by bit. Until the daytime of the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, she searched all the way to the ranch. She arrived at the ranch and didn't meet anyone. Sia Fong Fong was almost crazy. Then she thought that Shen Wanxiue and the others might have lost their way in the blizzard and went astray. If that was the case, the range would be too large, and any direction could be possible. How could she find them?
And time did not allow.
Sia Fong Fong closed her eyes and forced herself to calm down. She remembered that in her dream, Shen Wanxiue and Rongzhenbang were hiding in a small hollow surrounded by rocks on 3 sides. It was precisely because of the rocks that the wind was not strong in the hollow, and it was much warmer than outside. Otherwise, at their age, they lacked warm clothes and food, and it would be impossible for them to hold on until the bandits appeared. Thinking of this, she told the ranch people about the rocks she saw in her dream and asked them if they knew where the place was. After hearing this, the ranch people said immediately, "Oh, are you talking about Santra Mountain? That's what we call it here." Although it's just 3 big rocks, they are piled together to form a shelter. Some herdsmen have blocked the leaks with mud and felt and put animal skins inside. If a herdsman encounters a blizzard while grazing, if they are close, everyone will go there to take shelter. Sia Fong Fong was so anxious that she interrupted the man and asked, "Then, where is this Sancher mountain?" The ranch people said, "Just go west from here about 10 kilometers away, and you can see it." Sia Fong Fong hurriedly ran towards Sancher mountain again. This time, with a definite destination, she saw the 3 big rocks from a distance that night. However, at night, the blizzard that had never stopped was even heavier. Sia Fong Fong and the mule she was riding were almost blown away by the wind, and they were almost in a state of taking 1 step forward and 3 steps back. There was no other way. Sia Fong Fong could only hide in the space and wait for the big snowstorm to pass. It was not until the second half of the night that the heavy snow stopped, and there was even a tendency for the sky to clear up. The dark blue sky that had just cleared up was even full of stars, which was so beautiful as if it had never been violent and had never been raging with snow and wind. Sia Fong Fong did not dare to delay, and hurriedly came out of the space, looked up at the sky, and continued on her way. Although it was only the 29th day of the lunar year, there was still 1 day left before the 31st day of the lunar year, but it was better to find them early, and then hurry back to the farm, or the nearby ranch, to be completely safe. After walking for half the night, it was not until the early morning of the next day that they finally arrived near the 3 big rocks. Sia Fong Fong put her down jacket back into the space, but did not take the mule. She took out boiled eggs, beef jerky, cheese, fried rice, and other dry food from the space, as well as 2 blankets made of wild roe deer and rabbit skins, wrapped them in a bundle, and carried them on her back, and then hurried to Sancher Mountain. The bleating of the sheep could be heard from afar. Sia Fong Fong went around Sancher Mountain and saw that a dozen sheep were almost integrated with the snow. They were all huddled together and hiding behind the rocks. Outside, there was a wall made of snow, which should have been built by people, just like the igloos built by the Eskimos, to block the wind, snow, and cold currents as much as possible. Sia Fong Fong saw 2 gray-haired old people in the sheep at a glance. "Mom." Sia Fong Fong suddenly felt a sore nose and shouted. Shen Wanxue was stunned for a moment and looked in the direction of the voice in a daze. Rong Zhenbong was the same, looking at Sia Fong Fong in astonishment. How could a little girl suddenly appear in this icy and snowy place? And she was calling for her mother? Could she be the daughter of a nearby herdsman's family who came here to look for her mother? The conditions here are much more difficult than those in Qingshui village. Shen Wanxue's eye disease has recurred recently, but fortunately, if she looks carefully, she can still see people clearly. When she saw that it was Sia Fong Fong, she didn't believe it in her heart. Was she dying? That's why she had an illusion, as if she saw Fong Fong. However, this illusion shouted "Mom" again, and then ran towards them clumsily. When Sia Fong Fong came close, she grabbed Shen Wanxue's hand and choked up, "Mom, I finally found you." Shen Wanxue couldn't help but raise her hand to rub her eyes, looked at her in astonishment, and asked, "Juan?"
"Juan?"
Sia Fong Fong nodded quickly and said, "It's me. Are you all right? Do you have frostbite?" Rong Zhenbong looked at Sia Fong Fong and couldn't help asking, "You are Juan Juan?" He had naturally heard from Shen Wanxue that their long-lost son had started a family and his wife was called Sia Fong Fong, and that Sia Fong Fong had taken care of Shen Wanxue in the past 2 years. However, he never dreamed that he would meet her at this time. Sia Fong Fong glanced at Rong Zhenbong and opened her mouth, but she didn't dare to say hello. She just nodded shyly and said, "Yes, I am Sia Fong Fong." Only then did Shen Wanxue go from being astonished to choking up. She patted Sia Fong Fong's hand and asked, "Fong Fong, how did you find this place? Is there something wrong with Li Zhan?" Sia Fong Fong said quickly, "Mom, Li Zhan is fine.
Don't worry about it.
We'll talk about this later. I brought a lot of food. You should eat some first to fill your stomach. Oh, and here are the animal skins. Wrap them around your body first to keep warm." As he said this, He wrapped the animal skins around the two of them and gave them cheese, beef jerky, and boiled eggs to eat. When the two of them went out, they brought 5 days of dry food, which was originally enough for the round trip. Unexpectedly, they got lost and encountered a snowstorm. They were trapped here for several days. The dry food could only be eaten frugally by the two of them, so they were already starving. Therefore, when they saw these were ready to eat, they didn't care about being polite or anything and picked up the eggs, peeled them, and started eating. They were obviously very hungry, but the way they ate was still a little hasty and embarrassed, and they looked like they were wolfing down. Sia Fong Fong couldn't help but admire them in her heart. It was obvious that they had received a strict education since childhood, otherwise they would not be so down and out, and they still maintained such a temperament. Sia Fong Fong handed them the kettle, feeling distressed, and said, "Drink some milk tea, even if it's cold. And beef jerky is also more resistant to hunger." Shen Wanshua asked while eating, "Huan Huan, you haven't told me yet. How did you find this place?" Although Sia Fong Fong was in a hurry to get on the road, she also knew that Shen Wanshua and Rong Jinbang probably had no strength at all. If they hurried on the road, they would soon be unable to bear it. Therefore, they had to wait until they had eaten and recovered their strength before they could continue on the road. Therefore, she explained softly, "You probably don't know that Li Zhan has been here to help rescue the herdsmen affected by the disaster. I thought that he hadn't been home for the New Year for 2 years, and I was afraid that he couldn't even have dumplings to eat on New Year's Eve, so I said I would come to see him and spend the New Year with him if we could. Later, I saw that the farm you were on was not too far from here, so I said I would come to see you by the way. Who knew that when we arrived at the farm, they said that you were going to drive the sheep to the ranch in the south to spend the winter, and you had been away for several days. I looked along the road to the ranch, but I found no one at the door. It was the people at the ranch who said that you might have lost your way and encountered a blizzard, and were trapped. It was also said that there was a place called Sancher Mountain. If a blizzard suddenly occurred, many people would go there to take shelter temporarily. I thought I would try my luck, and came here. I didn't expect to find you guys." Shen Wanshua and Rong Jinbang all found it reasonable, so they didn't doubt it. Shen Wanshua said, "So that's how it is." "Alas, I didn't expect Li Zhan to be here. If I have a chance to see him, it would be God's mercy." After saying that, she couldn't help wiping her tears. Rong Jinbang quickly took her into his arms and said softly, "Look, you are sad when the child is not around, and you are even sadder when the child is close to you. If the child knew about it, he would be uneasy." As he spoke, he looked up at Sia Fong Fong and whispered, "Don't cry first. Introduce me to Huan Huan first." Shen Wanshua heard it, and then remembered that this was the first time Sia Fong Fong met Rong Jinbang, and she really forgot to introduce him. Therefore, she quickly wiped her tears and smiled. "Look at me. I forgot about it. Huan Huan, this is my husband, Rong Jinbang, Li Zhan's father. Jinbang, this is the daughter-in-law that I mentioned to you, Sia Fong Fong, whom our son brought home for us." Sia Fong Fong blushed a little embarrassedly and called softly, "Dad." Rong Jinbang was stunned for a moment, then he was nervous and at a loss, and his nose was sour. Who doesn't want to have children? It was only because the eldest son was lost that he and Shen Wanshua refused to have another child for so many years. Therefore, this can almost be said to be the first time in his life that he heard someone call him Dad. Hey, your mother and I. We are sorry to Li Zhan and you too. Thank you for taking care of Li Zhan." Sia Fong Fong blushed and said a few humble words. Seeing that they had almost finished eating, she said, "Dad, Mom, can you leave? Let's drive the sheep to the pasture over there. I'm afraid the snow will fall again soon. Moreover, I heard from the people at the ranch that this area has been in turmoil recently, and several herdsmen have been robbed by horse thieves. If we encounter such a situation, it would be a small matter if our sheep and belongings were robbed, but if they also rob us of our lives, we would be finished." Shen Wanshua and Rong Jinbang nodded quickly, then stood up tremblingly and said, "Yes. We are also worried about this matter. During the past few days we have been trapped here. There have always been herdsmen taking shelter in the Santishan area, but it is also easy for horse thieves to target them, especially after a snowstorm, when the horse thieves will come to pick up the spoils. We must not lose this flock of sheep. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be hard to explain to the farm. At that moment, the two of them, together with Sia Fong Fong, drove the sheep, stepped on the knee-high snow, and walked tremblingly towards the pasture. Even on a snowy day, without the help of space, Sia Fong Fong's trek was difficult, not to mention that Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang were both almost 50 years old, so their speed was even slower. The three of them walked for about 2 hours, and they only walked about 3 kilometers. Sia Fong Fong saw that the two were exhausted and out of breath, so she could only walk and rest for a while. Fortunately, today is New Year's Eve. According to the development of the dream, the horse thieves should find this place tomorrow, so there should be plenty of time. Just as she was thinking this, Sia Fong Fong suddenly saw a group of white shadows coming towards her from afar in the snow. She stood up suddenly in shock, then quickly crouched down, her heart pounding. The horses those people rode were all gray or pure white, and they were covered with white woolen mantles. It was probably to keep out the cold and to hide their tracks in the snow. They didn't look like ordinary herdsmen.
Could it be
horse thieves? But she had clearly found Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang before the first day of the new year, so why did these horse thieves appear a day in advance? Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang also found something strange. Rong Zhenbang had been on the battlefield after all, and he almost immediately pulled Shen Wanxue to lie on the snow and whispered to Sia Fong Fong, "Fong Fong, lie down quickly. I'm afraid you've encountered horse thieves. Let's be quiet and let them pass." Sia Fong Fong had no choice but to cover her mouth tightly and lie on the ground, not daring to move, while her mind was racing. She really didn't understand why it turned out like this. Obviously, the predictive dream she had was for her to change the future, right? But now it turned out that no matter what she did, she would encounter this group of horse thieves. What's the point? Was it just to make her come all the way here and lose her life? Sia Fong Fong was very resentful now. What is going on?
And Li Zhan?
The horse thieves showed up a day in advance.
Li Zhan.
Will he be able to arrive in time to prevent what happened later? When she thought of Li Zhan being amputated in the dream, she couldn't help shuddering. Sia Fong Fong closed her eyes and forced herself not to think about it anymore. There is a possibility that the horse thieves had passed by this area at this time in the original timeline and only went to Sanshur Mountain the next day and met Shen Wanxue and the others. So therefore, it makes sense that they met them in advance. In that case, as long as they are not discovered and wait quietly for them to pass, they should be fine. Sia Fong Fong was so nervous that her heart almost jumped out of her throat. Fortunately, after a while, it suddenly snowed heavily again. The original wind carried the heavy snow all over the sky, causing visibility to drop rapidly. The horse thieves roared past them a few dozen meters away. The three of them waited until the horse thieves were far away before they breathed a sigh of relief. They got up quickly, then drove the sheep, braving the wind and snow, and walked anxiously towards the pasture. Although it is temporarily safe now, there is no guarantee that the horse thieves will be killed suddenly. However, what you fear will come true. They had just walked for less than half an hour when they suddenly heard the sound of horses neighing behind them and the whistles and shrill laughter from the men's mouths rushing towards them. Sia Fong Fong looked back, and her heart skipped a beat. Rong Zhenbang reacted quickly. He immediately pulled Shen Wanxue and shouted to Sia Fong Fong, "Run." Shen Wanxue didn't react for a moment and said in a lost voice, "But the sheep." "What about the sheep?" Rong Zhenbang said, "We can't take care of the sheep now. Maybe they will see these sheep we abandoned and won't chase us." Shen Wanxue didn't dare to think about anything else after hearing this, and she took a step forward and ran in the snow with difficulty. Soon, the horse thieves caught up with a flock of sheep and stopped. One of them laughed and said, "Brother, I said I just heard the cry of sheep. You see, we turned back for the right reason. These 10 or so are enough for us to eat for half a month." The leader of the horse thieves was obviously very happy and laughed. "Ha ha. The second brother has made a contribution today. With these sheep, we don't have to run around this winter." At this time, another person interrupted and asked, "Brother, we won't chase the 3 shepherds who escaped?" The eldest glanced at him and said, "The sheep are all here. Why are you chasing 3 people? With such a big snowstorm, Let them fend for themselves." The man chuckled twice and said, "Brother, I saw the 3 shepherds from afar. The 2 old ones are fine, and there is also a young one. Brother, you also know that I am still single." The eldest brother heard it, raised his hand and slapped the man on the head, and scolded with a smile, "You turtle son, do you want to eat alone?" The man heard it and said quickly, "No, no. Brother, you must be the first one. In my opinion, we should chase them, kill the 2 old ones directly, and bring the young one back, and the brothers will drink mutton soup and have fun. What do you think of meat, brother?" The eldest brother did not object this time and smiled. "You kid is smart. Let's go." Immediately, the boss gave an order, leaving a few people to watch the sheep. The others immediately laughed and rushed towards Sia Fong Fong and the others on horseback. Sia Fong Fong and the others were already out of breath. Seeing that the horse thieves stopped chasing, they all breathed a sigh of relief. But then they heard the obscene whistles of these horse thieves, and they were startled. Shen Wanshue couldn't run anymore, and her legs gave out. Suddenly falling to the ground, she gasped and said, "Huan Huan, you are young, don't worry about us. You run." Sia Fong Fong was not willing to leave them, but Shen Wanshue and Rong Zhenbong couldn't run anymore. They both knelt on the snow and didn't even have the strength to stand up. Sia Fong Fong gritted his teeth and pulled the 2 of them separately. He held his hand and said, "Father, Mom, I will take you to a place. Don't be afraid. At this critical moment, there is nothing else to worry about. Save the lives of Shen Wanshue and Rong Zhen first." Bangda looked at her in surprise, not knowing what she was going to do. Nothing happened. "Sia Fong Fong, what's the matter?" It's always a critical moment. Shen Wanshue and Rong Zhenbong both looked at Sia Fong Fong and laughed. I didn't know what to say. In just a short time, the group of horse thieves were already much closer. Sia Fong Fong was shocked. If she had space, it would be easy for her to escape. But in that case, Rong Zhenbong and Shen Wanshue would be able to escape. She still couldn't escape the fate of being killed. If a fierce battle came from behind, she would still be injured. In that case, what would be the point of her traveling all the way these days? No way. However, as the script goes on, the horse thieves are numerous, riding horses, carrying swords, daggers, and homemade earthenware warehouses on their side, including Shen Wanshue and Rong Zhenbong. She is over 50 years old, and she has been trapped in a snowstorm for several days. She has no strength to stand still. As for weapons, in addition to the Browning she secretly took out from the space before, there are also a few small daggers. There is nothing else. How to fight against the massive horse thieves? Sia Fong Fong looked around anxiously, and suddenly, she pulled Shen Wanshue and Rong Zhenbong and ran towards the west. "Mom, I see there seems to be a river over there. Let's run over there." Rong Zhenbong was stunned for a moment, then nodded immediately and said, "Yes."
Right.
It was icy now, but the road was slippery on the ice. They chased after them on horseback. Without paying attention, the horse's leg broke. "Late snow, try harder. It doesn't matter if we both die. We can't let Huan Huan follow us and take a ride with her life." After hearing this, Shen Wanshue quickly struggled up and said, "Yes. I can't give up. I can still hold on. Let's run." Sia Fong Fong couldn't help but feel awe after hearing Rong Zhenbong's words. As expected, she had been a soldier, and she immediately analyzed the reason for her suggestion. However, it was a mistake to rely on those horse thieves to break their legs. After thinking about it, she thought about her next move. No matter what, she had to take a gamble. The 3 of them immediately got up and ran towards the river bed to the west. The river was very big, from one bank to the other. With a width of 7 or 8 meters, it is an important river in this area. The herdsmen grazing cattle, sheep and horses all need to drink from this river to quench their thirst. Therefore, the edge of the ice surface is cut open from time to time. There are ice caves for the sheep and cattle to drink, and there are also some ice caves for catching fish. The snowstorm has been raging in the past few days, and the ice is also covered with a thick layer of snow. It was very deceptive, making people think that it was also a snowfield, not on the ice. Sia Fong Fong had walked here before, so she knew the location of the river, so the three of them were afraid of running into the riverbed, even if they covered it. Sia Fong Fong simply let Rong Zhenbang and Shen Wanxue crawl on the ice and gave them each a pair of boots that could be hidden inside. The dagger let them use this as a support to slide across the ice. When the horse thieves saw the three people running away in a hurry, they were not only not upset, but also became more interested. What they loved most was to see the prey they were chasing end. The look of despair. Moreover, the harder the prey is, the sweeter it will be when it is caught and eaten. As far as the eye could see, he could still see Sia Fong Fong's beautiful face when she turned around in panic. It was completely different from the woman on the grassland who had been exposed to the sun all year round. Her skin was almost as white as the snow. He couldn't wait to think about it. Because of his dirty and excited mood, the horse thief consciously slowed down the pace of pursuit and played hard to get. The other horse thieves were all in the same boat. They immediately understood what the boss was thinking and slowed down a little. However, this gave Sia Fong Fong and the others more time to escape. After they were far away, the leader of the horse thieves shouted "Drive!" and galloped towards Sia Fong Fong and the others, waving his whip. Sia Fong Fong heard the whistle from the horse thieves and turned around to see them. They were about to reach the ice. She and Shen Wanxue had almost reached the other side of the river and were struggling to climb to the shore. At this time, the horse thieves had already stepped on the ice. When the time came, the horses' hooves slipped and a group of people came. Unprepared, several people were thrown off their feet, and then one collided with another and more than 7 or 8 people fell down. His grandma's legs were also broken. Why is there a river here? Do guides work for a living? The leader of the horse thief was so angry that he cursed. He was also shaken off by his own horse and almost fell to the ground and chewed mud. The horse thief in charge of the guide said tremblingly, "Boss, I'm sorry. I was careless for a moment and forgot about this. But it's not a big problem. Isn't it just a matter of losing a few horses and falling a few times? How could they, a dozen tall men, not catch up with 2 old guys and 1 woman? The 3 people who were chasing them would soon get something good for them." The leader of the horse thieves, together with the other horse thieves, simply abandoned their horses and ran towards Sia Fong Fong and the others. "Don't think you can escape just by luring us onto the ice. Let's see how I deal with you after I catch up with you." The leader of the horse thieves shouted even more arrogantly. Shen Wanxue looked back and saw that the horse thieves had staggered to the center of the river. She was frightened. Zhenbang, Zhenbang. They're coming soon. What to do? What to do? After hearing what the horse thief said, Rong Zhenbang now knew that their target was Sia Fong Fong, and he immediately said, "Huan Huan, take one shui and run away. I'll stop them here for a while, delay them for a while." Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden bah. The sound of 2 wooden barns resounded through the sky. Rong Zhenbang subconsciously threw Shen Wanxue down and protected her. On the ice, the leader of the horse thieves was so angry that he yelled, "Mother, what dog?" A wooden barn built by a son of a witch. Although they all carry earth and wood warehouses with them, they are used to prevent the cavalry on the grassland from engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Usually when they plunder a lone herdsman, a waste knife is enough. But in this case, shooting will only it might attract the attention of the patrolling cavalry and lure them over. The other horse thieves looked at each other, but they didn't fire. Just when they were confused, suddenly, there was a strange sound of click, click, click under their feet. Suddenly, he said in a trembling voice, "Old boss, I'm afraid. The river surface has cracked." He knows best that the current in this river is relatively fast, so it freezes late, and the thickness of the ice is thinner than other completely frozen rivers. The herds of cattle and sheep crossed the ice and crossed the river separately. This time there were more than a dozen people and a dozen horses, which was already a bit dangerous, and with the 2 gunshots just now, no one was injured. I'm afraid that it hit the ice and caused cracks. Everyone stopped in place. The guide continued, but before the words "don't move" were uttered, the ice surface was cracked. Everyone run. Run. A horse thief suddenly shouted, and then ran away. When the others heard this, their nerves were highly tense, and they were unable to judge the best course of action. Everyone swarmed and tried to run towards the shore. In this way, the ice surface cracked almost to pieces, and several slow runners fell into the cold river water. Rong Zhenbang and Shen Wanxue both looked at the scene in front of them in shock. The ice surface was so frozen. Sia Fong Fong had already gotten up, pulled them and said, "Why are you still standing there? Run quickly." Although the breaking of the ice can kill at least half of the horse thieves, there is no guarantee that there will not be others who can run fast enough to reach the shore. In that case, if they are caught up, there will be absolutely no chance for the horse thieves to survive. Only then did Rong Zhenbang and Shen Wanxue react and quickly got up and continued running. Just as Sia Fong Fong expected, there were 3 or 4 horse thieves, including the leader of the horse thieves, who escaped ashore. Seeing his brothers having their horseshoes broken and falling into the water at the hands of these 3 men, how could he still have the chance to win just now? He couldn't help but become angry from shame, and took out the earth and wood warehouse and pointed it at Sia Fong Fong and the others. Another horse thief stopped him and said, "Brother, don't. It's not worth it for a woman. If we shoot again, and the cavalry is really attracted, we will be finished." The leader of the horse thief jumped in anger and said, "Chase."
Mom.
"Yes, if I don't kill them today, I swear I won't be a human being." Shen Wanxue was old after all, and suddenly she tripped and fell to the ground. Just like that, a horse thief had already caught up with them, holding his sword high and saying, "You old man, go to Hades." There was another sound of a wooden barn, and the horse thief looked down in disbelief. His own chest, and then slowly fell down. Sia Fong Fong held the gun in both hands and looked at the horse thieves almost in horror. Rong Zhenbang and Shen Wanxue also looked at Sia Fong Fong in shock. The leader of the thief did not expect that the seemingly weak woman they were chasing actually had a gun in her hand, so he quickly took out his gun subconsciously. The leader of the thief aimed at Sia Fong Fong, while the other 2 aimed at Rong Zhenbang and Shen Wanxue. These 3 people are probably not bait set by the cavalry. "Brother, what should we do?" The leader of the horse thieves said coldly, "Kill the 2 old ones first." "Wait a minute." Sia Fong Fong's heart trembled. Shouted in alarm. There are 6 bullets in the Browning in her hand. She just used 2 bullets to shoot on the ice and kill the horse thief. She used another one, and there are 3 bullets left. She has to deal with the remaining 3 horse thieves. The number is enough, but no matter how powerful she is, she can't shoot 3 people at the same time, and at the same time prevent them from shooting Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang. I'll let you do whatever you want, don't kill them," Sia Fong Fong said. Now she can only hope that those obscene words shouted by the bandit leader on the ice just now are still useful. At least, it will delay for a while. If Li Zhan was nearby, he would have arrived as soon as possible after hearing the sound of the wooden warehouse, right? As long as... "Li Zhan, please hurry up and get here." The leader of the horse thief couldn't help but hold his breath when he saw Sia Fong Fong's bright and beautiful face. He originally planned to kill these 3 people immediately and run away quickly to prevent being caught by the cavalry, but now he hesitated. The other 2 horse thieves were not much better, and their mouths couldn't help but become dry. Sia Fong Fong said in a trembling voice, I will put down the wooden warehouse. Please, don't kill my parents." As she said that, she slowly placed Browning on the snow beside her. The horse thief leader gritted his teeth and said, "Throw the gun away. Also, take off your clothes. I won't kill them." Sia Fong Fong's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but when he saw that he was still being pointed at by Mutsong Rong Zhenbang and Shen Wanxue, who were lying still, had no choice but to throw the guns away for a moment, and then raise their hands to unbutton their clothes. What to do? Could it be that in the end, she still couldn't change what she saw in her dream? The collar was lifted, and the skin that was really whiter than milk was exposed, which made several thieves feel excited. The leader of the horse thieves suddenly cursed in a low voice, rushed over and threw Sia Fong Fong to the ground, and used both hands to pull the clothes on her chest. At the same time, he ordered the other 2 horse thieves, "You 2 are so old. Guys, watch carefully." At this time, There was a sudden sound of a wooden barn and one of the horse thieves looking at Rongjinbong, and the two fell to the ground without saying a word. His other companion turned back to look at him in shock. Before he could say a word, there was another. His companion was also hit directly in Mutsong's head and fell to the ground dead. Shun Wanshue cried out in horror. Rongjinbong hugged her into his arms and comforted him in a low voice. Wanshue, it's okay. It's okay. I'm here. They coming to save us. At the same time, the unique sound of horse hoofbeats came from the snow. The cavalry galloped in gallopingly. The leader of the horse thief was still alert, and his original desire disappeared in an instant, and he was about to explore his wooden warehouse. At this moment, he suddenly broke out in cold sweat and cried out in pain. A knife was inserted into his abdomen, and the handle of the knife was in Sia Huanhuan's hand. Stinky. Stinky cousin, you're looking for death. As he said that, he already held Mutsong in his hand and pointed it at Sia Huanhuan.
Mukangrang.
Sia Huanhuan closed her eyes tightly. The leader of the horse thief froze for a moment, then fell to the ground on his back. Then, Sia Huanhuan heard a familiar voice saying, "Old man, are you okay?" "I'm sorry, we relate." She opened her eyes suddenly and saw Li Zhan getting off his horse gracefully and looking towards Rongjinbong. "Come over, then stare blankly in place." He looked at Shun Wanshue in Rongjinbong's arms in astonishment, and then moved his eyes to Sia Huanhuan aside. The astonishment and shock in his eyes became even more intense. His mother still makes sense, because this place is not far from the harvest farm where they are, but Huan. Why is his wife here?
Huan.
Why are you here? As he said this, he saw that Sia Huanhuan's collar was a little scattered, and then glanced at the dead horse thief leader next to him. His eyes almost burst out with fire. He felt distressed and regretful at the same time as to why he was here like this.
Night.
He rushed over and hugged Sia Huanhuan into his arms and asked in a low voice, "Huanhuan, how are you? Are you injured?" Sia Huanhuan's face was pale, although she probably knew that Li Zhan should be nearby and should be able to come over, but even when she saw that he was coming over, her nose was still sore, and her tears couldn't stop falling. The strength and grievances that she had held on to since she met the horse thief all collapsed at this moment, and she just snuggled tightly into his arms, shivering.
Li Zhan. Ai fine.
Look at Mom. Look at them. See if they are injured? Shun Wanshue looked at Li Zhan with wide eyes, tears falling uncontrollably. Li Zhan. It's really me. It's really you. She wanted to impulsively say, "My son," but she held it back when she saw the people following Li Zhan. Rongjinbong also looked at Li Zhan blankly and couldn't help but blush.
This
is the child he has never seen since he was born. He has grown so big, so tall, wearing a military uniform, and has grown into a good boy who protects his family and country. Li Zhan turned to look at Shun Wanshue, first took off his military coat and wrapped it around Sia Huanhuan, and then walked towards Shun Wanshue. Sia Huanhuan said, "I'm fine, I'm not cold." "Clothes for."
"Put them on,"
Li Zhan ordered without any doubt. Then he walked towards Shun Wanshue. Wei Bin and Lu Xiongdong, who followed him, quickly took off their military coats and put them on Shun Wanshue and Rongjinbong. Li Zhan looked at Shun Wanshue, and then looked at Rongjinbong awkwardly. Shun Wanshue was afraid that Li Zhan would directly ask her to call her mother, so she said first, "Jinbong, this is what I told you when I was in Qingshui village. The young man who has helped me a lot is called Li Zhan." "Li Zhan, thank you so much. If it weren't for you and Huan, aunt and your uncle, I'm afraid they would have died in the hands of horse thieves today." Rongjinbong was stunned for a moment, but he understood what his wife meant and thanked him. "Is it called Li Zhan?" "Big. Uncle, thank you." Li Zhan's nose sore and he glanced at Rongjinbong again. This was his biological father. But he still took a deep breath, suppressed the complicated emotions in his heart, and said softly, "You're welcome. This is all ours. It should be done." At this time, Bai Zihan came over with another group of people and said, 3 or 4 of the horse thieves who fell into the water drowned, and 3 or 4 were rescued. However, they suffered from severe hypothermia, and it is unlikely that they can be rescued. And a few others who were watching the sheep were already captured without any help. How is it here? Wei Bin said. Of course our regiment leaders Mu Kangfa were all killed. Bai Zihan listened and said excitedly, Okay. This time, this group of horse thieves has been basically wiped out, and they will never come out to harm the people again. Lu Xiangdong had already ordered the people he brought to dispose of the bodies of several horse thieves, and then said, Captain, let's go back to the camp first. These fellow villagers were hit by a snowstorm and were almost killed by horse thieves. I'm afraid they are already hungry and cold. After hearing this, Li Zhan nodded and said, Yes. Judging by the weather, it's probably going to snow again. Let's go to the nearby ranch first, and then we'll talk about the next step. As he said that, he had already pulled up Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang and asked Wei Bin and Lu Xiangdong to ride one by one. Then, he walked to Sia Huanhuan's side. Sia Huanhuan calmed down for a while, and the trembling all over his body was gone. She got a little better, but her legs were still shaking. After trying several times, she couldn't stand up. Without saying a word, Li Zhan bent down and hugged her. Sia Huanhuan suddenly blushed and said, You put me down. I can go by myself. Li Zhan said angrily, I can't even stand up. How can I still walk? Hold me tight and don't move. You are my wife. What does it mean to be hugged by me? Sia Huanhuan blushed even more after hearing this, but she still hugged Li Zhan obediently and rested her face on his chest. Li Zhan carried Sia Huanhuan onto the horse, and then he also got on the horse, while the others drove the sheep coon and the few horse thieves who were lucky enough to survive. Some of the horses leading the horse thieves had their legs broken on the ice. Because the horses had lost their value, they had no choice but to kill them with pain, tie them with ropes, and use the other horses were pulling them back to the ranch. There was a shortage of food here, and it was impossible to waste the meat of so many horses. The group of people quickly arrived at the ranch and saw them. The cavalrymen, who had been working hard to rescue trapped herdsmen and hunt down horse thieves, also warmly entertained them. Although there were many people coming at once, they were pulling 3 horses with broken legs, so the rations must be enough. Those sheep were driven over by Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang. They were public property and were transferred to the ranch. However, 2 sheep froze to death due to the snowstorm. So, the number of sheep handed over was too short. Although there were force majeure factors, the ranch was still very difficult. Li Zhan kept paying attention to Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang, so he walked over and said, Comrade, they're also in trouble. It's not easy. Those 2 sheep are not the ones they want to raise to death, right? When there is a snowstorm, there is nothing anyone can do. Let's do this. I'll give you some money for the 2 sheep, which is considered to be paying for them. What do you think? After hearing this, the accountant of the ranch had no choice but to say, Then, let's do this. You give me 50 and I'll post it in the account book and forget about it. Li Zhan immediately paid 50 and the matter was over. In the evening, the ranch processed a horse with a broken leg and made roasted horse legs, roasted horse steak, roasted some potatoes, and made milk tea. Entertained Li Zhan and them. However, Li Zhan still adhered to the principle of not taking advantage of the masses. They got the horse meat themselves, so they only paid for the processing fee and seasonings such as salt, cumin, and other baked potatoes. The money for milk tea, firewood, cow dung, and other things for heating were also paid to the ranch. Unlike the migratory herdsmen, the state-owned ranch here built red brick bungalows. It started to snow again in the evening. So, everyone ate in the house. It was New Year's Eve this year. Although we didn't eat dumplings like other places in the north, we had roasted horse meat, which was quite filling. There is a big stove. Above each stove, horse legs are pierced with red willow branches and put on them for roasting. In addition, they're cut into small pieces with a knife and thin and fat and threaded into mutton skewers. Another iron net is placed on the fire. Just put it on the iron grill with the potatoes. After a while, the meat will be sizzling, and the air will exude a mouth-watering fragrance. The smaller horse meat skewers are grilled first and sprinkled with salt and cumin, Li Zhan took 3 skewers and handed them to Sia Huanhuan and Shen Wanxue respectively. Sia Huanhuan was not polite and took a bite. For a moment, the aroma of meat overflowed in his mouth and his taste buds. It opened almost instantly. It was so delicious that he almost cried. Li Zhan looked at her eating the meat with enjoyment and couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry, there is plenty." After a while, the roasted horse legs were almost ready. Wei Bin's hometown is in the northwest, so he was the one doing the cooking. He cut the horse meat into small pieces with a knife and then sprinkled it with salt and cumin. Everyone is not particular about it, so they just grab it with their hands. If you get tired of eating, there is also delicious roasted potatoes on the stove, which also releases the fragrance of milk. The method of making milk tea is similar to the one Sia Huanhuan drank at the station last time. However, this time, because there is enough horse meat, there is no beef jerky or other ingredients in it, only fried rice and milk tofu. A blizzard was raging outside, but there was a fire in the house, and everyone had a bowl of milk tea with barbecued meat and roasted sweet potatoes. Even the people in the ranch were happy and could eat without any worries. After a barbecue, their faces were all red and beaming with joy. In addition to the food everyone ate tonight, Li Zhan also asked for another horse to be roasted and distributed to everyone so that they could put it in dry food bags. Next, we have to continue rescuing the trapped herdsmen and patrolling. They can only eat dry food outside. Mom, they should go back to the farm early tomorrow morning. Prepare some for them. After hearing this, Li Zhan felt soft in his heart and said softly, "I know. You are really worried." Bai Zihan came over and asked humbly, "Sister-in-law, what are you whispering to Li Zhan? Can't you let us listen?" Everyone started to cheer after he said that. Sia Huanhuan blushed and said, "What didn't you say? What did you say if you didn't say anything? It doesn't mean that tonight." Bai Zihan continued to laugh. Li Zhan took a skewer of horse meat and stuffed it into Bai Zihan's mouth and cursed with a smile, "You can't even close your mouth with meat?" Everyone else laughed, and someone said, "Deputy Commander Bai, what the couple said in private, can we listen to it in public? Aren't you feeling numb?" "That is. Besides, Deputy Commander Bai, don't you also have a wife? If you want to hear it, wait until we get back and let your wife tell you." Ha ha ha. Everyone finished dinner and talked and laughed. The ranch had freed up 2 large warehouses for storing fodder for Li Zhan and the cavalrymen he brought over to sleep. Although it was a bit crude, he used the fodder as bedding and his own military coat as a quilt. It's just that there is no fire in the warehouse. It's just a little cold. Sia Huanhuan is a little confused when she sees everyone spreading out the grass and making it look like a big shop. Even if Li Zhan was there, it would be a bit embarrassing. However, they were originally staying here at the ranch, so they didn't have any objections, so they didn't say anything and planned to endure it all night. Rome Jinbong naturally just spent the night together. However, after a while, someone from the ranch came over and said to Li Zhan with a smile, "Captain Li, the arrangements are made. Big sister and Aunt Shen come with me. Aunt Shen, let's spend the night together." Sia Huanhuan was moved after hearing this. This rough guy has a very considerate heart. It's just. Li Zhan went back home during the wheat harvest in May. It's been more than half a year now, and it's easy to see him again. We couldn't sleep together at night and talked quietly, which made me feel a little disappointed. But it was hard to say these words in front of so many people, so I had to look at Li Zhan deeply. With one glance, Li Zhan pulled Shen Wanxue to follow the rancher. Li Zhan turned to Rome Jinbong, paused, and then said, "Uncle, I'm sorry. Please come with us for one night." Rome Jinbong nodded quickly and said nervously, "Hey, I'm already grateful for this." The room arranged by the ranch for Sia Huanhuan and Shen Wanxue was equipped with a stove, so it was much warmer than the warehouse with haystacks. Sia Huanhuan secretly took out the extra roasted horse meat left by Li Zhan and gave it to Shen Wanxue. "Mom, these barbecues were specially set aside for you by Li Zhan. Are you going back to the farm tomorrow morning? I'm afraid the journey will take several days, so I'll use these as dry food on the road." When Shen Wanxue saw it, her eye circles were red again, but she accepted it without saying any more. After a thrilling day, The two of them were so tired that they almost fell asleep as soon as they touched the pillow. They spent the whole night without talking. The next morning, the sky cleared up and the sun actually came out. Li Lan and his brothers got up early, restored the haystacks to their original state, and then got ready to go because they knew Li Lan and the others were there. I had to go on the road early in the morning and woke up very early. After I got dressed and went out, I saw Li Lan and the others standing in the yard. Everyone had packed their bags and led their horses out, waiting to set off. When Rong Jinbong saw Shen Wenxue coming out, he also greeted him. The two stood aside, looking at Li Lan in a daze. They finally saw their son, but for various reasons, they could not recognize each other.
Now.
We have just spent a night together, and we are about to separate again. I don't know when we will meet again. Li Lan came over and said, I have arranged for two brothers to take you all the way to the farm. Explain to the farm why you were late for returning home for several days. After hearing this, Rong Jinbong and Shen Wenxue both nodded quickly and responded with some choking. Hey. With this delay, their return will always be a few days later than the originally scheduled return time. Although they can explain it themselves, the farm may not believe it, and may even suspect that they are absconding out of fear of crime. But if there are troops, if the soldiers testified, then the farm would definitely believe it. After giving the instructions, Li Lan walked towards Sia Fong Fong again, took a deep look at her, and then said, We will separate a small team to take those few. The horse thieves and the confiscated horses will be sent back to the station, and you will follow them back to the station. Sia Fong Fong was stunned for a moment. Then her heart sank and she asked, Won't you go back? Li Lan said, We still have tasks to perform. You go to the station first, and stay there obediently. You are not allowed to run around anymore, do you hear me? We should go back to replenish supplies in about 3 or 4 days. You wait another 3 or 4 days, and when I return to the station, I will send you to the county seat and take a bus home. Sia Fong Fong felt as if there was cotton stuck in her heart. It was uncomfortable. However, she also knew that this was the only way. Li Lan was already busy performing tasks to save people, and if she asked for too much, she would cause trouble. Fortunately, Shen Wenxue and Rong Jinbong were both fine. The leg was not injured to the point of amputation. She had come all this way to achieve the desired results, and she couldn't ask for more.
Well.
Okay. You must go back to the station in 3 or 4 days. I haven't eaten any dumplings during the Chinese New Year this year. When you come back, I'll make them for you to eat before I go back. While he was talking, Bai Zihan strolled over, still smiling mischievously, and said, What? What are you two whispering about? Li Lan rolled his eyes at him and said with a smile, Duant caused trouble. Bai Zihan was very innocent. Who said I was here to cause trouble? I'm here to report good news to my sister-in-law. Sia Fong Fong was stunned for a moment and looked at Bai Zihan doubtfully. Good news? What good news? News? Li Lan frowned and said, Bai Zihan, what nonsense are you talking about? By the way.
Well.
Lu Xiangdong, I, and the rest of us have all discussed it. We all agree that escorting my sister-in-law is a matter of. None of us are qualified. What if something goes wrong along the way? How will we explain it to the group leader? Li Lan looked at Bai Zihan and said, Bai Zihan, this is my order. Bai Zihan interrupted him and said, Hey, you can't say that. Although you are the leader, we must also talk about democracy. We all think your order is inappropriate, so you can't let us mention it, right? Those horse thieves are also very vicious. We feel that the task of escorting the horse thieves is much more important than the subsequent patrol task. It is your duty, leader, to do it yourself. After hearing this, Li Lan was so moved that he was speechless. These brothers under him were so loyal that they had already found a reason for him. Bai Zihan smiled and said, That's it. Leader, please change your order. We will patrol near the Xiaohe River to rescue the trapped herdsmen. The matter was settled like this. Sia Fong Fong felt happy in her heart. After saying goodbye to Shen Wenxue and Rong Jinbong, she was suddenly picked up by Li Lan and put on the horse. Sia Fong Fong's face turned red to the root of her neck. Accused, I can mount the horse myself. Li Jian glanced at her and said with a smile, have you forgotten the last time we were at the temporary station over there, and when we saw the horse, we were so frightened that our legs went weak. He was really good at riding horses. However, it wasn't easy to tell Li Jian, so he had to turn away and pretend to be angry and ignore him. Li Jian stepped on the saddle and got on the horse calmly and stayed close to him. She sat up on her back, put her hands around her body, pulled the reins, and said with a smile, are you angry? Okay, you didn't have weak legs last time. I remembered it wrong. Is that okay? Sia Fong Fong rolled her eyes at him and said with a smile, that's pretty much it. Although it was a little embarrassing to ride the same horse with Li Jian, she didn't want to waste the rare time that the couple spent together by sharing 2 horses, so she leaned into Li Jian's arms with some dependence. The group said goodbye. The ranch was divided into 3 teams and went their separate ways in 3 different directions. Unlike the last time at the temporary station, the pace of the fierce battle was slightly accelerated this time, so the horses were bumpy a lot. It was on the snowy ground, with the wind howling in her ears. Sia Fong Fong held on to the saddle tightly, feeling somewhat scared. After running for a while, she slowed down slightly, and then Li Jian asked softly, by the way, I never got a chance to ask you. How did you end up there with your parents being attacked by horse thieves? Last night, Li Jian had already asked Rongjinbong about how they were attacked, and he also knew that Sia Fong Fong found them first and managed to lure the horse thieves to the ice. However, Sia Fong Fong, there was something about Browning, but Rongjinbong hesitated but didn't mention it. He guessed that Li Jian might have secretly given the Browning in Sia Fong Fong's hand to her for self-defense. After all, he is just a civilian. Although there are old hunters in the countryside who collect homemade earthen barns and go hunting in the mountains, Browning is different. Rongjinbong himself comes from a wealthy family and has served in the army. I have had several Brownings, and the price is not cheap. If Li Jian gave them to him, where did he get them? If Li Jian asked him alone, he would have nothing to say.
Question.
But you still have so many brothers with Li Jian in the warehouse. What if he tells Li Jian? Therefore, Li Jian doesn't know that Sia Fong Fong has something on his mind. Yilan hesitated for a moment whether to tell Li Jian what happened in the dream, but finally decided to tell him. A few days ago, for some reason, I had nightmares about my parents being trapped. In the snowstorm, I encountered a horse thief, and you were also injured. Although it was just a dream, I was really worried at home, and thinking that I hadn't seen you for so long, I wrote a letter of introduction and came to see you. You got it. I sent telegrams before I came here, but you may have been out in the field and haven't had time to see them yet. First, I arrived at the station and spent the whole night with you. Before I could wait for you to come back, I thought I would go to the farm where my mother and the others were to visit them first. If they were safe and sound on the farm, I would be relieved. Who knows, I went over and asked. They drove the sheep to the pasture last night. I went to the pasture again and didn't see it. However, the people at the pasture said it might be in Sancher Mountain, so I went there to try my luck. I didn't expect to actually meet him. Then we encountered horse thieves, and you guys arrived in time. Li Jian listened quietly, feeling pity in his heart, and said softly, Huan, thank you for your hard work. Because she was worried about him and his parents, she traveled thousands of miles away, braving the wind and snow. He came here and actually saved his parents' lives. Sia Fong Fong nestled herself in his arms and said with a smile, it's okay. If that dream hadn't felt too real, I wouldn't have come. If something really happens to you and your parents, if I don't come, I will definitely not have peace of mind for the rest of my life. He rode for a day and finally returned to the station in the evening. It was not too early for Li Jian to look at the sky. Let the brothers who came back together rest for one night, and set off to meet Bai Zihan and the others early the next morning. Sia Fong Fong stayed in the same yurt where he had stayed a few days ago. This time, he finally had space to be alone with Li Jian. Sia Fong Fong went back to the yurt first and took off the boots on his feet. There were some signs of frostbite last night, but it was more obvious today. They were severely swollen, itchy, and sad. Li Jian looked at it and couldn't help but gasped. Sia Fong Fong subconsciously wanted to hide his feet and said with a smile, It's okay. Just warm it up. Actually, entering the space and soaking it with some spiritual spring water would be almost as good. It's just that from yesterday to now, I haven't had the chance to enter the space. That's why I ended up like this. Li Zhan squatted down, grabbed her ankle, and seriously after checking it, he said domineeringly, "Don't move." It was very red and swollen, but luckily the skin wasn't broken yet. Li Zhan sighed and said, "It's so serious. Why didn't you tell me?" Sia Huanhuan felt a little guilty. "We haven't walked much, so it's okay. Li Zhan raised his eyes and glanced at her angrily. "Is this okay? Sit down and don't move." With that said, Li Zhan got up, went out to find a basin, and poured hot water from the kettle on the stove. After it cooled down a little, he let Sia Huanhuan soak her feet. Then she went out again. When she came back, Sia Huanhuan had already washed her feet and put them in the quilt to keep them warm. Li Zhan grabbed her ankle and applied some medicine on the frostbitten area. This is it. It was prepared by an experienced Mongolian doctor and is very useful. When we came here and got chilblains, we relied on this treatment until we got used to it. Apply some. It should be healed in a day or two. Sia Huanhuan's face flushed. Although they had been married for 2 years, she was still embarrassed to be caught by him applying medicine on her bare feet. Moreover, when the affected part of her foot was touched, it was itchy and painful, and she couldn't help moving around. Li Zhan said unhappily, "Don't move." "But it's itchy." "You are not allowed to scratch it even if it itches, otherwise you will scratch the skin, and it will be difficult to heal." After applying the medicine with great difficulty, Li Zhan poured out the foot-washing water and returned to the yurt. Sia Huanhuan had taken off her clothes, leaving only a red belly band and pajamas on her body and a quilt on her body. She looked at Li Zhan with wet eyes. Li Zhan swallowed subconsciously, and his eyes deepened. He immediately pounced on her like a leopard, hugged Sia Huanhuan in his arms, bit her lips roughly, and tasted her wantonly, then leaned close to her ear and said in a hoarse and magnetic voice, "Wife, I miss you so much." Sia Huanhuan also wanted to do that. She raised her hands and hugged his neck, responded to his kiss, and said softly, "I miss you, too." Although it was just once, Sia Huanhuan was also very tired. She didn't even want to move a finger while lying in Li Zhan's arms. Her whole body was lazy and satisfied. At this time, Li Zhan got up again. Sia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment and looked at him puzzledly. "It's so late. Where are you going?" Li Zhan smiled while putting on his clothes. "You go to bed first. I don't know if there are other gangs among those horse thieves. They are interrogating them all night. I'll go over to take a look at the situation and come back." Sia Huanhuan felt distressed and a little angry when she heard this. This workaholic. She came all the way here to find her husband, and they haven't seen each other for more than half a year, and now he did this. She just ran away. It's too much.
But,
alas, who made her marry a man with such a job?
She
just endured it. Li Zhan seemed to see her disappointment and said with a smile, "I promise, I'll be back in a while." Li Zhan said and went out. When they arrived at the interrogation place, Wei Bin, who was in charge of the interrogation, just came out and gave Li Zhan a brief report. From what they said, it seems that there are no other accomplices. Their boss was also shot dead by you, the captain.
It's
what?
Li Zhan asked.
There are a few places where their confessions don't match. Li Zhan frowned slightly and said, "Tell me." "One is the reason for the cracked ice. Because they were watching the sheep, they didn't know it very well, but because they wanted to watch the excitement, they also ran over here for a while and saw the situation on the ice from a distance. But Captain, we rushed over because we heard the initial wooden gun sound. Those 2 wooden gun sounds did not sound like earthenware guns. Also, when we rushed over to rescue my sister-in-law and the others, in addition to the 3 people we shot dead, 1 person was already dead. Judging from the wound, it should not be an earthenware gun, but Browning." Li Zhan's heart moved, and his brows frowned even tighter. Browning again? However, we asked these horse thieves where the Browning in their hands came from. But those people looked like they had never even heard of the name Browning. After finding out that it was wooden guns, They denied it, saying that they only had earthenware guns and no Browning.
So,
Is Browning so easy to get now? Why do it seem like each of the criminals has one? The brother in charge of the interrogation had not gone back to Qingshui village with him to rescue the triplets, so he didn't know that the Browning appeared that time. He was just wondering how these horse thieves got such an expensive, foreign-made handmade wooden magazine. But Li Zhan became suspicious again. The only thing in common in the two situations was that his wife was present. Have the bullets been collected?
Li Zhan asked.
The interrogator nodded and brought the bullet to Li Zhan. Li Zhan took a closer look and found that there were carved patterns on the bullet, and the patterns were consistent with the patterns on the bullet of the kidnapper in Qingshui village.
Could it be that
Browning really belongs to his wife? The possibility of his biological parents having this thing is very small. Otherwise, the farm alone would have found it out long ago.
But
His wife should be the daughter of an ordinary farmer in Xia village, a neighboring village of Qingshui village. How could she have such a dangerous thing in her hand? If she got it later, where did she get it from? Somehow, Li Zhan subconsciously thought of Luo Cheng. Although Fu Nanjing's testimony last time cleared Luo Cheng's suspicion. But somehow, he still had a hunch that things were not, as Fu Nanjing proved. The interrogator saw Li Zhan in a daze and couldn't help saying, "Captain, what should we do?" The Browning was not found at the scene. Logically, it should have been found at the scene anyway. Li Zhan came back to his senses and tried to remain calm and said, "It was not far from the river at the time. Maybe it was swept into the river in the panic. Moot Song should belong to the leader of the horse thieves. The people inside are probably just minions. They probably didn't know that their boss was holding such expensive foreign goods. It was written in the confession that it belonged to the horse thieves and fell into the river." Regardless of whether the Browning belonged to Huan Huan, he couldn't let others suspect her. The interrogator thought this possibility was more likely. Otherwise, the people present at the time couldn't be the two old men working on the farm and the sister-in-law, right? Therefore, he agreed to go in and continue recording the confession. After a while, he took out the record of the confession. Li Zhan took a look at it. After confirming that they really had no other accomplices, he nodded and said, "You should go to bed too. We have to travel early tomorrow morning." The brother who was interrogating her saluted and said, "Yes." He couldn't help but be naughty again and said with a smile, "Captain, go and accompany your sister-in-law. My sister-in-law must be waiting anxiously." After that, he ran away. Li Zhan couldn't help but laugh and scolded, "Little rascal." Then he walked back. Although the wind and snow had stopped, it was still freezing cold. He walked outside for a while and then went back to the house. His body was still cold. Xia Huan was also tired. After a while, she fell asleep again. Li Zhan moved lightly and didn't disturb her. He stood in front of the bed, frowning and looking at her beautiful sleeping face. If that Browning was really hers. If the person his brothers saw coming out of Luo Cheng's courtyard last time in Beijing was also her. Could it be that Luo Cheng helped her get the Browning? What is her identity? Is she really just a farmer's daughter? Should he ask her directly and find out everything? Li Zhan thought for a while, then went to the stove to warm himself for a while. When his hands and body were no longer cold, he tiptoed to the bed and quietly searched through the coats and jackets that Xia Huan had taken off, but he did not find the Browning. He checked the entire yurt again. For Li Zhan, who had performed countless dangerous and secret missions, it was not difficult to search the yurt without disturbing Xia Huan. Still nothing. Li Zhan was relieved for some reason. He climbed onto the bed, took Xia Huan into his arms, and then groped her body. "You. Why are you?" Li Zhan sealed her lips at the right time and smiled. "Didn't I say I would be back soon? You don't think you can satisfy your man in one go, do you?" Xia Huan didn't have the Browning on her either. Perhaps the Browning really fell into the river and could not be found, just as he guessed. If that was the case, that would be fine. After being tossed around for half the night and seeing that light was already coming in from outside the yurt, Li Zhan finally ended. He kissed Xia Huan on her sweaty forehead, then looked at her delicate face and couldn't help but ask, Huan. Sia Huan responded contentedly and lazily. Are you hiding something from me? Li Zhan asked softly. Sia Huan, who had half of her face buried in the quilt, opened her eyes subconsciously, and her heart skipped a beat. Did Li Zhan discover something? Should she take this opportunity to tell him that she had a space and that she had traveled through time?
But
Would he believe it? Would he treat her as a monster and distance herself from her, or even
divorce her?
After all, having a portable space and traveling through time from the future was such an incredible thing that ordinary people could never accept calmly. Just when Sia Huan hesitated, Li Zhan couldn't help feeling sad and inexplicably jealous.
What?
Couldn't she tell him as her husband? Was he so untrustworthy?
If
She was facing that Luo Cheng, would she not hesitate? Li Zhan felt that he was crazy for being jealous out of nothing. Sia Huan was looked at by Li Zhan with a stern look, and she panicked subconsciously and said in a trembling voice, No.
No.
What could I hide from you? After that, she began to regret. Why was she so cowardly? In fact, she had always wanted to find a suitable opportunity to tell Li Zhan about her space.
But
She was not sure how Li Zhan would react after knowing it, so she instinctively acted like an ostrich and kept putting it off. Just now, it was obviously a good opportunity.
Li.
Sia Huan wanted to make amends, but Li Zhan had already smiled and said, Really? That's good. You should sleep for a while. He was about to get up. Sia Huan's heart tightened. She stretched out her hand to grab him and asked in a hoarse voice, Are you leaving again? Li Zhan saw some timidity and dim light in her eyes and felt a little reluctant, but still said, Yeah. The snowstorm seems to be over, but there are still many herders trapped, and their lives and property are threatened. We may have to be busy for another month. This time I come back, it's just right to replenish dry food and equipment. The next time I come back, it may be 7 or 8 days later. Sia Huan lowered her eyes and said a little depressed, Then I'll go back today. There are 6 kids at home, and my parents are the only ones taking care of them. I'm really worried. Li Zhan also knew that Sia Huan came here to visit relatives, and it was impossible for her to stay in the base for a long time and wait for him to come back from the mission. However, it was still sad to hear her say that she was going back. Well, I guess I can't send you there. I'll ask the base to send someone to take you to the county and then take a bus with you to Ho Hot. I'll ask him to come back after I see you get on the train. I'll also send a telegram to third brother Fu, asking him to pick you up in Beijing. Sia Huan nodded and said, Well, okay. Then she stood up. Li Zhan tried to stop her and said, It's cold outside. You should sleep a little longer. But Sia Huan still insisted on getting up, putting on her clothes, and said, You haven't eaten the dumplings I made during the Chinese New Year this year. I brought some flour here, and I'll make some for you, and eat a few to suit the occasion. Li Zhan was stunned for a moment, feeling warm in his heart, and said gently, You too. Why bother? There is no custom of eating dumplings here. Sia Huan said angrily, I don't care. You are not from here, and you have to eat these dumplings anyway. Li Zhan sighed helplessly and said with a smile, Okay. Then I'll help make them too. When Sia Huan came from the county, she took out 3 pounds of flour from the space and brought it here with her. Now she carried it directly to the cafeteria. There was no shortage of meat here, so she just cut 3 pounds of mutton, chopped it up, and mixed it with potatoes and onions to make stuffing. In order not to delay the departure, Li Zhan called all his brothers and asked them to wash their hands and come to help roll out the dough and make dumplings. 3 pounds of flour made about 200 dumplings. It was impossible to feed everyone, but it was enough for everyone to have 2 or 3 dumplings to try. The bowl of dumplings that Li Zhan had was specially made by Sia Huan, who boiled the water in a small pot. Li Zhan looked at Sia Huan's busy back, and his heart was soft. She had secrets in her heart, and until now, everything she had done was for the good of him, their child, and his biological parents. He waited patiently, until the moment when she took the initiative to tell him her secret. After eating the dumplings, Li Zhan hugged Sia Huan tightly for a while before saying, Wife, I'm leaving. Sia Huan was reluctant to let go, Her nose was sore and her throat was choked. You have to pay attention to safety. If you meet horse thieves again, you must be careful and don't get hurt.
Do you hear me?
Although the dream was over, she was still afraid that he would get hurt. Li Zhan gently stroked her hair and chuckled. Silly. Of course, I will be careful. You and the guys just wait for me at home. Also, you are not allowed to come all the way to find me alone in the future, okay? Otherwise, your reputation of traveling thousands of miles to find your husband will spread next time. Sia Fong Fong blushed to her ears and pushed him away, glaring at him coquettishly. Bah. Who is willing to travel thousands of miles to find you? Shameless.
Lisanloga and Wei.
Don't be so conceited in the future. It's so dangerous to be attacked by horse thieves like this time. If something really happens, I don't know if I can bear it. Sia Fong Fong's heart shuddered, and so did she. If something happened to Li Zhan, she really didn't know if she could make it. Anyway, we're all fine.
Sia Fong Fong said softly.
Li Zhan nodded solemnly and said, yeah. Sia Fong Fong didn't go back to the yurt until Li Zhan and the others were so small that they could no longer be seen. She would tell him about the space the next time, when Li Zhan came home. As for the matter of traveling through time, it's better to keep it a secret. Her situation, to put it bluntly, is like a resurrection from the dead, which is always a bit unlucky. When the time comes at home, even if Li Zhan can't accept it for a while and insists on divorcing her, she will order a few little guys to go up and cry. After all, they are his own flesh and blood, and she doesn't believe that he would be so cruel as to not want the mother of his child. He must cry until he accepts it. That morning, it was Xiao Ma who drove Sia Fong Fong to the county and bought a bus ticket to take her to Ho Hot. After getting on the train, she was considered to be going back. She also bought a sleeper berth through the army, so she didn't suffer much. After arriving in Beijing, Fu Nanjing came to pick her up. As soon as they met, he scolded her in a bad mood. You are a young woman. How can you be so arrogant? If you encounter something and you can't contact Li Zhan, why don't you contact me, your third brother? If there is anything, can I not go with you to find Li Zhan? How dare you take a train and then a bus alone to go so far to visit your relatives? What if you meet human traffickers on the way? If there are several big men and a few women, and they insist that you are the wife of one of them, and a few women force you to go, I'm afraid no one will care to save you even if you shout for help. Sia Fong Fong frowned tightly, listening to Fu Nanjing's nagging in a strange way. If what he said was not the truth, and, although he was scolding her, he was actually concerned about her, it was not like a man's concern for a woman, but more like a brother's concern for a sister. Without any dirty intentions, she would have turned hostile long ago. Go with her to find Li Zhan? She is a married woman, and she went all the way with a man who has nothing to do with her to find Li Zhan? Li Zhan is a jealous person. It would be strange if he is not jealous. Besides, she is not familiar with the Fu family. This third brother Fu. Why is he so familiar? Forget it, considering that he is nagging for her own good. She endured it. Fu Nanjing started to nag to the end, and he couldn't bear it anymore.
Alas.
If there was evidence to prove that Sia Fong Fong was his sister, and then they acknowledged each other, then she wouldn't have risked running so far just because she had no one to rely on. Thinking of this, he asked distressfully, Are you hungry? I'll treat you to a Tonglu hot pot. Sia Fong Fong frowned at him. Even if he and Li Zhan were as close as brothers and Li Zhan was not there, what was the point of her going to eat with him alone? She immediately shook her head and said, No. I'm not hungry. I have to buy a ticket to go home quickly. I haven't seen the kids at home for 7 or 8 days.
Funanseng.
There's no need to refuse so decisively, right? A little hurt. I don't know where the old man and dad's reputation has gone. They didn't recognize Sia Fong Fong, who is most likely their granddaughter or daughter, but were polite to that family, who were obviously fakes. It makes me angry when I think about it. Because of this, he has moved to the hospital dormitory, and he doesn't want to go back to see his home in such a mess.
Well.
Okay, I'll go queue up to buy a ticket for you. It's not convenient at home these days. Otherwise, the old man and my dad would really like you to visit them. Let's forget it this time. Sia Fong Fong. Fortunately, it's not convenient, Fu Nanjing said, and took Sia Fong Fong's letter of introduction to help queue up to buy tickets, and also bought a sleeper ticket. After returning, he gave the ticket to Sia Fong Fong and saw a state-owned restaurant opposite the ticket office, so he went over to buy a few freshly baked crispy sesame cakes, wrapped them in newspaper, and handed them to Sia Fong Fong, saying, "Here, sesame cakes, this is a time-honored brand, very delicious, you can eat them on the way." Then he saw the state-owned food store next to it, and went over to buy some oranges, peach cakes, and white rabbit milk candies, and gave them all to her, saying, "Take these back and give them to your little brat, and say that their third uncle gave them the package." Sia Fong Fong. Okay. Who made the Fu family and Li Zhan good friends? I can't let her cause a rift between the Fu family and Li Zhan. She smiled and said sweetly, "Thank you, third brother Fu." Fu Nanjing was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help grinning. "Why call me third brother Fu? From now on, don't use the last name, just call me third brother." Sia Fong Fong. At that moment, Fu Nanjing sent her back to the train and then said, "When you get home, send me a telegram so that I can explain to Li Zhan. You also remember to send him a telegram to let him know you are safe. This is the address of the hospital. You must take a picture of it." Sia Fong Fong agreed to all of them. The train whistled long and began to move slowly. Fu Nanjing also ran a few steps and waved to her. Sia Fong Fong wanted to ignore him, but seeing his expectant and friendly look, she couldn't bear to be too cold, so she raised her hand and waved. It was not until the train accelerated and left the platform and the station that Sia Fong Fong looked down to see what Fu Nanjing had bought. In addition to sesame cakes and oranges, peach cakes, and white rabbit milk candies, there were actually a few lifelike dough figurines. Monkey King, Zhu Beiji, Monk Sha, Tang Monk and his 4 disciples, and Neza the third prince, and the remaining one was Chang'e holding the jade rabbit. Exactly 6, probably, because they bought them according to the number of children in the family, 1 for each person. Chang'e was probably for Beibei, and the other 5 were naturally theirs. 5 brothers, 1 for each of them. Sia Fong Fong couldn't help but feel touched at this time. Because of Fu Qingye, she had always kept her distance from the Fu family, and she had some grudges in her heart, thinking that the Fu family must not be very good to raise such a daughter. But now seeing how attentive Fu Nanjing was to the children, she felt that she couldn't look at people with tinted glasses. As for the other members of the Fu family, seeing how good they were to Li Zhan, it was hard to imagine that they were as selfish and bad-hearted as Fu Qingye. She sighed in her heart while watching, and then she suddenly realized that Fu Nanjing seemed to have said that these were the bags given to Xiao by the third uncle. The Fu family and Li Zhan are good friends, so shouldn't he call him the third uncle? What's the matter with calling him third uncle? Sia Fong Fong was a little confused, but she quickly put it aside. Maybe she remembered it wrongly. After returning to the county, Sia Fong Fong sent a telegram to Li Zhan to report that she was safe. After thinking about it, she decided to send a letter to Fu Nanjing and send it to the hospital. Then, she returned to the vicinity of the village through the space, took out a lot of delicious food from the space, and walked back home. Although she had been away for only 7 or 8 days, she felt as if she had been away for a long time. I wonder if the little ones missed her? They haven't seen their mother these days. Only their grandparents are at home. Did they cry a lot? They are eager to go home. Soon they arrived at the door of the house. Before they entered the house, they heard the crying voice of the triplets' grandmother. "Grandma, we want mommy. Yan Yan wants mommy.
Wow.
Yi also wants mommy. Woo woo. And Yao Yao also wants mommy."
Mommy.
Lin Yuru was helpless. "Hey, Yan Yan, Ye and Yao Yao, be good. Your mom is going to buy you delicious food. She will be back soon."
Well.
"You said the same thing yesterday. And the day before yesterday. And the day before yesterday." Lin Yuru. Xiao Wu came over and held Yao Yao and Ye's hands like a little adult. When he no longer held Yan Yan's hand, he let go of Ye first, raised his hand and touched Yan Yan's head, then said, "You 3 should stop making trouble for Grandma. And don't cry. Didn't Grandma say that Mommy is going to buy delicious food? If you don't want to eat the delicious food, then second brother, eldest brother, and sister will eat your share too. The triplets looked up at Xiao Wu, suddenly pouted, and burst into tears. Woo-woo. Second brother is bad. Second brother is bad. Second brother doesn't allow to eat Ye's delicious food. And eldest brother and sister are also bad. Why are you going to eat our share? Xiao Wu was stunned. His original intention was to tell them not to cry, not to really eat all their shares.
Hey.
Don't cry. Isn't this a metaphor? Metaphor. You three are so uneducated. The triplets stopped crying, glanced at Xiao Wu, and then continued to cry in unison. Wu. Second brother is fierce Yan Yan, Yi/Yao Yao. Second brother is bad.
Wow.
Lin Yuru was angry and amused. How could they quarrel over this? The delicious food is not even there. Just as she was about to go over to persuade them to stop fighting, Xiaowen came out and said majestically, Xiao Wu, are you teasing your brothers again? Xiao Wu felt wronged. I was using a metaphor. Xiaowen was helpless. They are only 2 years old. It would be strange if they know what a metaphor is. Yan Yan, Yi, and Yao Yao are good. It's all second brother's fault. Second brother is bad. Second brother will not eat your delicious food. You are 2 years old. You are big kids. Don't cry. Bebe also ran out and warmly pulled Yi, who was crying the loudest, into her arms and held her in her little hands to comfort her. The 3 little ones were also taken out to play by Xiaowen and the others since they were young. They were very dependent on and admired their big brother, and they all stopped crying. Seeing this, Lin Yuru couldn't help but sigh that this 7-year-old big brother was more useful than her grandmother. Xiao sighed, and sighed deeply that no one understood his analogy. Then he remembered something and couldn't help looking back at Lin Yuru and said a little depressed, Grandma, I don't eat delicious food. Can Mom come back earlier? Sia Fong couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat when she heard it and pushed open the door, smiling a little choked. I'm back. When the little ones heard her words, they immediately looked up and saw that it was indeed their mother standing at the door, and they couldn't help but run towards the door happily. Mom, you're back. Yan Yan misses you so much.
And Yeye misses mommy moreta Yan Yan. Well.
Yao Yao misses mommy too. The 3 little guys spoke in baby voices, hugging Sia Fong-Fong's legs with their chubby little hands, looking up at her, their faces flushed and very cute. Xiao Wen, Xiao Wu, and Bei Bei also showed happy smiles on their faces, and then Xiao Wu pouted his lips and burst into tears for some reason. Mom, you're back. Woo woo. Sia Fong-Fong. Not sure if it was infected by Xiao Wu, Bei Bei pouted his lips and cried with a wow. Xiao Wen also showed an aggrieved expression on his face. Seeing that their brothers and sisters were like this, the triplets cried even more without any hesitation. For a while, the yard was very lively. Lin Yuru came over with a look of amusement and heartache, picked up Yan Yan and said with a smile, Didn't you just cry for your mother? Now that your mother is back, why are you still crying? Sia Fong-Fong was helpless. But seeing the 3 little ones crying like trumpets, Xiao Wu and Bei Bei also cried with grievance and felt very uncomfortable. Since the birth of the triplets, this was the first time she had been away for such a long time. Sia Fong-Fong quickly took out the dough figurines from her bag and gave them to them. But it has been several years since then, so even Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu saw such colorful and lifelike dough figurines for the first time. Mom, what is this? Xiao Wu stopped crying immediately, staring at the dough figurine in Sia Fong-Fong's hand with his eyes wide open. When the other kids saw it, they were naturally so surprised that they forgot to cry.
Sia Fong-Fong smiled and said, This
is called a dough figurine. It's made of dough, 1 for each person. Then, she gave the chang'e holding the jade rabbit with flying clothes to Bei Bei first. This one is for Bei Bei. The other 5, you 5 brothers share it. Bei Bei took chang'e and almost jumped for joy.
Mom,
this is chang'e. And her rabbit. So beautiful. Xiaowen said in surprise. Mom, I know. This is Sun Wukong. This is Tang Monk. These are Zhu Beiji and Sha Monk, the 4 masters and apprentices who went to the West to obtain Buddhist scriptures. There is also Neza, the 3rd prince. Our teacher told us about him in class. Xiao Wu also remembered it and said excitedly, I remembered it too. I want the Monkey King's son Wukong. Xiao Wen patted him on the head and scolded, You are such a big man. Don't you know how to give in to your younger brothers? Let your younger brothers choose first, and then you choose. After hearing this, Xiao Wu looked at the son Wukong with anger, but still nodded sensibly, and said to his younger brothers like a little adult, Yan yan ye yao yao, you choose first. Second brother tells you, this is Tang Monk, he is not good. Can't choose. He always doubts Sun Wukong, what a fool. This is Sun Wukong. He is so powerful, one somersault cloud can jump 10,000, 8,000 miles. He also has the golden hoop, which can kill all the monsters. This is Zhu Beiji, he is too lazy. Xiao Wu explained the 5 dough figurines to the triplets in vivid detail. In fact, the triplets didn't quite understand what the 4 masters and apprentices were, so they just looked at the colorful little figures and reached out to take them. In the end, Yan Yan took Tang Monk, Ye took Zhu Beiji, and Yao Yao chose Sun Wukong. Xiao Wu was so nervous that his palms were sweating. When he saw that Sun Wukong was still taken away, he looked like he was about to cry, but he still forced himself to be calm like a little adult.
Well,
Be strong. He is the elder brother, and the elder brother should give in to the younger brother.
well,
There is only one Monk Sha and one Neza. Xiao Wen patted Xiao Wu's shoulder sympathetically and said, Neza is for you. Neza is also very powerful. He can fight with Sun Wukong. Xiao Wu sniffed, took Neza listlessly, and said, But Neza can't beat Sun Wukong. Xia Huanhuan saw these little guys dividing the dough figurines, and felt a little sorry for Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu. At the same time, she couldn't help but admire that they were all really good children. Apart from anything else, which boy of Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu's age doesn't admire Sun Wukong? Who doesn't want Sun Wukong's dough figurine? But Xiao Wu showed that he wanted it, but he still endured it. He also selflessly told Yan Yan and the others about Sun Wukong's strength without reservation, although Xia Huanhuan estimated that they only understood a little bit, and in the end Sun Wukong was picked by Yao Yao, and Xiao Wu didn't cry. Not to mention Xiao Wen. He never mentioned which one he wanted, but his eyes never left Sun Wukong just now. In the end, he took the initiative to give Neza to Xiao Wu and chose Shaseng. Xia Huanhuan's heart softened. These children are really heartwarming. Lin Yuru watched from the side and couldn't help but sighed. Ah, how many years have I not seen dough figurines? They are so well made. After saying this, she came back to her senses and smiled to Xia Huanhuan. You see, I was so busy looking at the dough figurines that I forgot about it. You just came in. You must be hungry? I'll make you a bowl of noodles with soybean sauce. Xia Huanhuan's heart moved and she smiled. Mom, I'm not hungry. I ate sesame cakes on the way. However, there is still flour at home, right? Do you have spinach and purple sweet potato? By the way, do you have red hawthorn? Lin Yuru was stunned for a moment and said, Yes, there is, but why do you suddenly ask this? Making dumplings. You don't need spinach, purple sweet potato, and hawthorn, do you? Xia Huanhuan smiled. I do need them. Xia Huanhuan said, and gave a piece of peach cake to Xiao Wen, Xiao Wu, and Beibei respectively, and a piece to each of the 3 younger ones. The rest was sealed and kept at home. She did not dare to take out white rabbit milk candy and sesame candy, and kept them together with the peach cake, lest the kids would miss them and eat them and damage their teeth. After packing up the things, Xia Huanhuan took out some cheese jerky and beef jerky and gave them to Lin Yuru. Mom, try it. This is a specialty of the grassland in the northwest, and it is delicious. It was the first time for Lin Yuru to see this thing, and she habitually refused. Well, keep these for yourself and the kids. I don't care about these things. Xia Huanhuan naturally knew that she was just being stubborn and liked to leave the delicious food for her children and grandchildren, so she said, Eat it if I tell you to. I bought a lot of it, and there must be some for the kids. They just ate the peach cake. How could I dare to give it back to them? After hearing this, Lin Yuru took it happily, took a bite of the dried beef jerky, and then said in surprise, This is meat? Xia Huanhuan smiled. It's made from dried beef.
oh,
Dried beef? How big a piece of meat would it take to dry such a small piece? It can be eaten for 2 meals if it is fresh. Lin Yuru felt distressed. Sia Fong smiled. There is no land over there to grow food like we do here. It grows grass, so every household raises herds of cows and sheep. So there is more meat and less food. During festivals, they just kill a cow or a sheep. There is too much meat to eat, so they make it into jerky to preserve it. It can also be used as dry food when they go out to graze. Lin Yuru widened her eyes as if she was listening to a storybook. Is there such a place? Can't you eat meat for every meal? Sia Fong smiled. It doesn't mean you can eat it for every meal. By the way, you can try this too. Lin Yuru took the cheese again, took a bite, and immediately the milk fragrance filled the air. Is this milk? Sia Fong smiled. It's made of cow's milk or goat's milk, and it's also for preservation. Lin Yuru couldn't help but sigh. Oh, it turns out that there are so many places in this world that are different from ours. I have also broadened my horizons with my daughter. Sia Fong smiled. This is nothing. Wait a minute. We will all move to the city, and then we will take you and Dad to have a good look around the country. Lin Yuru didn't even dare to think about it, but just hearing what Sia Fong said, her heart was happy enough. After talking for a while, Sia Fong went to knead the dough, and then added spinach juice, hawthorn juice, and purple sweet potato to the flour, making green, purple, and dark red dough. Sia Fong kneaded and fiddled with it, and after a while, she made 2 sun wukongs, which actually looked like them. Lin Yuru looked at it and couldn't help laughing. So you want to make sun wukong for them? You spoil them too much. Isn't this a waste of food? Sia Fong said. It doesn't matter. Let Xiaowen and Xiaowu play with it for a while, and tell them not to touch it with their hands. It won't be considered a waste when it is cooked in the pot at night. Nowadays, sometimes a handful of rice or noodles can save a life. Even if Sia Fong's space is full of food, food cannot be wasted. As she said, she secretly called Xiaowen and Xiaowu over and handed them the dough figurine of Sun Wukong. The two were stunned for a moment, and then they were so happy that they almost jumped up.
Mom.
You are so awesome. Sun Wukong. I have Sun Wukong too. Although Xiaowen didn't say anything, his face was also beaming with joy. Sia Fong said solemnly, I'll give you a long time to play with it, but you are not allowed to touch it with your hands if it gets dirty. It will be cooked in the pot at night. After hearing this, Xiaowu wrinkled his face and said helplessly, Mom, don't talk like you want to throw Sun Wukong into a frying pan and eat him. He jumped out of a stone and is not delicious. Sia Fong couldn't help laughing. Stinky boy, stop talking nonsense and go play. Xiaowen and Xiaowu ran away, probably going outside to show off to the children in the village. In the evening, Xia Shuangshan came back from his bricklaying job, and Xia Huanhuan gave him beef jerky and cheese jerky to eat again. Xia Shuangshan couldn't help himself, and asked if he had seen Li Zhan, and if he was okay. That night, Xia Shuangshan stayed here for another night, and moved back to his own home the next day. Not to mention the things in Qingshui village. Here in Jingshi, Li Sankai and Li Ernie planned to use Li Ernie's second daughter, Hainu, to replace Xia Huanhuan and go to Jingshi to recognize their relatives. After they returned to the village, it began to snow, and the village was almost half closed. Besides, it was the end of the year, so they were delayed. They didn't arrive in Jingshi until New Year's Eve. Following the address Lu Yuliang gave them, they arrived near the compound. The three of them saw the sentry standing guard at the gate of the compound, and they were so scared that their legs went weak. After a long delay, Li Sankai went up to the guard tremblingly and asked him. The guard had a serious expression and asked in a businesslike manner, Where are you from? Who are you looking for? I'm looking for. But he was stuck for a moment. How could he know the person's last name? Seeing him like this, the guard immediately dispersed the people. You don't even know your last name or first name. Don't join in the fun here. This is not a place where ordinary people can enter. Li Sankai was not discouraged, no. Comrade, I really have something important to do.
Right.
By the way, the nanny of that family is surnamed Sun, and her name is Sun Chunhua. We are relatives of Sun Chunhua. The guard knew Sun Chunhua, and he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then said, "So you know Sun Chunhua? She does live in this compound, but she seems to have been in the Fu family for many years, and I haven't heard that she has any relatives?" Li Sankai said with a smile. The emperor also has some poor relatives, right? I am her younger brother from her hometown in the countryside. This time I came here just to pay her New Year's greetings during the New Year. The guards knew that this was not a New Year's greeting at all. It was probably a poor relative from the countryside who came here to ask for money during the New Year. It was just a coincidence that Fu Weixin's guard was driving him home in a jeep. The guard at the door saluted quickly, then came over to check the pass and said together, "Chief, there is a visitor here who said he is a relative of your Aunt Sunday. What do you think? What should we do?" Fu Weixin was stunned when he heard it, and glanced at Li Sankai, who was standing outside the window. Relatives of Sun Chunhua? He remembered that Sun Chunhua said that all the relatives in the family were dead, and her husband divorced her because she couldn't have children. Over the years, no relatives have come to look for her, or she has returned to her hometown. Wait! After Huan came to Beijing to visit her relatives last time, Sun Chunhua seemed to have returned home. Is this person a relative she contacted last time she went back to her hometown? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Li Sankai again. Li Sankai had never seen such a posture before, and smiled at Fu Weixin with some flattery and some shrinking.
Wow.
This family is so rich. They live in a spacious courtyard, and there are guards with wooden warehouses at the door, and they still go in and out in big cars. Sun Chunhua is so mean. His second sister and brother-in-law helped her do such a heinous thing, but she just gave them a few $dozen to get rid of them. On the contrary, she has been living in such a wealthy family for more than 20 years, eating and drinking well. Seeing this, Fu Weixin got out of the car, walked over and said, "Are you a relative from Sister Sun's hometown?" Fu Weixin was full of righteousness and had the majesty of a superior who had been in a high position for many years. Li Sankai was so scared that his legs and feet went weak, and he even stuttered a little. After a while, he quickly nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, yes. It is me."
And,
as he spoke, he waved at Li Ernie and Hei Nyo and shouted urgently, "Second sister, Hei Nyo, what are you doing standing there? Come here quickly." Li Ernie hurriedly pulled Hei Nyo and trotted over, with a smile on her face, and looked at Fu Weixin timidly. Li Sankai smiled and said, "This is my sister and her girlfriend."
No. And Hei Nyo.
We are all relatives of Sun Chunhua. Sun Chunhua is our sister. After hearing this, Fu Weixin looked them up and down. Hei Nyo was as dark as her name suggested, but Li Ernie was not much whiter. The two of them looked like mother and daughter, so they should be mother and daughter. He thought that since they were relatives of Sun Chunhua, and Sun Chunhua had been in the Fu family for so many years, he said kindly, "Is that so? Sister Sun should be buying vegetables at the vegetable market now. How about this? You two go home with me first, and you can see her when she comes back later." Li Sankai and Li Ernie didn't expect it to be so smooth. They nodded quickly and said with a smile, "That's great." Fu Weixin brought them into the Fu family. Li Sankai saw that it was actually a small building on the second floor. Although the furnishings inside were very simple, there were soft chairs like big white steamed buns and a porcelain vase with plum blossoms on the table. It was clean and tidy, with bright windows and clean tables. It was completely different from the adobe thatched house at home. He couldn't help but feel shocked and happy. Now he's rich. Fu Weixin said, "You guys sit down. Sister Sun should be back soon." Before he finished speaking, Li Sankai pulled Hei Nyo forward and said, "Hei Nyo, why are you still standing there? Kneel down and kowtow to your dear father." Hei Nyo was also repeatedly told by Li Sankai and Li Ernie on the way, so she knelt down with a thump and shouted in the country dialect with emotion, "Dad.
Dad.
I finally found you." Fu Weixin was stunned.
What
does this mean? Why is this Hei Nyo calling him Dad? Mr. Fu was reading in the study room. When he heard the noise, he asked the guard to push the wheelchair and came out. When he saw this scene, he was also stunned.
This
Li Sankai hurriedly said, "Brother, didn't your family lose a daughter more than 20 years ago? Hei Nua is your long-lost daughter." Fu Weixin's face darkened now. This black girl looked like charcoal. It would be fine if she looked a little like Wen Hui or him, but she didn't look like him at all. Are you insulting his IQ? However, these three people who looked like they were from the countryside actually knew that the Fu family had lost their daughter. It was probably Sun Chunhua who told them when she went back to her hometown in the countryside last time. But how could Sun Chunhua say these words casually? Fu Weixin felt unhappy in his heart. This Sun Chunhua, doesn't she know what to say and what not to say? Li Sankai seemed to realize that the black girl didn't look like her, so he tried his best to make excuses. The black girl grew up in the countryside since she was a child. She worked a lot in the field, so she got tanned. In fact, she is not that dark. She is really your daughter. I have evidence here. Fu Weixin's face was dark, and he resisted the urge to drive them out. He said in a cold voice, "You have evidence?" "What evidence?" Li Sankai quickly called Li Ernie. "Second sister. That piece of bundle skin. Take it out quickly." Li Ernie was silent and tense the whole time. Now, when she heard Li Sankai talking, she quickly said, "Oh, here. As he said this, he handed the bundle that he had shown to Lin Yuru to Fu Weixin. Fu Weixin's hands trembled, and his heart trembled as well, before he took the bundle. He remembered the pattern of the bundle clearly. He had picked it out in the cloth shop himself before going to the battlefield as a birthday present for Wenhui. He originally wanted her to make a cheongsam for him. In the end, she did not make clothes for herself, but used part of the cloth to sew a lining for a small wallet for him, with photos of his family inside, so that he could take it to the battlefield, and when he came back, she would make a cheongsam. Later, when he came back from the battlefield and his daughter was taken away, Xiao Wenhui, who had been bedridden for 2 years and was already weak, left behind a clue that was to tell him that the cloth he gave her as a birthday gift was used to make their daughter's swaddling clothes. He still kept the wallet and would take it out from time to time to recall the past, so he was very familiar with this cloth. This cloth. Where did you get it? Fu Weixin almost lost control, staring at Li Sankai and Li Ernie with horror. Seeing his son like this, Mr. Fu couldn't help but sit up straight with some emotion, watching the development of the situation here.
Could it be
really news about his granddaughter? Otherwise, how could Fu Weixin, who has always been steady, lose his composure like this in front of strangers? Li Sankai, Li Ernie, and the black girl were also frightened by Fu Weixin's appearance. Li Ernie looked at Li Sankai helplessly.
Sankai.
The black girl pulled Li Ernie's arm and shouted, "Mom.
I'm scared."
Li Sankai quickly calmed down and said, This. We got it from the human traffickers." Li Ernie and Hei Nua both stared at Li Sankai in a daze, listening to his explanation. Fu Weixin also glared at him coldly, and his aura made Li Sankai tremble all over. Li Sankai continued tremblingly. "About 20 years ago, a human trafficker came to our village with a skinny little girl of 2 or 3 years old, saying that she could be taken away for $1. My second sister felt sorry for the little girl, so she spent $1 to adopt the child and raised her for 20 years. That girl is the Hei Nua standing in front of you now. Originally, we didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that after so many years, we can still find news about Hei Nua's biological parents." As they were talking, there was a noise at the door followed by and the sound of something falling to the ground. Sun Chunhua's face turned pale and her eyes widened, looking at Li Sankai, Li Ernie, and Hei Nua in horror.
How?
Why were they at the Fu's house? How did they find them? Fu Weixin turned his head with a gloomy expression and glanced at Sun Chunhua coldly. Sun Chunhua almost fainted. At this time, Fu Nanjing also came in and subconsciously supported her. "Aunt Sun, are you okay?" Fu Weixin ignored Sun Chunhua, but turned back to look at Li Sankai and said, "Go on. How did you know that my daughter was missing?"
"Yes.
I told them." Sun Chunhua hurriedly interrupted, her voice trembling, for fear that Li Sankai and Li Ernie would tell what happened that year. If that happened, she would be finished. Fu Weixin turned to look at Sun Chunhua, and his eyes were no longer as gentle as usual. Li Sankai and Li Ernie couldn't help but shudder when they saw Sun Chunhua, but then they straightened their chests. What are they afraid of? The one they should be afraid of is Sun Chunhua. Sun Chunhua was the mastermind of what happened that year. I shouldn't have said too much. These two people, one is Li Sankai and the other is Li Ernie, both of whom are my relatives in my hometown. Didn't I go home to visit my relatives last time? I haven't seen them for a long time, so I was too talkative and told them about my family's affairs. I really didn't expect them to find here. Fu Weixin looked at Sun Chunhua and said, "So, you think they are fakes? This one named Heinyo is not my daughter either?" Before Sun Chunhua could speak, Li Sankai spoke first. "Sun Chunhua, we are not lying. We have evidence in our hands. My second sister spent $1 to buy this child from a human trafficker. The bag that wrapped the child is the evidence," Li Sankai said, pointing to the piece of cloth in Fu Weixin's hand. He didn't believe that Sun Chunhua would not help him lie. If she dared to say that they were fake, then it would be a fight to the death. If they can't get any benefits, Sun Chunhua can forget about eating and drinking well in the city. Li Ernie also hurriedly said, "That's it.
Our Heinyo is really
Your daughter, Chief. We have evidence." Sun Chunhua's face turned pale, and she shook her head and said, That's not necessarily true. I have seen this cloth. Sister Wen Hui did use this cloth to swaddle her newborn baby. I just told him casually that day, but I never thought there would be such a coincidence in the world. Maybe Heinyo is really. Fu Weixin's expression became a little strange. Fu Nanjing listened for a while, took a look at the dark-skinned Heinyo, and was speechless. If this could be his sister, he would just go and hit his head against the wall. If you want to come to the city to beg for money, you should find someone who is similar.
But
the matter of the cloth, looking at the expression of the old man, it doesn't seem to be false. If Sun Chunhua told them about it through gossip, why would she tell Li Ernie and the others such details? Or Aunt Sun was not satisfied with the wages offered by the Fu family, so she colluded with relatives in the countryside to cheat money?
No.
Aunt Sun's panic just now did not seem to be known in advance and colluded. Besides, Qingye is still Aunt Sun's niece. There is no need to find another niece to stuff into the Fu family. When thinking about these things in his mind, the silent old man Fu suddenly spoke majestically. This matter is of great importance, and no one can figure it out at the moment. How about this, Wei Xian? You ask the guards to send the three of them to stay in the guest house first. It's rare for them to come to Beijing, and it's the Spring Festival, so let them go around and take a few days to talk about this matter. Fu Wei Xian listened and nodded, indicating that he agreed. Dad is right. Let's do it this way first. Xiao Zhang, you drive them to the guest house to get a room and pay the room fee for a few days first. Li Sankai, Li Ernie, and Hainu couldn't help being happy after hearing this. What they said was true. After all, this was the first time they met, and you said that you found their daughter, who had been missing for more than 20 years. Anyone would need to digest this well before accepting it. What's more, they have already paid for the guest house for them. They were also asked to wander around Beijing during the Spring Festival, so they must have believed them for the most part. They will just wander around for a few days first, and then ask for compensation after Hainu recognizes her as their relative. As for the long-term plan of asking for money through Hainu in the future, that is a matter for the future, and there is no rush now. Fu Nanjing couldn't help but get angry after hearing this. What's wrong with the old man and dad today? Are they collectively confused? Do we have to wait for 2 days? They are clearly here to cheat money and extort money. Why don't we just kick them out? Grandpa, Dad, I think we don't need to talk about this matter after letting them stay for a few more days. How is this Hainu like you or my mom? This is such a liar. Fu Nanjing was yelled at by Fu Weixin before he could finish his words. Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here? There are so many children in the world who don't look like their parents. Besides, Hainyo has been doing farm work in the countryside all year round, so it's normal for her to be tanned. If you were in the countryside, you might not look like me and your mother as well as her.
Funanseng. Funanseng. Okay.
Just pretend I didn't say anything. Just recognize her. Don't recognize the wrong girl and regret it later. He slammed the door and walked out angrily. Sun Chunhua hurriedly chased him out and asked, Nanjing, it's time for dinner. Where are you going? Fu Nanjing said without even turning his head, I'm so angry. Let them eat by themselves. Sun Chunhua had to give up after hearing this. But she was slightly relieved while avoiding people. It seemed that she hadn't been exposed. What a close call. Fortunately, Li Sankai was smarter than his sister Li Ernie, and he probably thought about her reaction in advance, knowing that she and they were in the same boat and had to cover up their lies. So he dared to come to the Fu family so unscrupulously and just followed her words. That black girl. She had seen her when she went back last time. She was Li Ernie's daughter. Humph. Is this to get his daughter to the Fu family so that he can keep cheating money in the future? What a beautiful dream. Judging from the reactions of Mr. Fu and Fu Weixin, they probably believed it a little, right? After all, she remembered the pattern of the cloth clearly, and it was indeed the same as the one she used to wrap the child. She really didn't expect that Li Ernie still kept it and was playing tricks on her. But don't be afraid. As long as Fu Weixin doesn't doubt her, even if they recognize He Noa and let He Noa come to the city to live with them, she will have plenty of ways to deal with this family of vampires in the future. Sun Chunhua quickly calculated in her mind and went back into the house. Just then, Xiao Zhang led Li Sankai, Li Ernie, and He Noa out. Sun Chunhua subconsciously asked, Are we taking them to that guest house? Xiao Zhang smiled and said, The chief has ordered that it's in the south of the city. The guest house over there is relatively empty, and the bus can go directly to the square, which is also convenient for them to go shopping. Sun Chunhua said, Oh, but she felt something was wrong in her heart. The compound is in the north of the city, and the south of the city is not close to this place. Logically speaking, there is a clue about the daughter who has been missing for more than 20 years. Even if he is suspicious or cannot accept it for the time being, he should not be willing to let He Noa, who might be his daughter, live so far away, right? What if she can't find it again? However, Xiao Zhang's next words dispelled Sun Chunhua's doubts.
Alas.
In the past few days, many people from other provinces have come to visit relatives or play, and the ghost houses in the city are almost full. Fu Nanjing had been sulking for several days, and he refused to go home during the new year. That's why he said when he went to the train station to pick up Xia Huan, it's not convenient at home these days. However, the next day after sending Sia Fong Fong to the train back to Mo County, Fu Weixin brought Li Sankai, Li Ernie, and He Noa to the hospital to find Fu Nanjing. Fu Nanjing was so angry that he closed the door, and his father directly found the director of the hospital and then notified the whole hospital through the radio. Fu Nanjing, your father is waiting for you in the dean's office. Come here quickly. Play it on loop. Fu Nanjing was so angry that he almost died, but he also knew his father's temper and methods. If he dared to hide, this broadcast would probably be broadcast for 3 days and 3 nights. Fu Nanjing went to the dean's office with a stinky face. The dean was a kind old grandfather and gave the office to the father and son. Fu Weixin didn't waste any words and said, Check their bodies and He Nua's, test their blood, and see if there is anything wrong. If there is, prescribe some medicine for them to recuperate as soon as possible. If not, go to the Chinese medicine pharmacy to buy a ginseng and let them take it home to replenish their bodies. Li Sankai, Li Ernie, and He Nua were all very happy. Originally, Xiao Zhang accompanied them to visit Jingshi for many days, and the Fu family didn't look for them again. They almost thought that the Fu family had seen through them, or that Sun Chunhua said something. Unexpectedly, Fu Weixin came to them in person today and even brought them to the hospital to let the doctors help them see the disease, and now he also wants to give them ginseng. This must be to recognize He Nua. Only then would he be so generous to them. Fu Nanjing was reluctant at first. Ginseng is not something I can get just by asking for it. Besides, they don't look sick. Why do they need a physical examination and a blood test? At this point, Fu Nanjing shuddered and looked at Fu Weixin in surprise. He is a doctor after all. How could he forget? Can a blood test be used to verify it? As early as the 1920s, foreign medical scientists had discovered that there is a certain blood correlation between parents and children. Although there are accidents, it can still be used to a certain extent as a method to verify whether the child is the biological child of the parents.
Could it be that
Grandpa and Dad were pretending a few days ago? In fact, they don't believe that He Nu is a flesh and blood of the Fu family?
I'll
go right away. Fu Nanjing continued to speak excitedly. Li Sankai couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. How could this person who had a look of disgust just now suddenly become so enthusiastic? Why did he have a bad feeling? After the blood test results came out, it showed that Li Sankai, Li Ernie, and Hainu were all type B blood. Fu Weixin's blood type is A, and Xiao Wenhui's blood type is O. Parents with blood types A and O generally will not give birth to children with type B blood. This result was what Fu Nanjing expected. Fu Nanjing showed the results directly to Fu Weixin. Fu Weixin looked at the results and was not shocked or shocked. Instead, it seemed as if he had expected such a result. Fu Nanjing looked at his father and then whispered, "Dad, did you and Grandpa never believe them from the beginning? What exactly are you planning?" As he was speaking, there was a commotion outside. Fu Weixin said lightly, "Let's go and take a look." Fu Nanjing followed him out. Suddenly, a group of comrades in police uniforms came over and surrounded Li Sankai, Li Ernie, and He Nua. Li Sankai and Li Ernie, right? The leading police officer asked seriously. The last time Li Sankai and Li Ernie saw this situation was when Liu Yuliang was arrested. When Li Ernie saw them, her legs went weak and she looked at her brother in panic. Sankai, what should we do? Although Li Sankai was smarter and bolder than Li Ernie, his legs were weak at this moment. He stammered and said in a cowardly manner, "I
am Li Sankai. Comrade, what
do you want to talk to us about?"
I
can tell you we are relatives of the Fu family." The leading police officer sneered. "Relatives of the Fu family? Did you dream of getting close to them?" Li Sankai, Li Ernie, we are arresting you two for suspected involvement in the trafficking of the daughter of the Fu family. Come with us to the police station. Li Ernie fainted after hearing this. He Nu was so scared that she cried loudly. Doctors and nurses came up and pinched Li Ernie's philtrum and rescued her. Li Sankai was still quibbling. "Comrade, is there any misunderstanding here? How could we traffic the daughter of the Fu family? We found the daughter of the Fu family from the human traffickers and raised her. This is the daughter of the Fu family." The head of the Fu family also admitted it. But Li Ernie had already lost her temper. "Oh, Sun Chunhua. Liu Yuliang, you guys have killed me. It was all your fault for doing such a heinous thing, and now the retribution has come. Woo woo woo." Li Sankai was almost angry to death. His second sister was so cowardly. Others haven't said anything yet, but she fell down like beans. At this time, the police officers suddenly stood at attention and saluted. The leading police officer called out, "Hello, old chief." Li Sankai looked up and saw Fu Weixin and Fu Nanjing coming over. He was about to rush over for help, but was held down by two policemen and handcuffed. "Be honest," the leading police officer said. "Old chief, Widow Wang from Liujia village has been arrested." Widow Wang has also confessed that more than 20 years ago, it was Li Ernie and her man Liu Yuliang who sold a newborn baby girl to her and asked her to sell it. This baby girl might be the old leader's long-lost daughter. After hearing this, the last ray of hope in Li Sansai's eyes was extinguished in an instant. It's over. It's completely over. Even Widow Wang has been arrested. Everything is exposed. Fu Weixin nodded with a grim expression and said, "Thank you very much. I hope you can interrogate them quickly and find out where my daughter was abducted by these beasts." Sun Chunhua packed her bag and was about to run away. She had been restless these days, so she had been keeping an eye on the movements of Li Sankai and Li Ernie. Today, when she saw Fu Weixin taking them to the hospital, she secretly followed them. Therefore, she knew about the arrest of Li Sankai and his men at the first time. Fortunately, she had prepared to run away these days. She secretly packed up her savings over the years, as well as some simple clothes and luggage, and asked Fu Qingye to help her collect them first. Fu Qingye also moved out before the new year and lived in the dormitory of the art troupe. She was mainly a little afraid of Grandpa Fu and Fu Weixin, and felt that she was at home. She felt that she was not free, so she took the initiative to move out. However, although she lived in a dormitory and other people lived in a dormitory with several people, she still relied on the background of the Fu family to get a single-room dormitory and went back to tell Fu Weixin that it was standard. Now, Sun Chunhua did not dare to go back to the Fu family, so she hurried to the dormitory to find Fu Qingye and asked Fu Qingye to bring her the bag. After a long time, Fu Qingye finally came out with the bag, but the expression on his face was a little strange. Sun Chunhua forced a smile and tried to pretend that nothing happened and was about to raise her hand to take the bag. But Fu Qingye withdrew his hand, leaving her empty, and then asked faintly, "Aunt Sun, why do you suddenly want to go back to your hometown in the countryside? Didn't you just go back some time ago? Besides, aren't your relatives in the countryside now in Beijing?" Sun Chunhua was very anxious, and those policemen might come to arrest her and send her to labor reform at any time. "You kid. Why are you asking so many questions all of a sudden?" I'm just old, and when people get old, they like to reminisce about the past. I have been in the Fu family for so many years, and I often dream about my hometown recently. So I thought about going back to have a look. Qingye, stop teasing Aunt Sun and give me the bag quickly. Fu Qingye smiled, but the smile did not reach her eyes.
She said, "Oh.
So that's the case. But Aunt Sun, you don't need to bring so much money when you go back to your hometown, right? There are more than 1,000 yuan. There is no end to the help for poor relatives. Or, do you plan to never come back after this departure, Aunt Sun?" Sun Chunhua's face turned pale. When she entrusted the bag to Fu Qingye, she clearly told her not to open it. Qingye has always been sensible and obedient. Why did she suddenly become disobedient in this matter?
Why?
Why would it be? Even if you let Aunt Sun go, Aunt Sun can't bear to part with you. Fu Qingye suddenly smiled with some guilt. "Aunt Sun, I'm sorry, I can't bear to part with you either. I will definitely miss you." Sun Chunhua wondered. Why did Qingye suddenly say that?
Why?
Should he say sorry to her? Suddenly someone shouted, "Here! Sun Chunhua is here." Sun Chunhua was almost pinned to the ground before she could escape. A policeman looked at Fu Qingye and asked, "It was you who made the call and reported that you had seen Sun Chunhua, right?" Fu Qingye was innocent and pitiful and even moved to tears. She nodded and sobbed. Yes. She is a helper in my family, but I have regarded her as my aunt since I was a child. She did such a heinous thing. I really don't want her to make the same mistake again. Sun Chunhua was stunned. It turned out it was Fu Qingye who called to report her? How could it be like this? Obviously. She had doted on Fu Qingye since she was a child, taking care of and doting on her as if she were her own daughter. Didn't she do that to Xiao Wenhui's child because she was afraid that after Xiao Wenhui gave birth to a daughter, she would no longer like Fu Qingye and would ignore her or even abandon her?
Now
she actually called to report her in person. "Fu Qingye, you ungrateful thing, have you forgotten how I raised you with all my hard work over the years? You actually called the police and asked them to arrest me. I did all that for you. Fu Qingye, you ungrateful wolf. You shall not die well." Sun Chunhua was so angry that she started to curse. Fu Qingye looked even more pitiful, and she gave in to the grievances and cried, "Aunt Sun, if you can feel better by scolding me, just go ahead. I really don't want to watch you make one mistake after another and be doomed to eternity." The policeman pressed Sun Chunhua hard and scolded, "Be honest." After having Sun Chunhua put into the police car, the policeman looked at Fu Qingye with sympathy and said, "Comrade, thank you for providing clues and putting justice above your own family. We will find out the truth as soon as possible. Fu Qingye wiped her tears and asked, Comrade, I wanna ask my sister. Is the lost child of our family. Can we find her back? The policeman thought she really cared about her sister, so he said, Of course we can. I heard that the child was later picked up and raised by a couple. For details, we have to interrogate the suspect before we can be sure. Fu Qingye's heart tightened, and a flash of regret flashed in his eyes before he said, This.
Is it like this?
Please, you must help my family find my sister. After the police left, Fu Qingye hurried back to the house and cut a few onions, which made his eyes burst into tears. When his eyes were red and swollen from crying, he hurried back to the Fu family. All the members of the Fu family in Beijing gathered at home. Fu Nanjing smiled and said, Grandpa, Dad, you are too patient. You almost fooled me. Fu Weixin rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, That's because you are stupid. You don't use your brain to think about things. It's only the first day they came, and you shouted that you didn't believe it and wanted to drive them out. If you really drive them out, wouldn't the clue be broken again? Don't you have to wait a few days and go to their hometown to check? Grandpa Fu was also rarely happy and teased, Alas, the young people nowadays are really worse than the previous generation. Fu Nanjing chuckled, gave a thumbs up, and said, The old are still the best. I am convinced. Then he said indignantly, But I really didn't expect Aunt Sun. That Sun Chunhua was so vicious. Our family treated her so well, but she actually stole my sister away and was so cruel that she asked Li Ernie's husband to throw her into the mountains to feed the wolves. Li Sankai and Li Ernie were not very stubborn. They told the story of how Sun Chunhua asked them to silence the child, and how they sold the child to human traffickers because they couldn't bear to do it. Later, when Sun Chunhua came back and asked about it, they went to find the child for a reward, and then they remembered that they could replace the child inexplicably, so they confessed everything. Fu Qingye walked in and just heard these words. Grandpa, Dad, third brother, I'm back. Fu Qingye said, and then asked anxiously, Dad, what is going on? Those people and that black girl, isn't she my sister? And Aunt Sun, no. That's Sun Chunhua. How could she do such a heartless thing? Fu Nanjing couldn't help frowning when he heard Fu Qingye say this. No matter how hateful Sun Chunhua was, she had been absolutely kind to Fu Qingye over the years, and she loved him more than her own mother. However, Sun Chunhua's deeds had just been exposed, and Fu Qingye was so eager to draw a line, which was a bit too heartless. Fu Weixin nodded and said, Qingye's back? Sun Chunhua is really abominable. Wenhui was so good to her and took her in, but she was so cruel. If she hadn't let it slip, I wouldn't have suspected her. Let it slip? Dad, where did she let it slip?
Fu Nanzeng asked puzzledly.
Fu Weixin sighed and said, Your mother once told me that she used the cloth I bought for her to swaddle your sister, saying that this was one of the clues. I have never told anyone about this. Although Sun Chunhua was sent by your grandmother to pick up your mother and sister, she did not arrive until the morning of the second day after your sister went missing. In other words, she had never seen your sister, and it was even more impossible for her to describe the pattern of the cloth in detail, so that Li Sankai and Li Ernie could find a cloth with the same pattern as evidence. However, she said that day that she had seen the cloth. The only explanation is that Sun Chunhua really had seen the cloth and your sister. Fu Nanjing listened and suddenly realized, so that's how it is. That Sun Chunhua is really cunning. As soon as Li Sankai and Li Ernie were arrested, she disappeared. Even her luggage had been packed long ago. I think she had already prepared to escape. I don't know if she was caught or not. Old Master Fu sneered. She can't escape. Dare to touch our Fu family's granddaughter. Want to run away? Dream on. Fu Qingye shuddered and said, Actually, Grandpa, Dad, Sun Chunhua has been arrested. She asked me to keep her luggage and I didn't know she was so bad, so I agreed. Just now she came to me, and I hated her for being so cruel to hurt my sister, so I called the police to arrest her.
And
this 500 yuan is from her luggage, and it must be money stolen from our family. Fu Qingye said, handing 500 yuan to Fu Weixin. In fact, there was 15,000, but Fu Qingye kept 1,000. The Fu family has strict education, and the monthly living expenses and pocket money are only a few yuan. She is now a bencher in the art troupe, and at most 30 yuan a month, which is not enough to spend. That's 1,000 yuan. She will be crazy to return it all to the Fu family. Anyway, Sun Chunhua was arrested, and no one knew how much money she really had. Fu Nanjing listened to this. Although it was a great relief that Sun Chunhua was arrested, he looked down on Fu Qingye's sacrifice of her own family for the sake of justice. Fu Weixin was also stunned for a moment, and then said, "So that's the case?" In any case, Sun Chunhua was arrested, which is a great relief. "Qingye, you did the right thing." Fu Qingye felt a little relieved, and asked tentatively, "This is what I should do. I also hope to find my sister as soon as possible. By the way, who is your sister? Have you found any other information?" At this time, the phone in the Fu family rang. Telephones were not popular in this era, but the people living in the compound were all high-level cadres, so for work needs, they all installed telephones one after another. Fu Weixin went over to answer the phone, and it turned out that it was the chief of the police station who called in person, reporting that the whereabouts of the Fu family's daughter had been found. Fu Weixin was so excited that he almost fainted. He asked many questions at once. "Found her? Really? Where is she? What's her surname now? What's her name? How is she doing?" After hearing what he said, the other members of the Fu family also excitedly went to the phone, trying to hear the answer from the person on the phone. The chief's daughter is still near Beijing, in a village under a county called Mo County, called Qingshui Village. I heard from Li Sankai and Li Ernie that they went there in person and saw the chief's daughter. They said her surname is Sia Huan, and she is married. Her husband's surname is Li or Li. The receiver slipped from Fu Weixin's hand, and he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and he fell to the ground all of a sudden. Fu Nanjing was sharp-eyed and quickly supported him, while shouting worriedly, Dad, are you okay?" He quickly checked Fu Weixin. Old Master Fu was also very anxious and shouted, "Nanjing, hurry up. Help your dad lie down on the sofa over there." What was said on the phone?
Was it Cici?
Fu Weixin's 3 sons were named Fu Dongjin, Fu Beifa, and Fu Nanjing, each of whom took a character from the east, south, west, and north. As for the youngest daughter, Fu Weixin and Xiao Wenhui had already decided that if it was still a son, she would be named Xixing, and if it was a daughter, she would be named Cici. Who would have thought that this name had not even been called once, and the child? Fu Weixin calmed down. The man who had been strong all his life also had tears in his eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Dad, Cici." "No, the child now has a new name, Huan. She's fine. God has mercy on her, and has sent her back to us a long time ago." Huan? Sia Huan? Is it really her? Fu Nanjing was overjoyed. "Grandpa, Dad, I told you a long time ago. Huan looks so much like Mom. Even if there's no evidence, she must be my sister." After hearing this, Grandpa Fu's turbid eyes couldn't help but gleam with tears. He nodded and said, "Oh, it's really Huan. It's really her. Good." Fu Weixin said, "Nanjing, quickly arrange a car. I'm going to tell your mom." Fu Nanjing was so happy that he didn't know what to do first. After hearing what Fu Weixin said, he knew that his father was going to his mother's grave, and immediately said, "Dad, I'll contact Xiaozhang immediately and ask him to come over.
And
I'll send a telegram to my eldest and second brothers to tell them the good news. And Li Zhan. I never thought that Li Zhan would actually become my brother-in-law. Also, Dad, now that we visited my mom, shouldn't we buy train tickets immediately to go to Mo County and pick up Huan to Beijing?" Fu Weixin hesitated for a moment when he heard this. Then he sighed and said, "Let's tell your mom about picking up Huan, and then we'll think about how to tell Huan." Old man Fu also sighed and said, "Alas, Huan has grown up to this size because of her adoptive parents. In the past, your dad and I sent people to Huan's hometown to inquire, but we only found out that Huan was the surviving twin sister born to her parents. It can be seen that they have raised Huan Huan as their own daughter for so many years. We can't just go and recognize our relatives without saying hello to their adoptive parents just because they are Huan Huan's blood relatives. After hearing this, Fu Nanjing knew that what his grandfather said made sense. He couldn't help but sigh and said, "Oh, it's so hard to find my sister, but I still have to worry about this and that. It's really frustrating." Fu Weixin said, "As long as I know that your sister is still alive, and she is married to such a good husband like Li Zhan, and has 3 lovely triplets, even if she finally refuses to recognize me as her father, I will.
Die Witwe regrets.
When I meet your mother 100 years later, I won't be afraid of her blaming me." Fu Nanjing said, "Pooh, pooh, pooh. Dad, why are you saying such depressing words? Our family owes my sister for so many years. We must recognize her and make up for it. Even if you can refuse to recognize her, I must recognize her." Fu Weixin glared at him and said angrily, "Brat, that was my worst-case scenario assumption. Who said you don't recognize her?" Fu Qingye looked at the Fu family, who were so happy, and pretended to be happy too. But in his heart, it was more painful than being pierced by thousands of arrows. Sia Huan Huan, the daughter of the Fu family who had been missing for many years, turned out to be that Sia Huan Huan? How could she, a country girl, be so lucky? Such a good life? Not only did she marry Li Zhan, but now she has jumped from a country woman to a high-ranking official in the city. The daughter of a family.
Why?
Why has she never been so lucky? Since Sun Chunhua had done all that back then, why didn't she strangle the baby to death herself? If that were the case, how could today's incident happen? Now that the Fu family's biological daughter has been found, what about her? The adopted daughter? Will she be driven out of the Fu family? Even if she is not driven out, how can she, an adopted daughter, compare with the biological daughter? Especially, she had offended Sia Huan Huan before. How could Sia Huan Huan tolerate her? Thinking of this, Fu Qingye felt like sitting on pins and needles, but she had to pretend to be happy. "So, Huan Huan is your younger sister? This is really... what a coincidence, and so good. Grandpa, Dad, when I was working in the commune where Qingshui village is located, Huan Huan and I were like a sister. If you plan to bring Huan Huan back, I'm afraid she won't be able to adapt to the new home. Otherwise, I'd better move back and keep her company. She must not let Sia Huan Huan have the chance to squeeze her out. She was crazy a few years ago, and she felt that living in the Fu family was too depressing and wanted to move out to live independently. Now she wants to move back, and she has to lie and make excuses." Before Fu Weixin and the old man spoke, Fu Nanjing said calmly, "I think it's better to forget it. Qingye, I heard that you have asked the regiment to arrange a separate dormitory for you because you sleep too lightly and will suffer from insomnia if you sleep with others. Now you say you want to move back. What's the big deal? Besides, even if Huan Huan wants to come back to live, she must bring the triplets, Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei back together, and the house is not big enough for them to live in. Besides, do you think Huan Huan has a good relationship with you? Why did you confront Huan Huan when Huan Huan and Li Zhan came to visit last time? You can't tell that you have a good relationship." Fu Qingye glanced at Fu Nanjing with a gloomy and angry look. He kicked her out before he even recognized her. Fu Weixin pondered for a moment and said, "Qingye, Nanjing is right. You'd better stay in the dormitory these days. Wait until Huan Huan is settled and adapted to life in our home, then we can talk about other things." Fu Qingye still wanted to fight for it, so he said, "But is Aunt's sister Huan Huan married?
Will she
live in Beijing permanently? Will Li Zhan have an excuse?" Fu Weixin forgot about this. He was thinking about keeping his daughter and grandchildren in the Fu family forever. How lively it would be. But what Fu Qingye said was not unreasonable. After all, Huan Huan was already someone else's wife. How could she live in her parents' home after getting married? However, Fu Nanjing said coldly, since Huan Huan is a child of the Fu family, her rural household registration must be transferred to an urban household registration, and she must find a job in the city in the future. Li Zhan has no house in Beijing, so Huan Huan must live in the Fu family. Dad, Grandpa, and I have no objection. Fu Qingya, why do I sound like you don't want Huan Huan to come home to live? Aren't you meddling too much? Fu Qingya bit his lip. No. Third brother, why do you think of me like this? I swear I never have such an idea. Okay. Now the most urgent task is to quickly recognize Huan Huan as a relative. Nanjing, you go and make the arrangements. I also want to go to Qingshui village in person to talk to Huan Huan's adoptive parents.
Just drive there.
It's faster than the train, Grandpa Fu said majestically. After hearing this, Fu Nanjing quickly said, Yes. We almost delayed the matter. I'll arrange it right away. But, Grandpa, let's take the sleeper train. You are old, and it will take 4 or 5 hours to drive there by car. I'm afraid your body can't handle it. Let's contact Imo County in advance and ask them to arrange a jeep, and then take a car to Qingshui village from there, which will be better. Although Grandpa Fu was anxious, he was also afraid that his body would fail and delay the time, so he nodded and agreed. Then you go and do it quickly. Soon. The guard Xiao Zhang drove over and took Fu Weixin and Fu Nanjing to Xiao Wenhui's grave first. Fu Weixin looked at the still young face of Xiao Wenhui in the photo and couldn't help choking up and said, Wenhui, we finally found our daughter. She is very good and looks like you. And her husband is also very good, the young man who came to see you before. His name is Li Zhan. Huan Huan also gave birth to 3 big fat boys. When we bring our daughter home, I will immediately bring her and the 3 little guys she gave birth to see you and call you Mom and Grandma. When Hui you, be patient for a few days, I will definitely be quicker. After returning from the cemetery, they did not delay much and took Mr. Fu into the car. Fu Weixin accompanied them in the back seat, Fu Nanjing sat in the co-pilot, and a guard drove. They first went to major department stores in Beijing and used money and tickets to buy a lot of noodles, rice, and other refined noodles, as well as bacon and sausage, fresh pork, mutton, beef, cabbage, peach cakes, white rabbit candies, sesame candies, etc. for the children's sleeves. They prepared hundreds of yuan worth of things and sent them to the station. Because the head of the military region and the old head were going out, Xiao Zhang and another guard also went with them. The train tickets must be soft sleeper treatment, but because it was a private matter of the Fu family, the money was still paid. The train arrived in Mo County 5 or 6 hours later. Even the county magistrate of Mo County was alarmed and went to the train station to pick them up in person. The guest house that was originally arranged was said to be late, so they stayed in the county for one night and went back early the next morning, but it was also rejected by the Fu family. The county magistrate had no choice but to personally accompany Mr. Fu, Fu Weixin, and Fu Nanjing to Qingshui village by car. However, Fu Weixin declined. They had to talk to Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru first to see if they were willing to recognize each other before moving on to the next step. If so many people went there, wouldn't it be like forcing them to agree? The county magistrate had no choice but to send someone who knew the way to drive them there. Secretary Zhao had heard the news in advance. It was already strange that the county magistrate was going to inspect the countryside in person, and it was even more incredible that he specifically said he was going to Qingshui village. The village cadres held an emergency meeting, fearing that their secret planting of ginseng in the mountains had been exposed. Secretary Zhao calmed down and said, Anyway, we have already greeted everyone. If they ask about the things in the mountains, everyone should be careful and don't let it slip. Everyone heard it, and there was no other way. They could only nod and hurry to tell the villagers, especially those who were not careful. In the evening, Secretary Zhao led the village cadres to wait for the county magistrate to come to the village. Soon, the sentry outside the village saw the jeep and ran back and shouted, Here it comes! Here it comes! Fu Weixin was helpless when he saw such a big battle. If he had known this matter, he would not have let the old man come with them. They drove here by themselves and would not have alarmed the county. Fu Nanjing also knew that it was his bad idea that made trouble and smiled and said, No, it's okay. I think it's just a few village cadres and others will definitely not know. Fortunately, the comrades who accompanied him got off the car first and went to find Secretary Zhao to explain. Secretary Zhao was still wondering. Comrade, didn't you say that the county magistrate was coming? The comrade said, Secretary Zhao, I'm sorry, The county magistrate canceled his trip at the last minute. The person in the car is a leader from Beijing. He wanted to be low-key and didn't want everyone to know, so he didn't let the county magistrate accompany him. Just let the cadres disperse. They want to find members of your commune, named Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru, and want to meet and talk. See if you can take them directly to Xia Shuangshan's home. Secretary Zhao heard that it seemed that they were not here for personal reasons, so he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "So that's the case. Okay, I'll let all the cadres disperse. Xia Shuangshan is still living in Xiajia village, and Lin Yuru is helping to take care of the children at her daughter's home in Qingshui village. Who should we look for first?" After hearing this, the comrade went to ask for instructions. Fu Weixin and the others didn't want to scare Xia Huanhuan for the time being, so they immediately said, "Let's go to Xiajia village." Xia Shuangshan had returned from work in the evening. Although it was only the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, he would still go out to work when there was work. Today, he went to repair the cattle pen that was damaged by the heavy snow for the brigade next door. Seeing Secretary Zhao leading a few neatly dressed people who looked like city people to find him, Xia Shuangshan couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. How could he, a peasant, know any city people? Therefore, his first reaction was that these people might be Wanner's biological parents. Lin Yuru mentioned to him that Li Sankai and Li Ernie had come last time, and naturally told him that Wanner's biological parents were people in the city who ate commercial grain. However, Wanner was stubborn and didn't recognize them. Maybe the two of them went to find Wanner's biological parents. "You. Who are you? What do you want to see me for?" Secretary Zhao introduced. "Xia Shuangshan, these are leaders from Beijing, surnamed Fu. Leader Fu, this is Xia Shuangshan you're looking for." Then you guys chat. "I see it's getting dark. Let's stay in the village tonight. I'll go make some arrangements." Fu Nanjing said quickly. Secretary Zhao, "No need to bother. Let's see the situation. If it doesn't work, we'll go back to the county town overnight." Xia Shuangshan said, "If the leaders don't mind, my house is also newly built. You can stay at my house tonight. It may be a little colder than in the city." The Fu family was moved when they heard this. The country people are simple and honest, and Xia Shuangshan obviously didn't say this because they are leaders, but simply because he is warm to people. Immediately, Xia Shuangshan went to the yard to bring in a bunch of firewood that had been chopped into small pieces and used a match to ignite the corn bag in a small fire trough made of bricks and started a fire. "You guys warm yourself up by the fire first. I'll go boil some water for you," Xia Shuangshan said, and was about to go to the kitchen. Grandpa Fu said, "Fellow villager, don't bother. We're not thirsty. Just sit down and let's talk." Xia Shuangshan had no choice but to sit down after hearing this. Although he guessed who they might be, he was actually happy and sad. He was happy that his daughter's biological parents had come, and their conditions were better than his family, so Wanner wouldn't have to suffer any more in the future. But he was sad that in this case, Wanner might have to move to Beijing City to live, and in the future, it would be difficult for them to meet again. So, he fumbled around here and there, trying to delay the time of the showdown even a little bit. Grandpa Fu said to Fu Nanjing, "Nanjing, you and Xiaozhong and the others move all the things you brought from the car into the house." Fu Nanjing agreed and went to move things with 2 guards and comrades from the county who accompanied them. Xia Shuangshan looked at the big bags of flour and rice, as well as bacon, fresh pork, beef, mutton, and so on that were moved in. He stood up anxiously and said, "What are you doing?" "So many things. How can I accept them?" Fu Weixin walked over and pulled Xia Shuangshan back to sit on the stool, saying, "Fellow villager, don't be anxious. We have no ill intentions. Just listen to us and talk slowly." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Fellow villager, do you have a daughter named Xia Huanhuan?" When Xia Shuangshan heard him ask this, he knew that he had guessed right. He looked at Grandpa Fu, then at Fu Weixin, and then answered with some stammering, "Yes." "So what? However, Wanner is my daughter. Don't think that you can recognize her back with these things and stop her from recognizing me as her father." Fu Weixin was a little stunned, and then laughed. "So, fellow villager, you've already guessed our identity?" A trace of panic flashed across Xia Shuangshan's face, and he looked away. Fu Weixin said sincerely,
fellow countrymen. It's a bit awkward to call you that.
How about this? Your last name is Sia, but you are not as old as me, so I will call you Lao Sia. Is that okay with you? Sia Fong Fong nodded and said, "You can call her anything." Fu Weixin then continued, "Old Sia, I know that Huan was raised by you, and you treat her as your own daughter." Sia Fong Fong was stunned for a moment and asked, "You haven't seen Huan yet?" Fu Nanjing interrupted and explained, "Yes, I have seen her. Uncle Xia, your son-in-law Li Zhan is my father's most respected and appreciated subordinate. The last time Huan took the children to visit relatives in Beijing, Li Zhan took Huan and the children to my house for dinner. However, Huan doesn't know that we are her relatives yet. We just found out about this, so we rushed here in a hurry." Sia Fong Fong widened his eyes. "Really?
Have you met Wanner?
Is there such a coincidence in the world? Has Wanner met her biological parents before? This must be the so-called arrangement of God, right?" Fu Weixin nodded and said, "We were also shocked when we saw her for the first time. We thought, how could she look exactly like her mother and my wife? Later, we also checked, but after asking around, we found out that Huan was one of the twins born to you and your wife. Although we still had doubts, we had no other evidence, so the matter was shelved." Unexpectedly, during the Spring Festival, two people named Li Sankai and Li Ernie came to my house and said that they had found our lost daughter, but what they brought was actually Li Ernie's own daughter. Later, we found out and called the police. After interrogation, they told us that my daughter was adopted by you. We rushed here rashly. Sia Fong Fong listened and said, "Yes, I remember that Li Sankai and Li Ernie. I went to their village to inquire about them. I thought Li Ernie and her husband were Wanner's biological parents, and I was afraid that they would drag Wanner down. It turned out that I was wrong." Grandpa Fu spoke at this time. "Old Xia, today our family of 3 generations hurried here, and we must be very eager to recognize Huan. We owe her too much, and we just want to compensate her as much as possible.
But
we want to recognize her in our hearts, and you and your wife have worked hard to raise her. The grace of raising is greater than the grace of giving birth. We came to you first just to get your consent as a father and then recognize her. If you don't want to, then this matter. We won't mention it anymore, Grandpa." Fu Nanjing shouted immediately after hearing what Grandpa Fu said. After looking for his sister for so many years, he finally found her. How can he just not recognize her? Fu Weixin said majestically, "Shut up. Listen to your grandpa." Mr. Fu continued, "However, there is one thing you have to promise us. That is, even if we don't recognize each other, we still want to do our best to make up for the child. We want to take Huan to Beijing, transfer her household registration to Beijing, find her a job, and let her live in Beijing with the children in the future." The Fu family originally had a courtyard house in Beijing, but now it is lent to the government and distributed to other residents. When the time comes, we will take it back and let Huan and the children live in that courtyard house. The place is big enough, so let her take you and your wife over, and you can help her look after the children while you have your children and grandchildren around you, and live out your life in peace. Fu Weixin also said sincerely, "Old Xia, don't worry. As long as you don't nod, Huan will never know her life experience." Sia Fong Fong was touched when he heard this. Although he had never seen a courtyard house, when he was working as a bricklayer, he heard from people who had seen the world in Beijing that courtyard houses were large courtyards where princes and nobles lived in the past, and they were very expensive. They came to the village in the county car, and were sent by people arranged by the county magistrate himself. Secretary Zhao just said that the county magistrate almost accompanied them. If someone can be accompanied by the county magistrate himself, he must be a big shot in Beijing. What they can provide to Wanner is something that he and Lin Yuru can never give even if they work hard for 10 lifetimes. If Wanner recognized them, it would definitely be much better than staying in this small village. He and Lin Yuru told each other honestly how much suffering and grievances had Wanner suffered following them over the years. Now, what qualifications do they have to stop Wanner from recognizing her parents? This was something he and Lin Yuru had figured out before. Otherwise, when Sia Fong Fong came back from Liujia village last time, they would not have told Wanner that they were not her biological parents. However, Before agreeing to their recognition, there were still some things he had to clarify. Sia Fong Fong pondered for a moment, then cleared his throat and asked, "Wanner's mother and I are not the kind of people who want to keep Wanner and suffer with us in the countryside. As long as her biological parents don't drag her down, we won't stop her from recognizing her parents." Grandpa Fu, Fu Weixin, and Fu Nanjing were all refreshed when they heard this. Fu Nanjing asked happily, "Uncle Xia, are you serious? Do you really agree to Wanner recognizing us?" Sia Fong immediately raised his voice and emphasized, "But you must first explain clearly why you lost Wanner. Is it because you favor boys over girls and disliked that she was a girl, so you deliberately didn't want her? Although this possibility is relatively low, but if it is really the case, he would never agree to it even if he was beaten to death." Fu Nanjing breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Uncle Xia, so this is what you are asking? Then don't worry. My parents gave birth to 3 sons in one breath, and they were looking forward to having a daughter. If we hadn't met something worse than an animal, Huan would definitely be the most precious little princess in our family." Fu Weixin glared at Fu Nanjing and said, "Say less. No one thinks you are dumb." As he said this, he told Sia Fong Fong about how Xiao Wenhui took Sun Chunhua in because she felt sorry for her and how she later became pregnant and had to leave Beijing for work. She gave birth to a daughter in a refugee camp with harsh conditions, but was taken away by Sun Chunhua's worse-than-pigs and dogs Li Ernie, and how the daughter later fell into the hands of human traffickers. Sia Fong Fong was also filled with righteous indignation and stood up from the stool several times. "That Sun Chunhua, how could she be so bad? Your wife took her in, but instead of expressing gratitude, she actually stole Huan and threw her to the mountains to feed the wolves. So vicious." Fu Weixin felt extremely guilty and said, "I wish I could slap myself dozens of times now. The culprit who stole the child and harmed Wenhui has been in the Fu family for more than 20 years, and I never suspected or discovered it. It's so stupid. If he had discovered Sun Chunhua's viciousness at the first time, Huan might have been found long ago, and Wenhui might. She would not have died so early, and she would not have blamed herself and regretted so much, and died with her eyes open." Sia Fong Fong sighed, feeling a little reluctant in his heart, and asked sympathetically, "Then, Wanner's biological mother?" Fu Weixin's eyes flashed with pain, and he said in a hoarse voice, "She has passed away." Sia Fong Fong felt very uncomfortable after hearing this, and said hesitantly, "Oh, Wanner would definitely be sad if she knew." Fu Nanjing said, "Uncle Xia, after my sister was stolen, my mother began to fall ill, and she died of a serious illness 2 years later. Before she died, she also asked my father to find their daughter, even if it took him a lifetime. Uncle Xia, even if it is to fulfill my mother's dying wish, please agree to let Huan recognize us." Sia Fong Fong sighed and said, "I didn't mean to cause you sadness. That is, if you deliberately abandon Wanner because you favored boys over girls, then no matter how rich your family is, I would not agree. But I didn't expect. There are so many twists and turns here. I won't stop you from recognizing Huan, but it also depends on Huan's attitude. That child has a stubborn temper. If she refuses to recognize you, then there is nothing I can do." Grandpa Fu Weixin, and Fu Nanjing all showed joy on their faces when they saw Sia Fong Fong loosen up. "Old Xia, thank you. Then wait until tomorrow morning." Fu Weixin said excitedly, "What are we waiting for tomorrow morning? I haven't seen my granddaughter for a long time. You can wait if you want. Nanjing, push me to Qingshui village to see your sister immediately." Grandpa Fu interrupted his son mercilessly and urged Fu Nanjing. Fu Nanjing was dumbfounded. Was this the same old man who had a stern face and said seriously like a lord, "As long as you don't agree, we will never mention the fact that we are Huan's relatives"? Grandpa Fu saw that Fu Nanjing was stunned and didn't understand. He knocked on the ground with his cane and scolded, "Why are you still standing there like an idiot? How come at the critical moment, you are the same as your dad, like a piece of wood?"
Fu Weixin. Fu Nanjing.
"Dad, it's getting dark. Huan is probably busy preparing dinner and taking care of the little ones. Let's not make trouble. Besides, we 4 or 5 grown men have to eat a lot. Li Zhan's allowance is not much to begin with, and there may not be much food at home. Let's go back to the county town first, and wait until tomorrow night. Old Master Fu glanced at him and thought it made sense. He had waited for so many years, so what could he miss just one night? Li Zhan, that kid, has such a low allowance, and Huan and the children must be living a tight life. His precious granddaughter must have suffered.
Oh.
That's fine. Go back tonight and come back tomorrow morning. By the way, Xiaozhang, from now on, after receiving the subsidy in my name every month, I will take out half of it and remit it directly to Huan. Grandpa Fu was demoted from the position of commander, and now he has a monthly salary of 160 yuan. This is still Grandpa Fu, who took the initiative to ask for a discount. In fact, according to his position, the standard is 200. After hearing this, Fu Weixin hurriedly said, "Dad, why do you need to pay for this money? It's my job as a father." Grandpa Fu glanced at Fu Weixin and said, "Give as much as you want. I want to give it to my granddaughter and great-grandsons. Do you need a father like you who hasn't recognized Huan yet to pretend to be generous and help her refuse?"
Fu Weixin.
"Dad, Huan hasn't recognized you yet." Grandpa Fu, get out of the way. Xiao Zhang and another guard almost couldn't hold back their laughter. They have been working as guards for the 2 leaders for a long time, and this is the first time they have seen 2 serious bosses bickering in such a down-to-earth way, like a loving father and a filial son. Fu Nanjing felt sour in his heart and said with a servile smile, "Grandpa, Dad, my money every month is not enough. Why don't you 2 help me a little? I don't want half, a quarter will be fine." This time, Grandpa Fu and Fu Weixin had a tacit understanding and looked at Fu Nanjing unhappily. "Get out." Fu Weixin did not forget to add a stab. "Wait until you give birth to 3 big fat boys for our Fu family like your sister, and then ask me for money."
Fu Nanseng.
There's no need to be so blatant and crazy to be partial, right? However, he has no objection to favoring his sister. If it weren't for his low salary and Li Zhan being jealous, he would have wanted to give some subsidies to his sister. Sia Shuangshan looked at the 3 men of the Fu family with a dull look on his face when they suddenly changed their demeanor. He didn't know how to react.
Well,
Wanner's house is quite big, and the houses left by Xiaowen and Xiao's father are also empty. If you don't mind, you can stay in the village tonight. There's enough room. I'll take you to see Wanner now. It's just time for dinner. Although they are all simple meals in the countryside, who would chase guests away at dinner time. If it gets out, the villagers will laugh at us for being stingy. Grandpa Fu, Fu Weixin, and Fu Nanjing were stunned. But you still have Huan's family rations at home. Can they be eaten? Xia Shuangshan said to the supplies that Fu Nanjing and his team had just moved in. Didn't you bring so much food with you? It must be enough to eat. The 3 generations of the Fu family didn't know what to say for a moment. They brought these things here to thank Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru for raising Huan for so many years, of course. This was only the first time, not the last time, but in the end, they left them with food. At that moment, Xia Shuangshan took them to Qingshui village. Xia Huan and Lin Yiru were indeed preparing dinner. Although the Chinese New Year had just passed, it was not yet the 15th day of the first lunar month, and the atmosphere of the Chinese New Year had not yet dissipated. On the 25th day of the 12th lunar month last year, the day when Sia Huan set out to find Li Zhan, the village slaughtered 2 big fat pigs. This year, because Li Zhan also came back during the wheat harvest, he helped with the heavy work for several days and got a lot of work points. In addition to handing in a few old hens, as well as the harvest of lotus roots and fish in the lotus pond, he also accumulated a lot of work points and brought back almost 10 kilograms of meat. In addition to chopping it up to make dumplings, there were still several pounds left, so Lin Yiru pickled them with salt and hung them outside in the cold air for preservation. In addition, there were sausages stuffed in the fall. Tonight, Sia Huan went to the cellar to get some sweet potatoes, a white radish, a large cabbage, and 2 winter bamboo shoots. She fried the bamboo shoots with sausages, stewed the white radish and cabbage with bacon, and then simmered a handful of sweet potato powder. It was quite delicious. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei were playing eagle catches chicken with the triplets in the yard. Xiaowen was the mother hen, chasing Beibei and the three little tails behind her, while Xiaowu was running left and right, trying to catch Yan Yan, who was at the end of the team. Sia Fong Fong came in at this time and shouted, "Ouch! It just snowed. The ground is so slippery, and you're still running wildly in the yard. You might fall down." When the six little guys saw Sia Fong Fong bringing a group of strangers into their home, they stopped playing eagle catches chicken and hid behind Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei one by one. They poked out half of their heads, looked up with almost identical little faces, and looked at them blankly and timidly. Grandpa Fu and Fu Weixin's hearts melted when they saw them. The last time Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan brought the three little guys to the Fu family, they were all less than 1 year old. They lay obediently in the stroller, and they were as delicate as jade. When they were picked up by them, they grinned and laughed happily. So adorable. Unexpectedly, when I saw them again, the three little guys were already more than 2 years old. They could run and make noise and play games with their brothers and sisters. Fu Nanjing was the first one who couldn't help it. He walked over with starry eyes, squatted down, smiled gently. "Yan Yan Ye Yao Yao, you have grown up so much. Do you still remember your uncle? Pri, do you still remember your third uncle?" The triplets widened their big eyes curiously and asked in surprise, "Uncle, how do you know our names?"
Funanseng.
"Be good, I'm not uncle, I'm third uncle. Be good, call me third uncle." Xiaowen quickly opened his arms and protected Yan Yan behind him, saying righteously, "Uncle, who are you? Why do you want to get close to my brothers? We won't be fooled. Don't even think about deceiving us." Ever since the last time the triplets were kidnapped by the bandits secretly colluded by Liu Lan, Xiaowen has been more vigilant. Now that so many strangers have come to the house at once, as the eldest brother, he naturally has to be the first to stand up and protect his younger brothers. When Xiaowu and Beibei saw this, they also quickly protected Yi Yi and Yao Yao behind them and whispered, "Yi Yi and Yao Yao, be good, your brother and sister will not let the bad guys kidnap you again." When Yan Yan, Ye and Yao Yao heard their brothers and sisters saying that they were bad people, they stomped their feet angrily and repeated in a baby voice, "Well, bad people."
Funanseng.
Being treated as a bad guy by the nephews. Fu Weixin and Old Man Fu had come over happily, but now they were treated as bad guys by the children. They were helpless and cast reproachful eyes at Fu Nanjing. If it weren't for this stupid grandson's son, who rashly went up and made the children alert, could they be regarded as bad guys together? Sia Shuangshan smiled and was about to explain to the children. At this time, Xia Huanhuan came out of the kitchen and said with a smile, "Dad, you came at the right time." Halfway through the words, Fu Weixin and Old Man Fu had come over happily, but now they were treated as bad guys by the children. They were helpless and cast reproachful eyes at Fu Nanjing.
What
is going on? How could the three people who were least likely to appear in her yard appear out of nowhere?
could it be?
Xia Huanhuan's heart suddenly tightened, and she looked at the three people in horror and asked in a trembling voice, "Grandpa Fu, Uncle Fu, third brother Fu, why are you here? Did something happen to Li Zhan?" The three generations of the Fu family and Xia Shuangshan couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Fu Nanjing reacted and quickly smiled. "Huan, don't worry. Li Zhan is fine. We came here for other things." Xia Shuangshan finally understood and said, "Waner they are." But Fu Weixin suddenly interrupted Xia Shuangshan. "Old Xia." He smiled a little unnaturally and said, "Your grandfather Fu and Nanjing and I just came to your county to do things, and then I remembered that Li Zhan's hometown is nearby, so I came to see you and the children."
Dad. Fu Nanseng shouted helplessly.
Xia Shuangshan was also a little puzzled after listening to Fu Weixin's words. Just now in Xiajia village, the three grandfathers and grandchildren were as happy as children. Why did they deny each other when the time came? Old Master Fu sighed and said, "Forget it, take your time." Fu Weixin also felt that he was too indecisive.
But
he had been looking for his daughter for more than 20 years, and he knew without thinking that she must have suffered a lot in the countryside, even if she had adoptive parents who loved her. He was a little scared, afraid that Huan would not forgive him, would not recognize him, and would blame her for not finding him earlier. Sia Huan looked at their charades and thought it would be strange if they believed what they said. However, since they refused to say, she was not in a hurry to know, so she smiled and said, "Is that so? That's great. Try my and my mother's cooking tonight, and live in the village tonight. It's just that the conditions at home are definitely not comparable to those in Beijing. Grandpa and uncle, third brother, please don't think it's too simple." For Li Zhan's sake, she couldn't neglect the Fu family. Sia Huan was warm and thoughtful, and did everything perfectly. Fu Weixin quickly asked Xiao Zhang and Xiao Sun, as well as Fu Nanjing, to take flour, rice, and fresh pork, beef and mutton to the kitchen. Sia Huan couldn't help but be stunned.
This.
Coming to my house for a meal, and bringing your own dry food? However, it would be a waste if you don't eat it, so Sia Huan didn't refuse. There were 5 more mouths to feed for dinner, and the ingredients just prepared were not enough. The raw beef was directly made into a stir-fried beef with onions. The mutton was boiled into mutton soup, and the mutton was taken out, sliced, and eaten with the sauce. The mutton soup was used to make noodles. The noodles were also topped with mushrooms and wild pheasant, as well as the previously made bacon and radish stewed with vermicelli and winter bamboo shoots and bacon, and a few steamed buns with mixed noodles. In addition, a few sweet potatoes were roasted, and steamed mushrooms and eggs were made for the kids. Grandpa Fu Weixin, and Fu Nanjing felt a little relieved when they saw the rich dishes on the table. But then they thought that Huan must have been entertaining guests, and they also brought beef, mutton, and other things with them, so they made such a rich meal. Normally, they would probably eat steamed buns with pickles. Thinking of this possibility, the 3 generations of the Fu family felt distressed. The triplets held their small bowls and ate 3 pieces of beef with chopsticks, while their 3 pairs of clear eyes stared at the 3 generations of the Fu family. Then, Yi couldn't help it, turned his head to look at Sia Huan, pointed at Fu Nanjing with his little hand, and said, "Mom, they bad people." The 2-year-old child couldn't speak clearly, but everyone at the dinner table understood these words. The meat in Fu Nanjing's bowl suddenly lost its fragrance. What did he do? Why was he identified as a bad person? No, he was still a child, he couldn't be angry. Yi, how could third uncle be a bad guy? That's right. The dough figurines your mom brought back for you a few days ago were all bought by me. If third uncle was a bad guy, why would he buy dough figurines for you? Xiao Wu's eyes lit up when he heard this. Sun Wukong. So Sun Wukong was bought by you, uncle. The triplets heard this, although they didn't know anything else, but they understood Sun Wukong, so they all shouted happily. Sun Wukong.
And
Zhu Beiji. Fu Nanjing looked at the little kids with a smile and said, "Yes. And Zhu Beiji. When you come to Beijing in the future, third uncle will buy it for you, okay?" Sia Huan was sure that she heard it clearly this time. Fu Nanjing called himself third uncle, not third uncle. No matter how the relationship between generations is calculated, the Fu family should be closer to Li Zhan, and, according to his side, he should be called third uncle. Third uncle. What does that mean? Fu Weixin and old master Fu glared at Fu Nanjing unhappily. This rascal actually bought dough figurines for the kids behind their backs, but how did he buy them and give them to them? When did you buy the dough figurines?
Fu Weixin asked.
Fu Nanjing said, "Oh, a few days ago. Huan came back from the northwest to see Li Zhan and took the train to Beijing. I went to pick her up and sent her on the train home, so I bought it by the way." Old Master Fu.
Fu Weixin.
Fu Weixin. Stinky boy, Huan came to Beijing. Why didn't you let her come to your house? Fu Nanjing looked innocent and said, "Dad, have you forgotten what happened in our family those days?" Fu Weixin was speechless. Li Sankai and Li Ernie happened to come to Beijing to make trouble for money those 2 days. Although he agreed to it in order to buy time to investigate the truth of the matter, it was indeed not appropriate to let Huan come to his house. Old Master Fu asked with concern, "One girl, did you go to the northwest to find Li Zhan? Did you go alone?" Most people in the Northwest are warm and hospitable, but after all, the people are tough and the land is vast and sparsely populated. Li Zhan and his men went there because of the snowstorm and the rampant bandits. How could Sia Huan, a weak woman, go there alone?
Fu Weixin also said, yes.
You must transfer from Beijing to the Northwest. Why didn't you tell us when you arrived in Beijing? Let Nanjing accompany you. It will be safer than you going alone. Fu Nanjing said, Grandpa, Dad, don't be so hindsight. I have already said these things last time. Old Master Fu and Fu Weixin looked at Fu Nanjing in unison. He cursed silently. What's the matter? You are allowed to pretend to be a warm brother in front of your sister? It's not allowed for them to care about their granddaughter and their own daughter? Fu Nanjing was a little scared by the two elders' stares. He chuckled twice and lowered his head to eat noodles. Sia Huan smiled and said, Although it is the new year, I thought you must be busy with work. Third brother is in the hospital, so he must be on duty. In the Northwest, I have already asked the military contact point in the county to send a telegram to Li Zhan's temporary station. When I got off the car in Ho Hot, the troops came to pick me up, so there is nothing to worry about. Of course, she couldn't tell them that she had trekked in the snow for several days to find Xin Wanqiue and Rong Zhenbong and then encountered horse thieves. The 3 generations of the Fu family heard that someone would pick them up in Ho Hot, and now they are back safely, so that's fine. After dinner, Sia Huan was busy arranging accommodation for them. However, Mr. Fu refused and planned to live in a guest house in the county. Sia Huan's wing rooms have been built, so there are 2 bedrooms in the main house, 2 wing rooms, and the 2 rooms of Xiaowen's father. There is definitely enough space to live in. However, it is winter now, and it is not like summer when you can just have a mat to sleep on. With so many people, bedding is a big problem. Sia Huan listened and did not force it. She naturally had enough quilts in her space. Last time, she took out a set for Li Zhan's eldest sister Li Zhaodi, and she could also use Li Zhan's allowance and say that the family was well off to get away with it. Now there are 5 or 6 grown men, and even if she took out 3 beds, it would not be in line with her current identity and personality, and people would be suspicious. However, before Fu Weixin and the others got up and left, Sia Huan smiled and suddenly asked, But Grandpa Fu, Uncle Fu, third brother Fu, I always feel that you came at the right time today, and you came with my father. My father seemed to know you, but how did you know each other? Fu Weixin was stunned by the question. When he just entered the door, he hesitated and didn't say it out loud. He thought about coming back tomorrow and telling Huan first to take her and the kids, as well as Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru, to Beijing, transfer her household registration, find her a job, and wait until Huan gets closer to the Fu family before telling her that he is her biological father. Now he was caught off guard by the question, and a flash of panic flashed in his eyes. Old Master Fu glanced at his son and said nothing. After all, this is Fu Weixin's daughter. As a grandfather, he has to respect his son's ideas even if he wants to recognize his granddaughter. Fu Nanjing was impatient and said, Hey, let's stop guessing like a riddle. Just tell us everything. Then he looked at Sia Huan and said, Huan, you are actually my biological sister, my parents are your parents, and the old man is naturally your grandfather. Nanjing. Fu Weixin scolded and looked at Sia Huan with his heart in his throat. Fu Nanjing said, Dad, don't stare at me. It wasn't me who almost fainted when I answered the phone at home and came here in a hurry. Sia Huan listened to Fu Nanjing's words. Although she had already guessed something vaguely in her heart, she was still quite surprised when the mystery was solved. No wonder Fu Nanjing always asked the kids to call him third uncle. If she was Fu Nanjing's sister, it would make sense. I didn't expect that there would be such a coincidence in the world. The Fu family is obviously Li Zhan's relatives. How come they became her family? Lin Yuru was surprised and shouted, Oh my god. Is this true? You are really Wanner's relatives? What is going on? Xia Shuangshan nodded to Lin Yuru and said, Wanner, they found me first and told me the whole story of how you got lost. It's not that they don't want you. They have been looking for you for many years and have never given up. Your biological mother.
Alas.
The 3 people from the Fu family were a little confused when they saw that Sia Huan didn't respond. Fu Nanjing whispered. Huan, can you say something? Now, he regretted that he was too impatient. His father's plan was safer. They could build up their relationship first, and then talk about recognizing each other as relatives. Huan would be easier to accept psychologically. Fu Weixing coughed twice and whispered, Huan, I know I have let you down and made you suffer a lot over the years.
If you refuse to recognize me, Dad,
I won't blame you. Don't feel any psychological burden. Sia Huan pondered for a moment and said, This matter is too sudden. Give me some time to think about it. Old man Fu said, Wei Xian, let's go back to the county first. It's such a big thing. Let's give the child some time to think about it carefully. Fu Weixin also knew this was the truth. Someone suddenly showed up and said that he was her biological father and that he had lost her more than 20 years ago. It was too much to ask her to accept it immediately and recognize him happily. After the Fu family left, Xia Shuangshan told Xia Huan what Fu Weixin had told him, how Huan got lost, his mother's affairs, and the evil deeds done by the vicious woman Sun Chunhua. After hearing this, Lin Yuru sighed. Oh, so that's what happened. That Sun Chunhua really brings shame to us rural people. How could she be so mean? She even wanted to harm a newborn baby. However, I just can't understand it. The Fu family kindly took her in to help at home. Huan's biological mother gave birth to a daughter, so shouldn't she help take care of the child? How could she be so cruel? Is she lazy and doesn't want to take care of the child? Xia Shuangshan was also puzzled this. I can't figure it out either. Xia Huan's heart moved and she asked, Dad, have they told us about their daughter? Xia Shuangshan was stunned for a moment. Their daughter? I haven't heard about it. They said that your biological mother gave birth to 3 sons, and the last one was you. Because you were stolen when you were just a few days old, your biological mother was ill for 2 years and died of illness.
How?
Could there be another daughter in his family? Xia Huan nodded and said, Well, you have also seen her. She was an educated youth in our village 2 years ago. Her name is Fu Qingye. The Fu family came to recognize their relatives. Why didn't they tell about Fu Qingye? Also, if what they told Xia Shuangshan is true, isn't Fu Qingye the biological daughter of the Fu family? Then where did she come from? Lin Yuru hesitated and said, Could it be that after they lost Wana, they felt sad and gave birth to another daughter? Xia Shuangshan frowned. If this is true, then this family is too unkind. Why don't you tell me the truth? There is nothing to hide about this. Would I not let our Wana recognize them just because they gave birth to another daughter? Xia Shuangshan felt a little regretful. If he had known that Wana was not their only daughter, he might not have agreed so readily. Isn't it obvious who is closer, the daughter who was raised at home since childhood, and the daughter who was lost for many years and was finally taken home? If Wana is recognized by them, she will be neglected and treated biasly by them. Then no matter how good the family is. Thinking of this, Xia Shuangshan still hesitated. The Fu family can let their daughter transfer to a city household registration and become a city dweller. Seeing the uncertainty on Xia Shuangshan's face, Xia Huan smiled and said, Dad, I just asked casually. I heard from Li Zhan that Fu Qingye is 1 year older than me and may not be their biological daughter.
Oh.
Xia Shuangshan felt a little better. Lin Yuru also said, If that girl is not their biological daughter, it would be better. Xia Huan did not comment. Feelings are cultivated over many years. Even if she has a blood relationship with the Fu family, in fact, there is no difference between them and strangers. When she and Fu Qingye really fought, she did not dare to expect the Fu family to stand on her side instead of Fu Qingye, who had raised her for more than 20 years. Mom, let's not talk about this for now. We've been tossing around all night. Let's go to bed first. Dad, don't go back in the dark tonight. Just stay here. Xia Shuangshan nodded and said, That's fine. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Fu Nanjing came over before breakfast. However, this time Fu Weixin and Old Man Fu did not come together. The triplets were still dragging Xiao Wen, Xiao Wu, and the others to the yard, feeding the chickens and sheep. They were squatting on the ground, watching Xia Huan carefully as she squeezed the goat, milk with a milk bucket. The gate of the yard was open. As soon as Fu Nanjing entered, he saw 3 little guys wearing bulky little cotton-padded jackets and hats squatting in a row, like 3 chubby little bears, and instructing Sia Huanhuan to do her work confidently. "Mom, Grandma has peed."
Mom, the sheep.
"Is running. Running."
Catch it. Fu Nanjing laughed.
How can there be such cute little guys in the world? When Sia Huanhuan heard the noise, she looked up in surprise. Fu Nanjing waved at her and said with a smile, "Good morning. You haven't had breakfast yet, right?" Sia Huanhuan. The triplets turned around in unison, and after seeing Fu Nanjing, they pointed at him, then turned to look at Sia Huanhuan and said, "Mom, bad guy." Beibei and Xiaowu, who were collecting eggs in the chicken coop, came out with the eggs. Beibei said like a little adult, "Yan, didn't sister tell you that you should be polite to adults and not call them bad guys?" Yan looked up, looked at Beibei in confusion, and then hesitantly corrected, "Bad uncle?" Xiao said, "Stupid. It's not uncle, it's uncle. You should call him bad uncle." When the triplets heard it, they all realized, "Oh, bad uncle."
Fu Nanjing's mouth twitched.
"What bad uncle?" "That's the 3rd uncle. Okay." Lin Yuru heard the noise and walked out of the kitchen. Xiaowen, who was helping to light the fire, also poked his head out. Seeing that it was him, Lin Yuru smiled and said, "Oh, isn't this the Comrade Fu, who came last night?" "We haven't yet. We're making it." "Have you eaten yet?" Fu Nanjing grinned and said, "Aunt Ru, good morning." "I haven't eaten yet either." Sia Huanhuan. "You don't have breakfast this early in the morning, and you rush to visit other people's homes at mealtime, and you're quite proud of it." Lin Yuru was stunned for a moment, and didn't react. "What? Did you call me?" Fu Nanjing smiled and said, "Aunt Ru. Aren't you Lin Yuru? What a nice name. I'll take the liberty of calling you Aunt Ru. Is that okay with you?" Lin Yuru was called Xiao Ru and Yuru by her family when she was a girl. After she married Xia Shuangshan, the two met through a blind date. They were almost strangers, and both of them were dull. They called each other you. After they had a child, they called each other the father of the child and the mother of the child. Now, she is half buried in the ground. She couldn't help feeling embarrassed when she was suddenly called Auntie Ru by this handsome young man from the city. But she was obviously happy. Her face was beaming with joy and a blush. She kept saying, "Hey, you can call me anything. If you haven't eaten yet, just join us." Fu Nanjing grinned even brighter. "Okay. Auntie Ru, don't call me Comrade Fu. It's strange. Just call me Nanjing." Lin Yuru gathered the hair by her ears and smiled. "Oh, how can I feel embarrassed?" Fu Nanjing smiled and said, "I'm not embarrassed. Huanhuan is my sister, and you are Huanhuan's mother, so am I not also your junior? We will be a family in the future, so please don't be estranged." Xia Huanhuan. Lin Yuru was deeply moved after hearing this. This child is really good. Although he is a city dweller, he has no heirs at all. If Huanhuan goes to the city in the future, she will not suffer any loss with such a brother to protect her. She smiled and said, "Okay. Then Aunt Ru will not be polite to you. By the way, Nanjing, why didn't your father and grandfather come?" Fu Nanjing smiled and said, "Oh, they said they were afraid that they were the elders, and if they came again today, they were afraid of putting too much pressure on Huanhuan, so they went back to Beijing first. I happen to be on vacation these 2 days, and there is nothing else to do when I go back, so I thought about staying here for a few days and then going back." As he said, he looked around and asked, "Aunt Ru, where is my uncle Xia? Why can't I see him? Did he go back to Xia village last night?" Lin Yuru smiled and said no. He couldn't sit still, so he went into the mountains early in the morning to see if the traps he set had caught any hares or pheasants, and he came back soon. Fu Nanjing smiled and said, "So that's how it is. Tomorrow, I will follow Uncle Xia into the mountains to learn how to hunt. I just listened to Li Zhan's talk, and I really don't have any chance to experience it myself." As he said that, Fu Nanjing walked towards Xia Huanhuan and said with a smile, "Huanhuan, let me help you get the goat milk to the kitchen." He said sunnily, "Aunt Ru, wait a minute. I'll wash my hands and go over to help you make breakfast." Xia Huanhuan watched Fu Nanjing's sweet words and warm heart throughout the whole process. In a short while, he coaxed her mother to be so happy that her face was flushed, and she was convinced in her heart. Lin Yuru smiled and said, "Hey, go to the main room and sit down. Where are the guests busy?" Fu Nanjing said, "Aunt Ru, you are so formal. You should treat me the same as Huanhuan, and you should use me when you need to." As he said this, he had already put the bucket of goat milk on the chopping board, washed his hands, and rolled up his sleeves. Xiaowen had already recognized Fu Nanjing as the uncle who treated them to roast duck when Xia Huanhuan took them to Beijing City before. Today, he blushed and called him Uncle Fu. He felt quite guilty. Yesterday, he mistook Fu Nanjing for a bad guy because he didn't remember it all of a sudden. Until now, the three younger brothers Yan Yan, Ye, and Yao Yao have not changed their way of addressing him. Fu Nanjing smiled and said, "Be good. But call me third uncle from now on." Xiaowen glanced at Xia Huanhuan, who came in later, and said nothing. Breakfast was still the usual style. Millet and sweet potato porridge, sweet potato and white flour steamed buns, a plate of pickled radish, a spinach scrambled egg, 10 boiled eggs, and a plate of winter bamboo shoots and meat. In addition, goat milk was boiled, and each family member had a small bowl. Fu Nanjing was surprised. The food is not bad, probably better than what his family eats in Beijing. Fu Nanjing was washing spinach while smiling and asking, "Aunt Ru, is the allowance that Li Zhan sends back every month enough? There are so many people in the family, and the food and clothes cost a lot of money." Xia Huanhuan quickly took over the conversation and said with a smile, "Not bad. It's enough. You see, a lot of things are cooked, but in fact they are all free of charge. For example, the winter bamboo shoots are dug from the mountains and dried into dried bamboo shoots. The meat was brought by you last night. When my father and Li Zhan come back, they will also go hunting in the mountains. If they are lucky, they can hunt roe deer or wild boar, and the meat is made into bacon, which can be eaten for a long time. There are also eggs and goat milk, all from the chickens and sheep raised at home. Spinach, radish, cabbage, etc. are grown in their own private plots." Fu Nanjing thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Unlike in the city, even a leaf of vegetable had to be bought with money. Breakfast was ready soon, and Xia Shuangshan also came back. As soon as he entered the yard, he said loudly, "I'm back." After hearing this, several little guys flew over and shouted happily in unison, "Grandpa." Xia Shuangshan's heart melted, and he smiled. "Hey, Grandpa is lucky today. The trap he set caught 2 rabbits." Ever since Xia Huanhuan regularly released wild rabbits, pheasants, wild roe deer, and the like from the space into the mountains, the nearby villages almost always had a harvest every time they went up the mountain to hunt. It was the first time that Fu Nanjing saw a wild rabbit caught by a hunter, and it was also very fresh. He smiled and said, "Uncle Xia, you are so awesome. This wild rabbit is so fat. Tomorrow, I will go into the mountains with you, and you must teach me how to hunt." Xia Shuangshan looked at Fu Nanjing in astonishment. This Fu family member came again early in the morning? Because the Fu family concealed Fu Qingye's affairs, Xia Shuangshan was a little cold to Fu Nanjing. Why are you here?" Lin Yuru poked her head out, and hearing his cold tone, she began to protect Fu Nanjing and said, "What you said is true. Nanjing is Wan'er's biological brother. What's wrong with him coming to our house to see his sister?" Xia Shuangshan. Why is his wife so ungrateful? Xia Shuangshan wanted to put the 2 wild rabbits in a wooden cage for a few days and kill them when they were ready to eat. Then he washed his hands, and the family sat down to eat. Fu Nanjing praised Lin Yuru's cooking skills sweetly, which made Lin Yuru embarrassed and happy. Xia Shuangshan ate in silence for a long time and finally couldn't help it and asked, "You have a sister named Fu Qingye in your family. What's the matter with your sister? Why didn't you tell me when you came to see me yesterday?" Lin Yuru heard Xia Shuangshan's heavy tone and said, "Don't be so harsh. You scared people." Xia Shuangshan. His wife was indeed not right today. Xia Shuangshan glanced at Lin Yuru and said, "Don't interrupt. That Fu Qingye Is she the girl your family adopted after Wanner could not be found? If so, if Wanner came to your house, could you treat her well and not be partial to Fu Qingye? When Fu Nanjing heard Xia Shuangshan mention it, his face became serious and he said, Uncle Xia, the matter of Qingye. We were wrong. I didn't think of introducing you to the basic situation and members of our family yesterday, but I promise that my grandfather, my father, and I have no intention of hiding it. Qingye was indeed adopted by my family, but that was before Huan was born. As he said that, Fu Nanjing told him about the fact that Xiao Wenhui adopted the orphan Fu Qingye when he went to work in the countryside. After hearing this, Xia Shuangshan's tone softened a little. If Huan was adopted before she was born, there would be nothing we could do about it. However, when Huan arrives at your home, you will not favor Fu Qingye and bully Huan, right? I'll be frank with you. If your family dares to bully my Huan, I will fight you to the death. Xia Huan was moved and said with a smile, Dad, look at what you said. I haven't agreed to recognize my relatives yet. Who said I'm going to the Fu family? Fu Nanjing glanced at Xia Huan and said with a smile, Grandpa and Dad have said that there's no rush for this matter. Huan, you can think about it as long as you want. However, you have to consider it your biological father. If you still have to consider it before recognizing me, your third brother, I'll be sad. Xia Huan was speechless for a moment. In fact, all her bad impressions of the Fu family were because of Fu Qingye. She hesitated about recognizing her relatives because Fu Qingye was in the Fu family and she didn't want to be called a sister to Fu Qingye at all. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Fu Nanjing sighed softly and said, By the way, Huan, when it's warmer after the new year, you can come to Beijing and live for a while. If you don't want to live at home, our family has a small courtyard in Beijing, which can be cleaned up for you to live with your children for a few days. As for your household registration, you can transfer it to a city household registration first, and then wait for the street office to find a job for you. Xia Huan was stunned for a moment, and then said vaguely, The matter of transferring household registration. I will discuss it with Li Zhan when he comes back. I'm used to staying in the countryside and being wild. If I really have to go to the city to be a worker, I may not be able to adapt. Moreover, there are 6 little kids at home. If I go to work, no one will take care of them. Fu Nanjing meant well, and in this era, transferring from a rural household registration to an urban household registration is a very tempting good thing for anyone. She couldn't refuse directly and embarrass him just because she didn't care about the urban household registration. Fu Nanjing thought about it and knew that what Xia Huan said was the truth. Moreover, she might still be concerned about Fu Qingye and had some reservations. She didn't want to benefit from the Fu family before she even recognized her relationship with him. That's fine. Such a big thing needs to be discussed with Li Zhan. Fu Nanjing smiled and ended the topic. After dinner, Fu Nanjing rolled up his sleeves again, helped chop firewood, clean the snow on the roof, and took the 6 little guys to play Eagle Catches Chicken with him. In less than half an hour, the 6 little guys had become familiar with him and chased him and giggled. Even the name was successfully changed, from Bad Uncle to Third Uncle. The lotus pond outside was now covered with thick ice. Fu Nanjing got 3 small chairs, strung them together with ropes, and let the 6 little guys take turns sitting on them. He ran all over the ice. Lin Yuru watched Fu Nanjing playing with the children and whispered, Wanner, I think your biological parents are not bad people. Even if there is an adopted daughter, we just don't bother her or ignore her in the future. This relationship, just recognize it. There is also the matter of household registration. Even if you don't consider yourself, you have to think about the children. If you transfer, they can also transfer with you. Then it will be better than working in the fields with their backs to the sky and looking for food. Xia Huan smiled and said, Mom, I have some thoughts about this matter. I didn't say I don't recognize it.
Li Zhan is not at home now.
I will discuss it with him when he comes back. It's good to transfer the household registration and move the family to the city, but there are many things to consider. Lin Yuru was relieved when she heard that she meant to recognize her relatives and smiled. That's fine. Wait until Li Zhan comes back. You two can discuss it. In Beijing, Sun Chunhua has confessed everything, including her motive at the time, that she was afraid that the Fu family would send her and Fu Qingye back to the countryside after they had a daughter, so she was temporarily obsessed. Fu Weixin went to see Sun Chunhua the next day after returning to Beijing. Sun Chunhua was disheveled and haggard. After seeing Fu Weixin, she knelt down with a plop. "Brother Fu, I really know I was wrong. I was just bewildered at that time. Later, you have been so good to me and Qingye for so many years. I regret it so much. But Li Ernie told me that the child was dead. I could only keep it a secret.
But now,
The child is still alive, right? Brother Fu, please forgive me for the fact that I have worked hard for the Fu family for more than 20 years. I don't want to. I don't want to go to jail. I'm so old once I go to jail." With a clear slap, Sun Chunhua was immediately slapped with blood at the corner of her mouth and fell to the ground. Fu Weixin was so angry that he trembled all over, and his palms ached slightly. He really didn't expect that there would be such a selfish beast in the world. "Sun Chunhua, you still have the nerve to ask for forgiveness? Wenhui was so kind to take you in, and our Fu family has always treated you well. This is how you repay us. If it weren't for Li Ernie's family's greed for money and selling the child to make money, my daughter, who is only a few days old." As he said that, Fu Weixin thought of that possibility, and he was furious. He grabbed Sun Chunhua's hair and slapped her several times. "I, Fu Weixin, have never hit a woman in my life, but these slaps today are for the dead Wenhui. Sun Chunhua, it's just that you have to spend the rest of your life in prison, which is already cheap enough for you." After that, Fu Weixin glared at Sun Chunhua with hatred and turned away. After a while, the comrades from the police station came in and escorted Sun Chunhua back to the cell. Everyone turned a blind eye to her face that was beaten into a pig's head. This is because Chief Fu is too upright. If there was a thing lurking in their family for more than 20 years, murdering their daughter and causing their wife to become sick and die early, they would not care whether she was a woman or not, and would beat her half to death. Fu Nanjing was kept at Lin Yuru's house that night because of his sunny and handsome smile. The wild rabbit that Xia Shuangshan caught from the mountain in the morning was peeled that night. Half of it was stir-fried with onions, and the other half was cooked with radish cubes and old tofu to make rabbit soup, which was so delicious. Fu Nanjing's impression of rural life has also changed. He feels that if he stays here for a few more days, he will probably be reluctant to go back. Early the next morning, he really followed Xia Shuangshan into the mountains to hunt. He was lucky that day and actually caught a wild roe deer for them. Fu Nanjing's eyes lit up with excitement. He followed Xia Shuangshan in the yard to learn how to skin animals, cut meat, and tanned animal skins. As for pickling meat, stuffing sausages, stuffing blood sausages, etc., that was the job of Lin Yuru and Xia Huanhuan. The kids also excitedly surrounded the adults, looking here and there, and were extremely happy. On the third day, Fu Nanjing had to go back. Lin Yuru packed up the newly pickled meat and a few sausages and blood sausages for him, as well as a few pieces of tanned roe deer skins, hare skins, etc., and insisted that he take them back home. Fu Nanjing tried his best to refuse. "Aunt Ru, how can this be? Life in the countryside is hard to begin with. We always have wages and tickets in Beijing, and we can buy enough supplies so we won't starve. We finally killed a roe deer, and I'm going to eat and take it away. What's a big deal?" Lin Yuru insisted on pushing it to him, saying, "I know you have enough in the city. But these are freshly made in our countryside, and you may not be able to buy them in the city even if you have money and tickets." This is what Warner said. "I want to bring it to you. If you think that the things we country people make are not clean, then don't take it." After saying this, and it was his own sister who asked him to bring it, how could Fu Nanjing dare not refuse, and smiled. "Aunt Ru, look at what you said. How can I not know your and Huanhuan's cooking skills? Fine, then I'll accept it, and just in time to take it home and let Grandpa and my dad have a taste. They will be happy." The triplets have become familiar with Fu Nanjing. Now they probably realize that Fu Nanjing is leaving, so they all ran over, hugged his legs, and cried so sadly.
Wow.
"Third uncle, don't go."
Wow.
"Sanzuzu, Ye's pronunciation was still a little unclear, but it did not stop him from crying loudly. Sanzuzu. Yao Yao followed his second brother's cry and also started crying.
Funanseng.
Xiaowu and Beibei also wiped their tears. Xiaowu said vaguely, "Third uncle, next time you come, remember to bring Sun Wukong with you." Woo. When Beibei heard this, she also hurriedly said, "And Beibei's Chang'e."
Funanseng.
This little rascal only remembers Sun Wukong, right? Beibei. Beibei is cute and she is a girl, so she is cute no matter what you say. Xiaowen felt a little uncomfortable, but he still advised his brothers and sisters like a little adult. Don't cry, it's not like third uncle won't come again in the future. Xia Huanhuan sighed. It was only 2 or 3 days, and even the name of Xiaowen was changed. However, she didn't stop it. She squatted down helplessly and smiled. Okay. Your eldest brother is right. Third uncle will come again in the future. But if you keep crying, third uncle won't come. Fu Nanjing's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he said happily, "Huan.
You
You are willing to recognize me as your third brother?" Xia Huan looked up at Fu Nanjing and didn't say anything, which was considered as tacit agreement. Fu Nanjing laughed and said, "Hee. Huan, if Li Zhan dares to bully you in the future, just tell your third brother, and he will help you beat him up." Xia Huan couldn't help laughing and said, "Isn't he your brother? Are you willing to beat him up? We were brothers before, but now we are downgraded to brother-in-law. So, my sister must be more important." As they talked, Xia Huan sent him to the village entrance. Fu Nanjing suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, do you know Luo Cheng?" Xia Huan was startled for a moment, and a flash of panic flashed across her face, but she immediately regained her composure, shook her head, and said, "I don't know her." "Who is Luo Cheng? Why do you suddenly mention her?" Fu Nanjing looked at her and said, "Luo Cheng is my childhood friend. I saw a girl who looked like you leaving his courtyard that day. If you don't know her, I guess I saw her wrongly. But Li Zhan's brothers seemed to have run into him when they were checking for jade, and Li Zhan even went to find Luo Cheng once." Xia Huan's heart tightened when she heard this.
Li Zhan
Found out something? No wonder he suddenly asked her out of the blue that day at the Northwest Garrison if she had any secrets from him. Fu Nanjing smiled and said, "I made an excuse about the jade thing, saying that you asked me, and I asked Luo Cheng to help buy it on the black market. Anyway, no matter what it is, don't let it slip." Xia Huan glanced at Fu Nanjing and said nothing. Fu Nanjing thought for a while and still said, Huan, Li Zhan is a good man. If you have anything, don't play dumb between husband and wife. Guessing will cause rifts. It's better to talk it out if you can." Xia Huan gathered her hair and smiled. "Thank you. Third brother, I know." After seeing Fu Nanjing off, Xia Huan turned back, feeling a little worried.
Li Zhan.
Did she doubt herself? How much did he guess? When she got home, Lin Yuru called her and interrupted her thoughts.
Look.
Lin Yuru held a roll of the big unity in her hand. There were 15 sheets, which was 150 yuan. There was also a note.
Alas.
Nanjing is so polite. Why did he leave so much money? He hasn't gone far, has he? Hurry up and ask your dad to go over and give it back to him. Xia Huan took the note and looked at it. It said, "This is from the old man and dad. If you want it, you can return it to them in person when you come to Beijing." Xia Huan couldn't help but feel a little touched. After all, it wasn't her biological parents' fault that she was lost. For so many years, the original owner didn't know that she was not their biological child, but they knew all the time that their biological daughter was lost. Speaking of suffering, they suffered much more than her. And they did try hard to make it up to her. "Mom, forget it." The note said that it was left by the elders of the Fu family. He just passed it on. Besides, everyone has gone far away. When Lin Yuru heard that it was given by Grandpa Fu and Fu Weixin, she said, "Your grandfather and biological father gave it. That's fine. It's not a loss to keep it." Fu Nanjing returned to Beijing. When Grandpa Fu and Fu Weixin saw what Fu Nanjing brought back, they were naturally very happy. Huan is a very filial girl. She is a good child. Let's have roe deer meat for lunch today, Grandpa Fu said with a smile. Fu Weixin also laughed and said, it's filial piety. Let alone this game, we really can't eat it in the city. Even her mother.
Oh.
It would be great if her mother could eat it. Fu Nanjing heard it and hurriedly said, oh.
Dad.
Look at you. Why are you talking about this again? When it's ready, let's save some and send some to my mother to try. Fu Weixin glared at Fu Nanjing and said, you little rascal, are you lecturing me? By the way, have you done what I asked you to do? Fu Nanjing sighed and said, I left the money that you and Grandpa asked me to leave for her smoothly. But she didn't agree to let Huan come to Beijing and transfer her household registration. She said she wanted to discuss it with Li Zhan first. Fu Weixin and Old Man Fu heard it and said, that's fine. Such a big thing needs to be discussed with that kid Li Zhan. That's it. Fu Nanjing said hesitantly. What is it? Why are you keeping it a secret? Tell me now.
Fu Weixin asked anxiously.
Fu Nanjing said, Huan seems to care about Qingye. It is probably because when Li Zhan just got married, Qingye went to find Li Zhan and later went to Li Zhan's hometown to join the team. Fu Weixin was a little slow in this regard. He was stunned for a moment and asked, didn't Qingye say that she had a good relationship with Huan over there? Besides, how is Li Zhan involved? What's wrong with Li Zhan?
Fu Nanjing.
Dad, you really can't see it? Grandpa Fu said at this time. Speaking of which, Qingye is not young anymore. 25, right? Daughters are not like sons. It's time for them to start a family. Weixin, see if there is anyone of the right age and good character over there, and arrange for Qingye to meet. Fu Weixin was stunned after realizing it belatedly. You mean, Qingye likes Li Zhan? This. How is it possible? Didn't Qingye always regard Li Zhan as a brother? Fu Nanjing was still helpless. Dad, even though you treat Li Zhan like your own son, he has no blood relationship with our family after all. Even if he does, it doesn't matter to Qingye. Fu Weixin opened his mouth and was greatly shocked.
No wonder.
Qingye was so mean to Huan when Huan and Li Zhan came last time. It turns out, it's like this. Fu Nanjing smiled and said, my grandfather is right. I think Qingye should get married quickly, and maybe Huan will have no worries. Fu Weixin glared at Fu Nanjing and said, don't talk about Qingye all the time. Take care of yourself first. Fu Nanjing's expression froze for a moment, and then he said, Dad, this is about my sister. Why do you involve me? Oh, by the way, I still have to go to the hospital for duty. I'm leaving first. Save some of the roe deer meat for me tonight. Fu Weixin wanted to say something, but was stopped by Grandpa Fu. Forget it. This kid is probably still waiting for the girl from Yu's family. Fu Weixin sighed. Now these things no one knows when they will end. Does he really have to wait a lifetime? Grandpa Fu smiled and said, like father, like son. After Wenhui passed away, didn't you refuse to marry again? Dad, can it be the same? Fu Weixin was still very concerned about introducing a date to Fu Qingye. No matter how many bad things Sun Chunhua did, although Fu Qingye was her niece, she was adopted and raised by the Fu family after all. He still had the responsibility to find a good home for her. After choosing for a long time, he finally chose an honest and capable man named Xiao Zhao, who was about the same age as Fu Qingye. He was also very energetic and was currently the deputy battalion commander. He did an excellent job, but his family registration was not in Beijing but in a small city, and his parents were ordinary workers. After arranging for Fu Qingye and Xiao Zhao to meet, Fu Qingye began to resent Fu Weixin in her heart. This was for his own daughter, but she, the goddaughter, was going to be kicked out immediately. If he had introduced her to a good one, that would have been fine. There are so many children of high-ranking officials in Beijing. Which one is good? Why did he have to introduce her to a person from a small city outside the province, whose parents had no background at all? Was this for her own good? Is this the plan to make her suffer for the rest of her life after marrying him? Even though she liked Li Zhan before and Li Zhan's background wasn't that great, Li Zhan was dozens of times more handsome than this Xiao Zhao. Moreover, both the Fu family and the military district valued Li Zhan very much. He became the head of a troop at that age, So, he will definitely stay in Beijing in the future and have a bright future. Can this country bumpkin Xiao Zhao compare to him? Fu Qingye was too ambitious and didn't recognize her own conditions. There were many children of high-ranking officials in Beijing, but they looked down on her. Even though she was the adopted daughter of the Fu family, her appearance was in stark contrast to the high-looking people of the Fu family. The reason why she was able to become the second-ranked pillar of the city art troupe was actually mostly because of the face of the Fu family. Otherwise, after she returned to the city, she would not have. She was directly arranged to sit on the bench. Apart from anything else, if she had a face that was 1/10 as beautiful as Sia Fong Fong, she would be able to become the pillar of the stage again in minutes as soon as she returned to the city. Among those children of large families in Beijing who are too picky, there are also a few who are not too picky and may date her for the sake of her being the adopted daughter of the Fu family. Most of the soldiers under Fu Weixin are from other places, and most of them have rural household registration. Those with Beijing household registration have all married early. Therefore, he really didn't deliberately pick a bad one for Fu Qingye. He really did his best to pick one. Xiao Zhao was actually quite satisfied with Fu Qingye and was willing to continue to have contact with her. As a result, Fu Qingye turned around and found someone for himself. When Fu Weixin knew who she was looking for, he was so angry that he almost slapped her in the face. Who is she looking for? Those who work in that field take people to copy from one place to another every day. They have been very prosperous in recent years, but they are the most despised. Although the Fu family has been trying to protect themselves in recent years, they are still keeping a distance from those people and despise them in their hearts. Now Fu Qingye has found such a person? This is simply a slap in the face of his Fu family. Break up with her immediately. If you don't like Xiao Zhao, Dad will introduce you to someone better. Our family never messes with that kind of person. Fu Qingye sneered. Find me another good one? Dad, don't be hypocritical here. Now that you have found your own daughter, you are determined to drive me out, aren't you? Don't say it as if you are thinking about me.